vast tapestry of human experience. Fear stands as a formidable barrier, a shadow that often looms over the path to personal evolution. It is those that embrace fear as not only an external force, but an intimate companion, who become architects of their destinies, weaving an ornate legacy. A decade of global offensive, refined, tweaked, perfected. Now changed. These dream chasers and risk takers have made their moves. And the Hall of Heroes provides absolutes. It demands a response. How will you reply? Fight. Flight. Or freeze. A technological race is on. One player in the lab for years seems the most fluent in the science of Counter-Strike. Diligent and methodical, doubted upon his arrival, perpetually ready for the engagement. Unwavering focus, unparalleled execution. FaZe Clan, experience oozing out of every pore.
Steals the round away!
I'll go for this, motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
Tough act to follow, none more suited than the young veteran. Departing his first and formative home to reunite with one of Counter-Strike's most respected leaders. Will Carrigan continue to demonstrate his indispensability as their ceiling rises? A force to be reckoned with. A mind for the game ahead of their years.
And they finished global offensive at the top of their game.
This trident has pierced the elite tier and are showing no signs of slowing. Their counterparts must match their pace to survive. The Falcon, a bird of prey, top of the food chain, its birthright, soaring to the front of the queue with their acquisition of the Nth's core, blending the franchise Falcon with a pedigree Danish duo for both brains and brawn. Dangerously elusive, expertly calculated, consistently dominant. Nikolai Device Reitz, the study of an entire generation of AWP hopefuls, returns to his fabled home with one objective. A power move that restores their control of Danish Counter-Strike. The Great Danes are preparing to invade. Upswing, down under. But the hardest part is doing it again. With the output of the All-American trio a certainty, JT's bailout clutches and Halzerg's output are critical in order to replicate their Sydney success. Monty, mainstay of the middle of the pack. Work rate undeniable. But who alongside Waro can pry open the gates to the playoffs? The new prodigious prince. No desire to be the second simple, but the first wonderful. Having lost the identity and the firepower, Heroic were expected to be dead in the water. But rising from the ashes is not out of the question. Great or greatest? A question Glaive looks to answer with this compromised project. As some write their closing chapters, others pen their first. The Academy's top graduate, Donk. Self-professed inevitability. We are all here to witness his ascension. Taz, pilot of the plow, takes up the coaching mantle of the defending champions. Moves made to ensure sufficient space for the brightest stars in the G2 system. It's clear Monacy has adapted swiftly to the changing environment. Eyes now turn to Nico. Commandment of the crosshair undisputed. But has the new engine thrown off the calibration of the machine? Continued and calculated in their reconstruction. Vitality have shown no quarter. Apex's metamorphosis into leadership is complete. Zaiwu, Counter-Strike's humble deity. In the game of minimizing mistakes, Zaiwu's solution is simple. Just don't make them. As his greatest challenger takes a hiatus, the red carpet is rolled out for a season of power.
The video was making my brother. He liked to do some joke stuff with me. I remember we bought new devices. It was headphone, it was mouse, and we decided to explain people what is these devices and best players using it. It was interesting stuff. It was my second international one. It was in Moscow. One of the best tournaments in my life. One of the best memories. And of course, one of the best teammates who I ever played with. It is a striker. He was very genius guy in part of tactics, professionalism, and creating new stuff. That was crazy. I was so nervous. It was, I think, one of the first my interview in my life, and I knew that it's gonna be on HLTV. I knew that it's gonna be like big interview for me, and I was so nervous. It was in my own language, but still, it was for me hard to find like best words. Yeah, I remember my first game with him. I was also so nervous. Doja was for me like idol. I don't know. I'm also like not the biggest guy. I'm small. He was big. I was sitting near to him, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna do any mistakes. A lot of good memories. There is zero negative memories. One of the best guy who I ever played with, and very skilled, very calm, super professional, and he's truly like man. First time when I met Zeus, he came to the bootcamp with a lot of snacks. A lot, I mean, it was full package of snacks, and it was my first time when I saw so many snacks. And he said that you can eat it everything. There's so many sugar, you know. Oh my god. And his like energy is so positive, and you can feel it. You're from bad mood becoming to very positive mood very fast with him. I don't remember exactly what I said to him, but in total it was like, don't like everything good, don't be sad, you did great, something like that, but nothing special. And still he's like at that moment he was maybe the youngest Tier 1 AGL, and he super surprised everyone. The daughter is like the biggest motivation. And when I'm playing, she's always saying that, oh my god, father is working, do not disturb him. And like playing around, doing a lot of noisy stuff, but still saying, do not disturb my father. Sometimes when I'm going to eat, for example, or when I'm getting back to the PC, she's already sitting with headsets. I have some picture already, and she's saying, I'm working, do not disturb me.
I'm not going to tell you who to remove from the team, but I want to ask you, would you add Manasi if you could?
Oh, Ilya is a good friend for us, so.
Would you add him to the team? Do you want him on the team?
I don't know.
How much do you want to AWP on this team, Robin?
Op.
Yeah, you AWP.
I like op. Depends of the money.
If I can, I will buy it, right?
Yeah.
When you're playing around like this with the team, how do you decide it? How does Cloud9 decide, okay, we do this, I'm going to AWP, or is it just random?
It depends of, I don't know. Boom is just asking, do you want to op? Yeah, let's go. Okay, do it.
This sounds like my Face It games. Do you want to AWP now? Do you like that? Are we deciding this way?
I mean, of course, it's a part of the game. We're like always on the face it.
That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, if to be honest, of course, we're trying to adapt for every map who can op. So depends of the positions of the rhythm, I'm gonna say, how aggressive or passive we're gonna play.
So I was asking Hobbit about the AWP situation. When we spoke back, I think it was in Abu Dhabi, you were saying like, okay, we're not looking for an AWPer. But let me question this to you. I asked Boomich, don't think about removing any players, we're keeping your team. But if you could add Manasi, would you add Manasi?
So is it a sixth guy?
Yeah, just theoretically, just would you add Manasi if you could? I don't want to kick anyone because I love your boys. Yeah, listen, me and Hobbit are good friends. He can stay, but someone might have to go. But would you get Manasi if you could?
If you don't have the sniper, of course, you would like to add one of the best sniper in the world.
See?
Yeah.
And that would fix all your problems, and then you'd win all the tournaments.
I don't think that is our main problem. I told it you before.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it can be a problem. For example, if we are talking about the the top 3 teams. For example, we are number 3 in the world.
Yep.
We would like to be the number 1, but we just need to fix one thing, and after that we will become the best team in the world. But it's not the current situation for our team, to be honest. We're realistic.
You're always realistic.
We know where we are at the moment. So we have other problems. It's not about the sniper.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
All right, folks, it's officially day 3 of the play-in here at IEM Katowice, which means 4 games left, which means 8 teams looking to duke it out and advance to the main stage, the group stage, where the pressure is suddenly at an all-time high. And luckily for us, that pressure is something we had a chance to speak about with our performance coaches.
Over on the A stream, we've got Big Up versus Apex, and we'll be speaking to Tapson and Knock later. But first up, we have Mongols versus Ents. What a huge day it is for Glaive and his Polish core. And speaking of Poland,
Over on B Stream, we've got Rebels taking on M80, and it's a full 5-man Polish roster in Katowice looking to advance to the group stage after they successfully took down Cloud9, but they struggled against Eternal Fire. Now taking on M80, though, with their coach Def standing in, it certainly has seen them level up. They're playing a little bit better, but is it enough to take down these guys? We'll have to wait and see. But we've also got Cloud9 taking on VP, a CIS derby, and this is going to get intense. It's going to get loud. It's going to get crazy. They played off against each other just a week ago, and I can't wait to see what the outcome is going to be.
So many different aspects, so many different variables, so many different fields of view. Obviously, I didn't even know that one existed. I couldn't tell that that camera was looking at us, Jacob.
Neither could I.
Yeah, wow. Anyway, yeah, welcome back. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Katowice. We are in the last day of the play-ins, and by doing so, I'm going to just go ahead and rip this right on out, because I don't need that where we're going, do we, Jacob?
No, we don't. We had some good games yesterday, Trace. We did.
Yeah, we absolutely did. You know, a lot of things that we can catch up on from yesterday, or even, you know, if the play-ins as a whole. So I think maybe we just start our list around the big C9 game.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I mean, we could start with Furia, I'd say. You know, that's much better, I'd argue. You know, them going up against Apex, that was a rematch from a grand final at a LAN event just a couple of months ago. I had Furia to win that one. I couldn't quite understand how they couldn't perform against Apex yesterday. Take nothing away from those boys. They played a good game of Counter-Strike, but for Furia to leave the tournament again without even making it into the group stage, it must be massively disappointed. A couple of years ago, Trace, we were praising Brazilian Counter-Strike for doing very well. Nowadays, they're struggling.
Yeah, there was it is a lot different of a landscape now for these guys. And yeah, for Furia, this is the second time they're going to go out to the Mongols in Katowice. Back-to-back years, the 2-time, Furia. But yeah, I mean, for them, that's not exactly the storyline you want at all, is it, Jacob?
No, not at all, man. It's been very disappointing to follow Furia. We thought Fallen coming into the lineup could give them some new energy. This whole identity crisis with Art being on the lineup together with Fallen hasn't worked out. I am smelling roster changes, and I'm smelling them very, very soon.
Is identity the word of the tournament, Jacob?
I think so for a lot of teams. We're building identities. We're starting out a new season. We're starting out with a new game. So identities are being built.
So if you had to identify a match like BB versus C9. So what you're saying right there is there's a lot to take in from the screaming and the yelling on both sides.
That was a long game.
Oh, yeah.
A fun game. The overpass game to begin with. A lot of screaming, a lot of emotions. You're looking at Nafany, of course, hungry, very hungry to get that revenge almost against Cloud9. He couldn't quite make it yesterday. However, I'm not surprised to see Cloud9 winning. I am, however, a little bit disappointed in the level of Counter-Strike they're showing on the server right now. If they want to stand a chance of progressing into the group stage, maybe even being a contender for the playoff as well, we need to see them play better.
And you look at both of these teams, you look at just the tenacity right there. Obviously, at the very end of the day, they had fist bumps, handshakes, this, that, or the other, but it was intense. And it's a lovely thing to see.
I love it, man. That's what Counter-Strike is all about. The players are sitting close to each other. We're in a very, very intense environment right here in the Hall of Heroes, of course. And as you said, you could feel the emotion from Nafany. You could feel the emotion from Cloud9. Had they lost to BB yesterday, it would have been an absolute disaster. They avoided that yesterday, but they still got another game later today against VP, which is also going to be super, super interesting when you think about it.
Yeah, the words like marquee matchup come up to mind, and I don't mean that Marquee's going to be here competing. I mean that we're looking at Cloud9 and VP later on today. Why does that pack a big punch for you, though, Jacob?
I mean, it's a domestic lineup, some may say, and I think it's two teams that come into the tournament being some of the favorites to progress into the group stage, maybe even go into the playoff as well. I'm surprised to find VP down here, whereas for Cloud9, we spoke about identities. They don't have an identity right now. They're lacking an AWP player. We can't really figure out where they're going. Whereas for VP, I thought they were ready to punch upwards. I thought they were ready to book a spot into the playoff even, and they risked going out already today. I didn't see that coming.
Is the AWP the big kryptonite of C9?
I think so. They'll have to address the problem sooner or later. Trace, at some point, you know what's wrong, right? It's just about facing it upwards and get something done by it.
Taking it on the chin is what they'd say.
Like you would always do, wouldn't you?
Yeah, perhaps to some degree. Yeah, thank you for that, Jacob. A little softball right there. Not as soft, or I guess as hard as I should say these Polish players came in here to get things done. Jacob, tell us about how hard the Polish players are.
I feel like they're all performing well. We see Snacks playing in Gamer Legion right now, doing a great job. He's progressing with his team into the group stage. You have Mantur and Big putting up big numbers. You had Glaive yesterday in Ends with his Polish brothers, destroying Astralis, knocking them out of the tournament, making sure they didn't make it into the group stage. Absolutely disappointing for Astralis, obviously, but for Ends and for the Polish squad right there, that's massive. Rebels still in contention. They have a relatively easy game, some may say, against M80. They're playing with a coach, playing with a stand-in. So I could see this tournament being a big one for the Polish squads and the Polish players.
Yeah, and the most Polish players, you just saw the graphic right there, the most Polish players here at IEM Katowice. Wild scenes, but still so much further to go. Let's take a look at that schedule, catch you up at least to what we're going to be expecting today. On the A stream, we did say we had 2 games, so it does kind of check out. We're looking at VPC9. We're also looking at the Mongols Ints. That'll be what starts us off in the A stream. Apex big, and then it's going to be the Rebels and M80.
It's going to be great, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep greatness alive. Jacob, thank you very much. What is Tech Girl up to, though? That's the biggest question I got.
Tech Girl put on her big girl panties this morning because Stunner let me know that I got to borrow his spot for a few minutes here, just so we could talk about these 8 teams who enter their do or die day, Maniac.
Yes, absolutely. There's a whole lot on the line today, last day of the play-in, and do or die is a very fitting title. So now we have a little bit of a menu up there, and you can maybe tell me where do you want to start? Like, which of the cores do you want to dive into?
Let's jump into the big Apex matchup because we saw Apex obviously earlier before we started the show. How are you feeling about this one?
Right, I think in the big versus Apex matchup, all the pressure is going to be on the German side, very clearly, and it goes beyond just Mantur being sort of a regional hero here. I think when you think about what's implicated here for the season of Big, you realize it's basically do or die. It's make or break. It's any of the idiom you'd like to talk about. They've already missed the opportunity about the spring finals. We know they're out of the RMR cycle. You're about saving your season here in Katowice. I have them as favorite.
You have them as the favorites. Now let's take a look at the Virtus.pro Cloud9 matchup because obviously I think there's a lot of conversation. You heard Pimp going on about that. I think it's the no hope. I mean, is that going to be the case for Cloud9 today?
I mean, listen, we're always going to have an apt conversation about the lack of AWP, but actually I'm going to use the highlight circle for dramatic effect here. Dun, 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 if he wants to cooperate with me. Axile.
Super fancy.
Extreme drama on Axile right now. I think he's playing for his contract. I think that's what's happening here in Katowice. If you were looking at making a change, he'd be the first one to have his head on the chopping block right there. It's been complicated the last few days. We saw Hobbit pop off in that game. 50 kills on a map where Axile has gone 17. he's definitely uncomfortable. He's going to be a topic that we're going to have to follow, and this game packs a punch.
On the other side, 4 teams, obviously here in the play-ins, they want to progress to the group stages. And for all 4 of these teams, there's a lot of regional hope on their shoulders, kind of like national pride as well. So let's talk about Mongols up against ENCE, because I think I love the Mongols. They always tend to upset everyone a little bit at the start of our competitions, right?
Yeah, I like them too. And I'll phrase it as such. You might look at this matchup and think, wow, so lucky for ENCE. You know, they beat Astralis. That's going to be their moment. Surely they advance to the group stage, rather. Think about it differently. Think about the amount of energy you've put into the Astralis game. How this was your Champions League. This was the game that you had to put everything in it. We see Glaive with a lifetime performance on that map of Ancient. And it's in here. It's in the head. It's in your heart. It's what makes Counter-Strike such a beautiful game. And I'm telling you, as a player, as a former player, there's nothing more dangerous than walking into a game thinking, oh my God, we won the last one. We're good. Like, they're going to have to recenter, refocus themselves, because the Mongols, they're ready to catch you. If you think you're already won, they're about to slap you.
The Spodek must be in the back of some of the ENCE players' minds as well, because that's exactly where they want to end up, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, listen, for any Counter-Strike player who's up to date with the Counter-Strike agenda calendar, you know Spodek is one of the stages you have to be on. Of course, if you have that Polish connection, it's so meaningful. People like Diha, for example, who's from Katowice, step in and on the Spodek. But I feel like we might be a little bit ahead of ourselves. We're in the play-in now. We're trying to get into the main stage. We're trying to get into group stage. Not Spodek quite yet.
I'm getting excited. I'm jumping ahead. So final matchup of the day, we've got Rebels versus M80. This is really fun because for both of them, a chance to proceed to the group stages. That's a big deal for these teams.
It absolutely is. And I think pressure is going to be the name of the game here, and a little bit of a question of how Rebels handle it. You know, fight or flight, I think is going to be a very apt say in this very situation. One way to look at it is to think, this is supposed to fill you with adrenaline. Think, oh my God, we're about to make history here. We're about to be a regional hero, making it to the group stage. It's going to be incredible. The other way to look at it is to let the pressure get to you, get on your shoulders, think, oh my God, we have to do it. This is a golden opportunity. Whereas M80, they're just having fun. Like, have you seen the camera shots when we're looking at M80? They're just enjoying themselves. They're memeing around. They're very loud. They're very proud, having fun. I think it's a tricky matchup for Rebels. I don't think it's as easy as we'd like to tout it.
TLDR, if you've been listening to Maniac, it's all going to come down to the mental games today on Do or Die Day before we find out which teams are progressing to the group stages. So seeing as we're all getting in each other's heads, Stunner is chatting to the mental performance coach of Vitality to find out how these players deal with the pressure.
Performance coaches are fine, and by that I mean I'm sitting here with Jack from Vitality. Jack, let's dive into your background and sort of, what it is that you do with Vitality at its current iteration, because you haven't been there that long, right?
No, I joined in November, so for the Blast groups. I'm not sure if I can say that on your ESL.
Don't hurt my feelings.
Blast groups, Blast 4 finals, which we won, and then we kept winning, so it's an interesting role so far. But so my background is in sports psychology, essentially. So primarily on the mental side of performance, but moving here to Vitality, the role's a bit larger. It's all facets of performance outside of the server. So of course our coaches, Xtaz and Matt, have control of everything that happens in the game, but then all the performance factors, sleep, nutrition, the mental performance, of course, the physical conditioning, that all sort of falls under my remit.
Which is hugely important. I would never even discount that. I will say that you have a big task, like you have a big handle in front of you, because you're dealing with a pretty diverse group of guys, right?
Yeah, so we've obviously a French organisation. We've got 2 French players, 2 French coaches, but then we've got 2 Israeli players, a British player. So Will and I have been out. Whilst I'm Australian, I live in the UK, so Will and I have been able to bond over that. So it's a diverse group.
So you have something in common, Commonwealth perhaps.
Yes, the Commonwealth would be the only link. I actually do not identify as British at all.
Me either. So
but we both speak English, so that's probably the common tie there.
Well, that also, things like that will help to build camaraderie within a team, right? And I think that's part of what you're doing in your role, if I'm not mistaken, is to keep the gel, keep the minutia, and keep the ball rolling in the right direction.
Absolutely. Like, one of the things coming into the Counter-Strike scene that's different, like my background's in rugby, where we're at home all week, we train at our training facility, you go away on a Saturday, you come back Saturday night. Here, you're travelling all the time, and I've started to see with how rough the schedule is at the beginning of the year, if you don't care about each other and if you're not bought into the team concept, I can see why you have teams going, oh, I don't mind if we lose this one because I just want to get out of here and get home, because it is grueling, it's tough, and you've got to really care about the blokes The 5 guys sitting at the server with you, wanting to stay away from your family a little bit longer, wanting to dig deep for each other, because if you don't have that, it's easy to find excuses to get out of that awkward, tough situation.
So tell me a little bit about the crossover, right? So first of all, you're a huge dude. You're a big guy. So rugby checks out. Like, that definitely checks out. Talk to me a little bit about crossover here, maybe some similarities you see between a rugby team and a Counter-Strike team, or, you know, therein.
On the mental side, it's pretty much exactly the same, right? Like, obviously rugby's a physical game, a very physical game, whereas you've got Counter-Strike, which is, you know, your more cognitive athletes. But
I like that one. Hold on, cognitive athletes. That's nice. That is nice.
And it's not all cognitive. Of course, you've got this hand-eye coordination, the accuracy with their motor control with their hands and arms is remarkable. But, you know, if you start a map and you go 0-5, 0-6, you're going to start thinking, oh, maybe today's not my day. In rugby, football, any other sport, if you make a few mistakes early, you start to feel that pressure to find your performance. And so a lot of the mental side of the game is really similar, like, and it's probably, in fairness, more similar to something like tennis, where, all right, you win the first map, then you lose the second, you go, oh, we were so close to ending this match, now we've got to do a whole nother hour. So the mental demands of performance, the context changes, but where the pressure comes from is almost always the same. It's like, oh, if I start this map well, you know, we won the first 3 rounds and I've got 6 kills, you're like, yeah, today's going to be a good day.
It's exciting games and advancing games for a lot of these teams. And over on the B stream, the first one is VP taking on Cloud9. Now this one, we saw intensity yesterday. We know it's a derby where these two go head to head and they want it so bad. It can go either way for sure, but VP beat him last time. But I know you spoke to Hobbit, who was a bit surprised.
I did. It was the winner interview, and I said, well, now VP is up next. And he was like, is it? And I was second guessing myself, but he said, ooh, that's going to be hard.
That's going to be very tough. So what's going on your stream?
On my stream, we have the Mongols up versus ENS first, and it's just huge because it could be so monumental for both of these teams, right? Of course, the Mongols actually already made it into groups last year, but I think that people still consider them underdogs. I did get to talk to some of the ENS guys, and they said, no, we're definitely the underdogs in this one. Really? But it would be insane, you know? I mean, the story is larger than life. Would Glaive have these Polish youngsters that are under his wing now, and would he bring them to groups in Katowice? It's, I don't know, it could be a fairy tale. I don't know if it'll happen, though. Do you think it will? Or?
Do you know what? I think they've got a good chance in it because, you know, right now, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, it's true. Well, we'll be right back after this.
Holt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Atlantic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Greg Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to In Your Head. I'm here with Heroic, and we're going to be rating some of their opponents. Flit, the Virtus Pro side, a team that is notoriously annoying to play against. What about Flit, star of that squad? How do we rate Flit?
I feel like he's really good in like map control, like finding the timing to take chances, and just by playing defensive jiggling stuff, like from what I watch at least. So I think it's not like it's tricky, but it's kind of like neutral in my opinion. It's like he has a good balance. I would say tricky.
Tricky?
For him also.
Tricky, neutral, what do we think?
Yeah, kind of same.
All right.
I would say slight tilt.
Slight tilt. See, this is the guy who has the game plan. He's like, how do you game plan?
I think he's pretty good individually.
Okay.
And also I think he's pretty smart. And he plays for VP, which is one of the most annoying teams to play against. So I would say slight tilt.
We'll put Flit into the tricky side of things.
It might even be hair loss for me to play against this guy. So.
Hair loss coming in there. Isaac?
Yeah, I will go tricky.
Tricky.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like his team is slightly on the left side towards beach vibes and stuff, but I think Flit is the one player in VP that's further to the right in the tricky slide tilt. So
Tricky Flit, that's his new nickname.
I would say Desk and Danger because he's a really smart player. He's always trying to find the best solution on the map, so it's kind of hard playing against him individually, personally.
sometimes it's tricky, so I just put tricky.
Tricky?
Sometimes it's just saying this whole team, so I put tricky.
For me, I think neutral.
Neutral.
Yeah.
Damn, we got a big spread on this one. We'll go for Tricky. We'll go for Tricky on Flit.
Well, I rate Flit extremely high, especially in CS2. He's even taking his game to another level. And VP is still to play against. Like VP is like hair loss to play against. So I would probably put Flit there as well because they are like so annoying.
I think I put him in slight tilt. If we talk individual, he's very good, a smart player. And with the VP style, it's irritating. It's not hair loss for sure, like Jacob said, but slight tilt.
Go Tricky for Flit? What do we think?
Yeah.
Welcome, B streamers. My name is Teko Maniac, and I have you covered here on the B stream. And they told us it was Bring a Boy Child to Work Day. So, Bubsky, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've had a great time over the A stream yesterday. I thought you guys did B.
I wasn't here yesterday. I actually get a day off. That's how well I'm treated. But if we're going to throw that around, then that's how we're going to start with bombs and guns and all sorts of shooting.
What did you do on the A stream to end up here? Like, what?
Oh wow, there we go.
What outrageous statement did you make that they bumped you down?
I don't think I said anything out of the ordinary. I tried to be a little bit critic of ends, and it didn't go too well, but hopefully I'm going to be more predictable today.
You broke the #1 rule on the desk, never criticize any player, ever.
Pimp have shown time and time again that it works.
He survived it. I don't know how he did
I don't know if I would ever take career advice from Pimp, but here we are. We have got our first matchup of the day. It is Virtus.pro up against Cloud9. For the play-ins, in order to advance to the group stages, you need to win today. It is all on the line, and this is what is up for grabs, of course, for Cloud9 and Virtus.pro. A chance to name themselves as one of the top 16 teams here at IEM Katowice. But my concern is Virtus.pro, because if we jump straight into this, when you take a look at how they played during blast groups and how they were playing towards the end of last year versus now, I kind of feel like the well-oiled machine is, I don't know, maybe it needs an oil change, maybe it needs its engine light check.
I guess concerning is the right term here, Sam. You're looking at neither teams should actually be fighting for survival in the play-in. That is the lay of the land. We're talking about pedigrees and sort of careers that we have on the server right now. They should all be sent straight to the group stage, but that's not how it works in Counter-Strike. And it's even more concerning for VP because they had to go through a best-of-3. For Cloud9, you can still make the argument, okay, maybe you fell asleep at the wheel a little bit in that best-of-1, you got caught off guard. VP lost an entire best-of-3 to Gamer Legion, a team they're supposed to be day in, day out, and now they're fighting for survival. So, raise for concern. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you're all of a sudden struggling if you lose a BO3 to Gamer Legion. So, surely there were many teams at the major who kind of struggle a bit. I'm not buying it. I still think VP has a lot of quality. I think they have more one we're going to see on the Cloud9 side. Not too sure where the struggle phase is coming from.
So you think that they're just fine?
Yeah, I think they're fine. Obviously, it's a hard matchup to go Cloud9. I don't think anyone expected them to stand here. We are going to see M80 and Rebels later. I think that says a lot about the differences in order to advance.
I mean, it's good for VP to get their shit together a little bit. Like the way they played against Gamer Legion, by their standards, was atrocious. Like, it's just as simple as it is. You may not like the VP play style. It might not be your cup of tea, but by their standard, this was unacceptable. How they just completely crumbled on the CT side of Overpass, how Fame was struggling and far, far away from what we know he can do. Of course you're going to get a hard match just to prove that you are worth this group stage, to prove that you one day might have your picture on these banners over there. Not the way they played against Gamer Legion.
We had lots of conversations about the mental game during the pre-show, and now I think it's time to figure out what the coaches are thinking coming into this, because it is going to come down to a lot of mental games if you want to advance to the group stages. Banks is with Dastin from Virtus.pro, so let's find out what he's thinking.
Virtus Pro are going into a very familiar matchup here to try and get themselves to the group stage. But I want to touch on yesterday's game, Daston, because yesterday I saw you guys so frustrated against Game Legion after the first map. And we don't normally see you guys lose a map in such a way where you don't have a chance. So what went wrong?
It was crucial round on 2-0 and round 4v2. And after that, it became hard. It's also, we didn't win 3v2 pistol round. And if you don't win crucial, important, economical rounds, it will be hard. But then it goes to Inferno. It was easier. We controlled everything. Overpass for both teams was good map. We both picking that map. But it was also important round on CT, second round. And they growed economic and we lost. And it was also a lot of mistakes. We lost a lot of entries. That's why.
And I want to look at this. When I look at your players, we can see sometimes frustration, but it felt like yesterday you guys were more unhappy, like more tilted. Was that true?
I think yes.
Yeah, there's more.
I don't know, sometimes it's like energy of team. We are together almost 1 month, and sometimes it's not good feeling. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like, yes, when you lose round, when you losing 4v5, and that's why it's coming.
Now, coming to look at today's game, what did you think when you first saw we're playing Cloud9?
After game, we watched the Bad Boom Cloud9. It was big match, and okay, Cloud9. I think it will be always tough match CIS derby. Playing against Cloud9 always mind games. Yeah. Who will win crucial rounds? Who will be strong mentalities? That team will win.
You won last time, but do you think this game will be more decided in the veto?
I think veto will be different. Yep. And not that big, but at least one map will be different. But generally, it's not about veto, it's more about important rounds, important reading, everything. And it will be a good match. And this match will help to winning team to have confidence in the group stage.
Okay. An important matchup for both teams. Let's see what happens with VP and Cloud9.
Okay, so there we go. The coach of Virtus Pro saying, Babsky said, well, maybe they're not struggling because they lost their best three, but him saying we made lots of mistakes, the team's not really getting on, it wasn't a good day for us. What do you think went wrong against Gamer Legion for them?
I think we have to give the credit also to Gamer Legion. I spoke with Ash and Acor after the game, and they really said we had such a good read of what they wanted to do. I remember seeing Nobot outside Monster being caught off guard a couple of times, surely because they placed the orb towards Monster, had the idea that he would lurk on them in the mid-round moments. So I think I will give the credit to Ash and Acor for now, but surely from his side it looks rough.
Of course, you have to give credit to Game Legion. I'm not saying you're wrong, but we have to address like the negative energy that was coming out of VP. And this was very much out of character to see VP being jittery, being anxious, being nervous on the server, stacking round after round after round. Jame making the wrong decision. What world am I living in? He's supposed to be the time master, the time wizard, and he didn't have the solutions. And we saw Snax completely checkmate him in the tactical department towards the end of that game. That in itself got me a little worried.
On the other side, you have Cloud9, no AWP, no hope. This is a conversation that's going to keep going about them. It worked in the beginning when we transitioned to CS2. I think it is safe to say it's not working for them anymore.
So what just happened here? People don't know what just happened over here, by the way, but right behind us, we just saw m0NESY come in and literally handshake everyone from Cloud9. And I'm just watching. I was thinking
the exact same thing.
I'm watching and I'm like, am I looking at like the next lineup? Is that what's happening? Look, we're memeing about it, but it's a no-brainer. There is going to be a change. The question is when, and the question is who. Now, Cloud9 is not in a position where they have to think about that right now. You in a do-or-die situation, you play Counter-Strike, you do the best for the major as well. Eventually, there are going to be decisions being made. And I do wonder if today is not going to mark some of these decisions.
But that's the thing, like even m0NESY, right? He's a big name. I think that's the best of the best you're going to get. But there's so many in this region that are so good that can join this roster and make it better. We are seeing so many rifle players on this roster struggling.
Okay, but who would you put in there? Who would you put in there?
Artfrost, Ringle, Icy, Sorted. There's so many, man.
Okay, and then who would you replace?
Just either Exile or Hobbit. I don't know
why?
Who wants to play the anchor role. It's whoever. Do you believe, like, from my side, it's all about the practice. How good Exile is in practice. If he's to his old level, keep him. If not, get him out.
The problem that I have, we have the veto coming up, by the way. The maps are not really a gigantic surprise. We're going to see Overpass and Anubis, and we'll see the third map. It could be, I was going to say it could be an Inferno, but it's still in the pool. I just wanted to quickly touch on the Exile situation. He's obviously a huge topic, and I was just wondering, as an anchor, I used to be an anchor myself, when you're out of confidence, when you're not in the groove, you spend a whole lot of time in your own head. As the game progresses, you don't get to interact with a whole lot of players. You're on your own. You have to make decisions based on your feeling. And Axel right now is driving a car, doesn't have headlight at all. He's driving in the dark. He doesn't know what the hell is going on. He's very immobile, very static, and it's super hard to come back into your game. And he's suffering. He's out of oxygen. And I think he's playing for his contract. I think the next month of Axel is him playing for his contract.
That's the thing. He was one of the best at this role. He was so good playing solo. I remember Shiro and Nafany making all the plays on the other side of the map. Vertigo B, Ancient B. Like, he was so good on playing those solo positions. I'm not sure what happened. All of a sudden, he can't play Counter-Strike.
Listen, if I could figure out what happened to him, I would send a huge invoice to Cloud9. Yeah, it's all about the business. You know, at the end of the day, you got to get that bread coming up. But the problem is, and as you mentioned now, when he was in a good position, he would do an incredible job as an anchor. The problem is, we're in a different context now, and he's not anymore.
A little bit stumpy from Cloud9, a little bit concerning, and maybe some in-team politics from Virtus.pro. Who knows? Both of these teams, and this is what we do know, need to get a victory here if they want to stay at IEM Katowice. Let's find out who is going to stay. Harry and Hugo, I got you ready to get into game.
Oh yeah, these play-in stages have been absolutely brutal, and in the next few hours, one of these teams, VP or Cloud9, will be joining the likes of Furia, Astralis, and Team BB as the unfortunate teams that have had their runs cut short in the play-ins. For either squad, that would be a disaster. For Cloud9, you feel like that would herald in changes on the horizon, and for VP, it would feel like their whole run in Katowice was defined by that loss to Gamer Legion just yesterday.
Yeah, and what a disappointing loss that was. Not a team you expect to see fall to a roster like Gamer Legion. For Cloud9, it's sad, but we almost expect failure from this roster given the form of some of these individuals, or the lack of the AWP, and when this team was touted to be the next big thing, maybe the best in the world, they've certainly not lived up to the hype. Today, they can get back on the right road. I would say even winning this game isn't enough. That's just to advance for Cloud9. This is a team we expect to see making deep runs in playoffs. Can they even get to the group stages? Axel up on party. Here's every step as Virtus.pro maneuver around long. He has a flank timing available and he'll take it.
And he knows this. No one's even considering it right now. This could be huge for Axel. This could be massive. Oh, come on, buddy. He's had some really shaky games as of late as this guy. Just going to collect the 1 kill for free, and VP now know that their backline is corrupted. Axel, you wonder what that could have been if he was around there just a few seconds sooner. But no time to think about that now.
James has to lead from the back, but they're in no hurry to commit here. You'll see the bombs going back down connector, and Cloud9 have realized this. They early rotated. They've started to drop Hobbit back towards the lower site. Perfecto baits him in, but the Julies fall short. He needs to get out of dodge. Cloud9 still hold the advantage, but for how long?
Yeah, bomb plant in. Cloud9 might try and swarm this. 2 players down in the water, and Axel throwing himself up through short. They deal with Norbert. They're spamming down Fame, and he's left in this one all alone. Oh, God. A lot of targets, and they will just run him down. It's a nice, clean pistol to open up overpass for Cloud9. Everyone pulling their weight.
Very reassuring, right? We say VP right now are the best overpass team in the world, and a large reason for that is their T side. This is a team that can, find winning halves on T sides on what has typically been the hardest map to play on the attacking force. So VP, talking force, they'll surely go for it after a bomb plant and pistol round. But Cloud9 reassuring to begin this map, coming in hot. We've got 4 rifles for Virtus.pro. Same story for C9.
Yeah, this early mid-util getting lobbed in, but Cloud9 aren't really looking to do much with it other than deny this fast cross out through mid. That allows them to establish this setup, this bait and switch over at long. Axel tucked in behind the tree, and he's got support from Boomich, who really has one job here, which is just to get spotted, kind of draw the attention in. If he can get out with a kill, that's even better. It's all to try and tee up Axel for a big mow down over at long. But VP don't want to go there this time. Instead, it's nice and slow out through middle.
Very important that we have Hobbit on top site, because with this double long setup, VP are no strangers to the Furia walk to go right up towards toilets and just walk into A for free. They usually do it a little bit more delayed, but Hobbit has actually just dropped off and they're pulling this setup back. This is going very, very wrong for Cloud9 right now off of positions.
Yeah, Boomic should be dead here. It will get traded immediately. Axel turns around to at least deal with that. However, his element of surprise is now gone in the round. They know about this player. Let loose over towards long. VP allowed the plant, and so Cloud9 will be on for the retake. Axel still trying to close the net. They know about him, but will that make dealing with him any easier? Oh, I say they know about him, Norbert. Caught looking the wrong way. Will get picked out from the round. Very little impact found for him. Flit tries to deal with this long aggro, but Axel gets away, and now they're on the bomb. There's no way back into this for VP. This is already a save, so they're just going to run away, take their bomb plant. Have to head into this next round, at least with some money in these bank accounts.
Yeah, that is surprising to see Norbert not aware. Sure, he's getting pressure from stairs, but with that bomb plant, the awkward part for VP is they have to keep players in the bomb site, right? They have to either do that or retake the long position, which Fame attempted to do, but too late. Or not Fame, sorry. Whoever came out late from long attempted to do, but wasn't able to. You know, you can't play toilets with a truck plant. Cloud9 just 10 seconds stick it. They know they have the positional advantage. So considering Hobbit's early rotate, looking very, very poor for Cloud9, that goes better than expected. And of course, VP masters the economy, will always find a way to field a buy. 2 saved Galils will certainly allow for that. Even AK's dropped over for Jame. So armed and deadly. Axel returns from connector. Have 2 players waiting outside of B for VP. They will be in no hurry, and Cloud9 know what to expect from this T side. Nice flash play for a bit of information. Cloud9 won't flank early. With a minute on the clock, VP could still be very much at the back of connector, holding the ladder. They're going to go back in group towards B, but Cloud9 have a hefty setup here. 3 players all near Monster. We've even got Short starting to get taken late into the round. This is great real estate for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're teed up really well here. If VP do follow through with this play out through Monster, they're not going to like what they find. Hobbit's going to be that first point of contact. He dodges the first flash. Second one will catch him, but he's out with a kill before that. And this should just be a bit of a non-starter of a round for VP. Sure, they're giving that one fight there, but on the spam, the next man knocked out as Hobbit looks to finish the job. A lot of damage to Jame, and he's not going to save this time. Cloud9 crunched down upon that VPB play. Some great intel gathering there towards the latter stages of the round, right? You pointed it out, that push out through short. They collect the info. They're very teed up for a play in towards B.
Good signs right now for Cloud9, right? Very mobile on CT side. Whether the reads are right or wrong, they're making moves in the late round, the mid to late round, about the minute mark, flashing into connector, able to come back down to B short. There were 4 in and outside of B there, so even if VP managed to find an entry and take control, Cloud9 would have been very quick to respond. Finally got VP taking more of an eco here. 2 guns this time.
One of the guns already got wrecked by the nades over middle. Fame got hit by both of them.
Might want to see that traded out. Flit will take it instead. Jame puts his to use though. All right, there's a chance. Boomic has his AWP as well. He's out at long. Hobbit traded in mid, but your take trades at this point for VP. It just arms more and more players. Guns at the floor. And Boomic in a very tricky position.
He's in like the kind of swing point of the round here, right? It's all based on how successful Boomic can be as they're maneuvering around him in the toilets. Falling back is not an option. With that shot missing. At least he connects the second time, but they're getting closer. And Norbert hounds him down.
It just hurts, man, to watch Cloud9 AWP.
Electronic.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Gonna throw his hat into the ring. But Mir, the hat collector.
He'll see this.
There we go. There's the info. And VP, very good at doing a lot with little.
Needs to be clean here. Don't want to lose another player to this, but they're so aware from that spot. And great turn for Fleet, just runs straight into the A site, knowing Perfecto is still down a B, being kept there by Norbert's utility. That was a perfect fake out. It only sells Electronic further as well when he's hearing that B util. Perfecto's calling for help. Electronic just wants to flank, but they were behind him. Perfecto's going to give it a go, or at least a look, but VP will not aggress into his position. So no kit, 3 T's up, might just have to be the save. Mir even grabs Boomich's AWP as well. So these rounds will only get slower for Jame.
Hey, I mean, Jane came into that round with a point to prove, right? He was one of the 2 hero guns. He kind of led the charge out through middle. He was keen to fight, especially, you know, when the rifle that was alongside him got naded down low. He felt like he had to bear the brunt of getting that opener, and he succeeded in that fact out through mid.
Big money-making round for Virtus Pro 2. 3 surviving is great. They're going to make use of every single penny. And they are on the board after round 4. Oh, this was terrifying for Boomich. You know, it'd be one thing if there were like a consistent AWP on Cloud9, right? Sure, we have multiple players who are comfortable using it, but it's map to map right now on CT sides. We don't see them ever wield it on T-halves, but on CT it's Perfecto, on Mirage it's Boomich, on Overpass. You know, it's not even consistent. You can't even factually say, oh, this is the better AWP for Cloud9. This is the better player to play it. They don't even have that opinion. Oh, flash play again is nice, but Flip might be past this. Oh. See ya.
He's going to get through.
Lucky.
Dodges that shot in the back, and they almost want Cloud9 to try and attempt to chase that kill.
And they know that's a solo rifle in Con as well. They've got it trapped.
Still playing it low and slow. I mean, you imagine they want to just trying to avoid this this Con M4, as you point out, right? You hear it spam off a couple of shots. And so the whole round kind of gravitates to how do we let Perfecto do nothing here? The aggro out towards short, nets a couple of kills for Perfecto. It's crossed with them in the smoke, and so now he's in their backline. That's the bomb, getting away from VP. Still plenty of time left here, 50 seconds on the clock. Flit's got a player trapped in at the sandbags, and he just wants to collect this, but Boomich gets away. So now Hobbit, bomb to play around. One man still unaccounted for. That's Fame, and that creeping fear in the back of your mind that he could be right behind you, but you tell yourself there's no way. However, he is. And so Hobbit gets backstabbed. That's the AWP away from them, and suddenly it's all on Boomich. Bomb will get retrieved. It will have to follow through onto the B play. Right now, Boomich has a 1v1 here, and he's going to go looking for it, winning that out. It leaves it on Fame. Won't be able to get across, might have to win this one with the fight. The Molly playing ahead of it is Boomich, and Fame taps him out of the round, saving the day for VP. That hero M4 round for Cloud9 coming down to the wire.
Oh, VP, that's such a chaotic round, but they thrive in these moments. The communication on this team, I wish I could understand it, because I just love to hear how they talk in a moment like that, where Jame gets caught. This is a crucial kill for Hobbit, and Flit's already in B, so he catches the rifle. Boomich still gets away, and as a result, Hobbit can't hold the flank in T-spawn. It's so chaotic, but VP thrive, and now they change the pace. I love this cool full B rush. The last thing Cloud9 expect, the Molly is so late, it won't do a thing. They're already through. Perfecto gets away with one. It's a messy spray and a deep smoke. Hobbit has a huge gap. He'll exploit it. That smoke, if anything, is a benefit to Cloud9. 4-on-2. The B rush gets the wind sucked out of it.
Yeah, James trying to find a gun here, but they're all just a little out of reach, so he's only onto the Tech 9. Him and Flit still have the bomb, so if you're ever looking for silver linings, it's that. Flit's going to start making his way up towards the toilets. Meanwhile, Jame in this fight here will overcome Hobbit. And so that's going to keep the pressure applied on Cloud9 down here towards B. Suddenly, Boomich is left kind of spotting the top site from the dumpster.
Oh, perfect timing for Flit. And he'll hit Boomich. Or not. He could just plant default. He wants the kill. No, back. Even better. Jame didn't get that rifle. The bomb gets thrown. Flit's going for the kill here. Boomich needs to hit this shot.
Ooh, an awkward miss. This AWP still yet to find any sort of footing for Cloud9. And if it gets run down over in the bank...
He's trying to force a shot so James can push.
Catches the flash, but no one peeks on the back of it. Boomich just dancing, wiggling here, hoping he can keep their attention focused in on this AWP to allow his teammates a bit of an easier time up the bankside. But Boomich falls. James armed with the AWP, his weapon of choice. He tries to show him how it's done, but it's just the tag to Electronic. And so Cloud9, they managed to pull that one back. I can't believe it even gets close, considering they sit up 4v2 at one point in time.
Yeah. I love the way that Flit plays out with James, though, right? I wonder whose call that is for Flit to just be jiggling the whole time, knowing Boomich is there. The second Boomich fires the AWP, James goes running with the Tech-9, and if that AWP connects to a kill and not a wallbang, my God, that round is made for James. Not to be, though. Cloud9 closed the 4-on-2 a little more convolutedly. And Electronic comes through with a big three-piece. I think that's a huge talking point in this game as well. Who is the best CIS rifler in the server right now? Is it Flit? Is it Electronic? If you go off of history and proven track record, you can certainly, expect Electronic to be that guy. But Flit has been a huge firepower piece for VP for a long time now. Major winners on both sides of the server. But it's not just about firepower. In this series, it's about style. And VP have that swagger. Moving back up middle with the AWP. James looking for the kill. He's going to find Boomich.
Yeah, this is scary, right? Because Hobby AWP Boomich here taking on James, one of the certified legends. Easier said than done. And even though he nails the first kill he's given, the trade is immediate. That double layered peak deals with the AWP.
A is free.
If Axal can offer up some resistance here, there's still a bit more fight in Cloud9. VP, do they want to follow through on this A play? All these seconds slowing down are giving time to the flank to come in, and it will succeed on its way up through connector. Only Flit left standing, trying to come in on this backstab, but Axal has his wits about him. As his teammates clear out the toilets, he directs his attention to the back line and is able to flush out that last man standing for VP.
It's a nice flank, but the highest impact kill of the round is Axal winning long. If he dies there to Fame, not only is it a 4v3 to VP, they know A is completely clear. Their defensive utility is already down. They'll move before the flank comes in, and that's a very different round. But Axal slows the entire exec by winning his 1v1 against Fame. So eyes are definitely on this guy. The desk, I think, highlighted it very well, talking about how he's essentially playing for his spot in the roster, it feels like, over the next month, and certainly here at Katowice. For a player of his proven caliber in his current form, unacceptable is the only appropriate word. But a good round there, and so far Axal's been solid in this map. We'll see if it keeps up.
I mean, you can only imagine the kind of pressure that comes with it, right? The idea that it's not just your tournament life on the line, it might very well be your future in this team as well. But thus far, it feels like he's playing well under the circumstances. Electronic starts this one in a 5v4 for Cloud9.
Here they come.
VP flashing through, Hobbit off the angle, but Perfecto will reel them in. Deals with that push out through the monster. And so we've seen, rounds like this where VP only have 2 remaining and they managed to make it a lot more competitive than it has any right to be. But this shouldn't be one of them. They don't have that same kind of forward stance over towards A. They haven't found a single kill this time.
Oh, perfect, but still not enough. The B holds have been really good, though, for C9. Like, that was well communicated. Perfecto playing anti-flash. As his teammate gets blind, he turns. He gets 2 kills on the entry. This will be an easy mop-up. James glocks him back, but they'll just swing and win. And Cloud9 find a 6-2 lead as VP continue to use their economy dangerously. That was another rifle buy into an eco. Now they can only buy AK util on 3 players. They make do with these triple rifle, double pistol buys, and vice versa, because they play so slow they can swap them over, they can drop them over. They can find opponents' guns, but it still makes your job a little more difficult. You can't trust every player with all of the map. Some positions will be left open. And Cloud9 have made nice active mid-round moves. This is another one off of spawn. Boomage taking short with the AWP. They're going to nade door, and he's got Flit locked in, although he doesn't know it. He would have heard that door nade though, so Flit's in no hurry. When a VP ever in a hurry?
I mean, part of the kind of beauty of it is the longer that Boomage goes without seeing anyone here, the more he starts to, mentally have cleared that angle.
How did he
instead
get
just
out?
hops out of there, I guess.
Didn't even fire. He just jumps out.
Axel, he's been in a lot of these swing positions, and usually that's actually a bit of a letdown for this Cloud9 squad. But today, Axel's rising to the occasion. He nails Norbert coming up through short, and that's now the bomb away from VP. And look at the immediate rotate for Cloud9. They waste no time. They pull everyone up and over. That means they want to fight for this bomb. They can't deal with VP grabbing it and being able to slow the round down, so they've got to go for the bomb control. And right now, it's working wonders. A clean round out of Cloud9. And once again, it's a real team effort. Everyone pulling their weight there. Hobbit the one to make out with a multi-kill. He's sitting top of the charts at 12 and 5.
Bravo to the call there for Cloud9. That was, like you said, a fantastic call to full rotate A. Because think about the last time we saw VP in that kind of position where they were in a 2-on-4, but they had the bomb. Think about what position they got in with it. They took A, they forced Boomage back with the AWP, they got a bomb plant, and they got Jamin a very winnable 1-on-2. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Cloud9 have an opportunity, they seize it with both hands and just force VP to live and die by that bomb drop in middle. So again, another strong opening kill for Axile, and Cloud9 make the perfect call around it. 7-2 up against, again, I'll say it, the best overpass team in the world right now, and VP are looking mortal for once. Wouldn't be the first time this tournament.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, this would make it twice in a row. And, I think this is where you got to look at it. Mir sat down bottom of the board, 1-8. One of these kind of CIS players that were left on the outskirts for the longest time, despite having undeniable talent. Ball back into VP. But he is really struggling to get the ball rolling, and you can imagine, with how almost, rigid and how, I don't want to say tame, that's disciplined you have to be within James' system, right? It might be hard to try and bring yourself back into the fold. If you're caught feeling like you're out of position in this half, do you ever get back into it? Cloud9 with another really nice idea here, and the timing has just been a miss.
Oh, he saw
Norbert catches them on the jump there.
He saw them on the fade. He called it immediately and pulled back, knowing he can't take that fight with a pistol. But it shows Cloud9 are confident, and they don't even mind. They're just going to leave Electronic there, who looks like he's in a position to at least get a kill at worst case. And there's only 2 pistols coming his way, so this is a Cloud9 setup for a dunk right now. Norbert coming in, there's a trade, but Perfecto was ready to respond. Great setup for Cloud9 to take 2 players out immediately, and VP again just forced to walk the conga line through toilets. Was traditionally a great play for them, but has netted them nothing in this map. Cloud9, 2 players on the bomb site, and Boomage awaits with the AWP.
Oh, Axile's even creeping up. Swung on, but nails the shot, and that's kind of the big ticket item of the round knocked out. Jame removed with that hero AK. Sure, it gets picked back up. But what chance do they have? Gonna lob that onto Mir. He's going to try and reroute around towards long, but with 15 seconds left, you feel like Fame's just trying to play for a bit of damage in at the end.
Oh, dear.
Mir, knife out. Ugly way to die. And it's a pretty clean round for Cloud9 again. This is really spiraling out of control. They've come into this bringing their A game. That much is for certain. It feels like they're making VP look like fools right now.
Yeah, that's a desperate round for VP, because the fact that they're running in with 15 seconds, that's not what you see VP do. The reason they're doing that is because their loss bonus is high, and the call is probably, okay, we actually want you to die. We don't want you to save this time. We want to fall by with everyone, because we haven't really had that since our winning rounds early in the half. We've been on these Tech 9 AK mix match buys, so VP actually wanted to die just to get the loss bonus there. They've got everything they need, you feel. Not the best utility, but you've got to make do at 8-2. Couple of rounds are left of the half. They have water control. Bomb is outside of the B site, but look at the stack for Cloud9. They've got to go quick. They've got to make moves here with 4 on A. Otherwise, VP can just slink into the empty bomb site. But they don't know this. B has been so hard to get in, so... Ooh. This is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're going to have very, very quick, flanks coming in, but when everyone's flanking, it doesn't really feel that way, And Perfecto, you kind of want at least one out of him here on the hold, just to give Cloud9 a chance in what will be this retake down at lower. Instead, he's just forced off with Util. Hobbit spams in from the heavens. Cloud9 slowly but surely peel around to get ready for this inevitable retake down at lower. VP only just getting that bomb planted now, and so this has actually given a lot of time to Axal. This has actually given him a lot of room on this flank. There was a world where these flanks arrived just way too late to the round to even get to play into it, and that kind of 30-second grace period, will that let VP down? As it's let Axal get close, Perfecto plucked out over the boost. Axal now arrives, they learn about him the hard way, gets out with 1. James looks to try and deal with it. Fame and Norbert light up the rest, and it's a bit of aggression in the post plant after the fact from VP. Finally, they break on through this streak of 5 that Cloud9 have been able to muster. But they don't get to breathe easy yet.
Yeah,
that's still got work to do, and only 1 round left to do it in.
Well, they can win a game with 4 rounds on the T side, definitely. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, this is still a very solid half of Cloud9, a team that's felt a little lost in the sauce as of late, and we've seen the questionable players actually be the stars of this map for Cloud9 in Hobbit and Axal, both leading the server in kills right now. VP finally converts a round given to them on the B bomb site. Good awareness of how Cloud9 were going to come in on retake. Going with the boost first. James was already holding for it. Double nades. Watch out. Good pause for Perfecto. They're going to pop through the smoke, though. That's such a good play for VP. Perfecto caught in no man's land, but he still gets 2 kills out of the anchor position. 3 on 3. Bomb makes it in. James holding the big flank, but Axal's crept in on short. He reveals his position. This bomb's not getting planted with ease.
Perfecto's just giving Cloud9 a golden ticket with that double kill right there, right? And so now they actually have a fighting chance in this retake. Axal, mad lad, threw the Molotov over at short, but nailed by James. It's left to Boomich on this AWP. Survives the first shot, but will not survive the second time around. Not versus James. 2 in a row to close for Virtus Pro as they sit just 4 behind Cloud9. With their tournament lives and potential future on the roster, it's reassuring to see Hobbit and Axal topping the charts for the Cloud9 squad in this head-to-head matchup versus Virtus Pro. On the other side of things, really it's only been James delivering a couple of knockout rounds, trying his best to keep VP in this one, but he doesn't have that supporting cast around him, or at least he hasn't so far. They managed to muster up 4 in that first half. But now they've got a real uphill battle if they want to bounce back against Cloud9 here, a Cloud9 that do look in form.
It's a battle down under. 6 players in the connector here, and the Julie's tucked in. This couldn't be better for Virtus Pro. They're ready to go as Cloud9 creep into the crosshairs. Flit and Fame combine for all the kills, and that pistol round is dead as a doorknob. Cloud9 make a turn back into that B bomb site. And actually getting a bomb plot will be massive here. You want to see Norbert really fight for this. Boomich is bringing that package in. Can Flit stop him as well? You'd like to think there should be no bomb plot allowed, but good utility usage. Still going to allow Flit to fight, and he'll stop that bomb in its tracks. Electronic jumping in towards the pit to grab it, but they will surround him and hound him down. 1v3 for the ex-captain of Cloud9. He's going to take his chances with a 1v1 in the upper site. Doesn't know James here. He's bomb out right now. James not going to run at him. Plant coming in, and the money is made. This is a win for Cloud9. Anything else is just a bonus.
As you say, he doesn't know about James behind, but right now he wins that first one. James going to close the net just in time. He stops that getting any more exciting. Electronic certainly had the ball rolling there on something. 1v5 when that began. He gets it down to a 1v2, and he gets the bomb plant for his team. So a little more money made, a little something to show on the back of that pistol round.
What a setup
Closed out once more by James on the other side, who continues to be that kind of buffer stop for VP.
Yeah, your biggest mistake would be counting VP out with 4 rounds T-side overpass, right? James is going to be able to lock down A-side when he's got an AWP, and we're going to see a lot of heavy stacks towards lower, I imagine, once that AWP is out for Virtus Pro. Force coming for Cloud9, 2 rifles, and looking to take some water control. One of the most important parts of the map, just to deny CT's info. Once they have it, they can stack heavy upper, and that's a very hard site to break in against 3 defending players. So starting 3 on B. Good grenade. And really just hope these rifles can get a pick here. The question is how to use them. Just drive fights, flash peeks, boosts. Cloud9 send them both together in short.
Yeah, I'm curious what the hope is as well with these pistol players kind of meandering up through the toilets. It looks like they're trying to make a good bit of noise here, hoping to spook VP, and if they can finish off Fame, that will put some pressure on the upper site. And now these players down on short start to make their moves, start to creep in on the back of the A contact, and they get the reward for it. One man still alive in the monster, but Electronic flushes him out with the hero AK. Mir makes it down here, but Mir's been a non-factor across this map so far, and that's set to continue with another blinder from Electronic. It's back-to-back 3Ks. Hobbit's going to go grab this bomb all the way from the spawn. He's got to get running, but there should be time for this.
Yeah, it's fine. You just wonder what if James was on some massive flank around the world, what they could have looked like. But it's saved by the bell here for Cloud9. Excellent round for Electronic. He has had 2 massive 3K rounds in this game.
Yeah, I mean,
crucial points in the map.
Think about it, right? Like, the whole reason they even get to have the Force Spy here for him to 3K again is because he did so well in the pistol in the first place,
without a bomb
right?
plant. Yeah, it's VP going 3-0 up on the half, maybe. Or at least 2-0 up. That's a good point. Yeah, we were definitely giving Axel his commendations for that first half as well. Important 1 and 2 kill rounds on the A site, but Electronic has won 2 swing rounds for his team. Cloud9 are all the better for it. 9-5. James, no guarantees here, buddy. They're right around the corner. There's another one in spawn. Ooh, will he go swinging? It will be fine. The rifle's kept on. But that is really all you're going to get. It's awful losing that round on CT side after winning pistol. $1,400 a player. disastrous. And this is not an easy map for a one rifle to win the round. An AWP, different story, but A1S, Cloud9 are playing a buddy system. They will be trading you.
And I mean, even looking at kind of the score sheet for Cloud9, this was like the dream of any Cloud9 fans for how it would look, right? These are the sorts of numbers you want to see. This is what it can feel like when everything's going right.
We have more standard VP round now, 4B. Even though Flit just began his rotation out, James was solo mid, listening for con steps, blocking middle. But if C9 just exec into B, they probably win the round. Gonna do their due diligence, find this rifle on A. They know exactly where James should be. And as soon as they have that contact, that is the confirmation to go. With that entry, it makes it even easier. Boomich stepping, but he's got support. James gonna go hunting here. Good shot for Hobbit. Getting peeked into and winning that fight heads up.
I think they might want to go back now.
Oh dear.
It's awkward down at short. They were looking like they were trying to leave. Once they uproot the rifle and they know the big dangers out of the round, they know the VP's tendencies. They know that they like to go for these sorts of splits where you stack all the pistols together. You try to play a numbers game down towards that lower site, and so they were looking to leave. They get caught falling back from short. 3v3 given way to, and VP still floating around the extremities. You know, they don't often give these rounds a go.
Oh, damn, they're saving this. Yeah, they didn't even give it a look in. The smoking con waste their time, so they
I think
can't
that was really the red flag, wasn't it? Yeah. Right, you get smoked off in con, and suddenly like Flit, the one guy who could have done something there on the backstab, he's like, nah, I'm not in position to do anything.
It's just a shame because Hobbit was so low from that fight to James, and he does pull a very nice reposition. There is a good trade there, so guns will be saved, but they were kind of hoping to get 3 rifles out. Instead, they only have 2 players. But yeah, Hobbit's repos meant that as soon as the smoke faded, he was already on the fountain side of middle. It's not where VP would have been looking coming up connector, so it looked undoable, and it will remain to be. Cloud9, 10 rounds now on Overpass. Virtus Pro's map pick in this series, and we have Anubis up next. That's been a map Cloud9 have made their home ever since the inception of this roster. So it's looking like VP might go out with a whimper here at IEM Katowice. I don't want to speak too soon, of course, in a Virtus Pro best of 3 elimination match, but we're not getting that typical pizzazz we expect from this roster.
No, and I mean, you know, James just can't like reliably kind of cool around his pieces right now. Outside of him and Fame, everyone's having a pretty rough time of it. Mia's getting used like very supportively. Gonna throw Flit up into the boost here to try and make a difference early on. But won't see anything from it. And that boost was heard getting dismantled by Axal. He looks to take a bit of initiative, knowing that they were gonna be out of position. He tried peeking out from short, seeing if he could catch anyone. Ends up not being the case, but he's content with just not giving away an early kill. Fame over here in middle. This whole kind of position hinges on timings, and if you miss them, that's what ends up happening. Electronic and Boomich with kills apiece. They're taking B while they're also taking mid. Cloud9 are hitting everywhere all at once, and VP are not ready for it. James here's the rotate back. He's in with the backstab here. This one. Oh, he wants to make some money.
Oh, no!
No! Hobbit cuts him down when James goes for the knife.
The turn. He had the back right there ready for him, and then Hobbit switches to look divider.
Oh, it's greed, the ultimate sin. That's what catches up to him right there.
Oh, that one, that's going to hurt, man. That's going to hurt a lot. He even let the bomb go. He didn't know it. Boomich ran back. That was the bomb. To think he could have dropped it. They're still going to come back up mid, but Mir's not winning this one. It's just damage duty right now. Survival. And will they allow it? I would guess no. Perfecto closes, and another round for Cloud9 added to the many in their pocket. And the impact for Electronic in this T side cannot be overstated. He has had some fantastic entries into this B bomb site. What a reassuring game, considering... Oh, why'd you do us like that? The turn. Oh, you understand why he goes for it. He's the AWPer, he wants the money. He's not winning the round. But man, considering the eye test in the first like 6 rounds of the game was Boomich was whiffing with the AWP. That was my takeaway for the first 5-6 rounds. But man, has that not mattered. Not in the slightest. Axel solid, Hobbit heroic on B with multi-kills alongside Perfecto, and now Electronic activating on T side. You've got all the pieces in the puzzle slotting into place for Cloud9. This is it for VP. This is their one chance. And in classic VP fashion, look what they have to show for it. 2 SMGs, 2 FAMASes, and an AWP with no utility.
And you know, this is where James should hopefully be able to like flex on them a little bit.
That's if they come his way.
Yeah, exactly, right? There's things you can do to nullify the impact of the AWP without even really having to face it.
And what have Cloud9 been doing all T side? It's, faking mid and then going and just walking out B.
And what I was going to say is, you know, like if you go running, if you don't give James fights, you can't rely on anyone else right now, it feels like. No one else has felt very stable for Virtus Pro. I mean, even in this second half, I mean, first half he had 2 kills, second half he's got 2, but both of them were on saves. Both of them carried no impact for the team. Faye might be sat up behind James on the board, but he's himself has been caught off in a fair few like forward positions where it's critical he at least gets out with 1 and often getting nothing done. This is like a real kind of dead in the water game for Virtus Pro right now. James has to be the difference maker. That's what you're telling yourself. That's the only thing you've been able to rely on thus far.
And look what Cloud9 have done, right? They've faked out mid again. They pull presence. They force Fame, the second player, rotating up towards A. And now they're just going to go pop B with 30 seconds left. And there's nothing saying that you could have faith in this defense from VP. Awkward shot fired for Axel, but no one's moving. VP are committed to their setup. It's a really good smoke and monster for sure. But Cloud9 have the manpower. And they have the time to win this round.
There's one additional smoke on Flit if he can get that in before they hit, but won't look like it. They go barreling through these smokes. Flit's head's on a swivel, good for 2. It's a pretty sequence, but is it enough to hold out hope in the round? Mir in the pit, misses the spray on the UMP. And now fast up through the short side. Bomb gets away from them. They've got to get this planted, but it's safe from short. No impact to be found from James AWP yet. Fame in with the backstab. James bought out of the round, and now it is just Fame left in this one. Perfecto, the man to beat, and he's right at home down on this B-bomb site. As they come out monster, he did or does what he did all first half long, which is mow them down and not even look that uncomfortable while doing it.
That was an excellent fake footstep as well from Perfecto. He runs back to short like he's going to escape the fight and then just re-swings the FAMAS. Cloud9 are confident, they are brimming, they are glowing, and that's another multi-kill entry into B for Electronic. His 3rd in the half as well. We finally see this capable rifler show his face when it matters most here for Cloud9, and VP have been absolutely trounced in this map. Electronic wants to end it in style.
Oh, he's just been so... He hasn't been tested at all over towards B. He's been having the time of his life running out monster and just racking up kills. Hobbit even down in con, 1 for 1. You'll take it. You spot James there. You maintain this advantage on the back of that double push. Only Mir left inside of the B side. Flitz aggro out through short, has got the bomb away from Cloud9. But they've still got ample time to play with here. Boomich backstab, didn't seem aware that they could have got that deep.
He hurt them. Comms must have been too loud. And suddenly Cloud9, well, VP won this round from a similar position on their T side. Let's see if Cloud9 can do the same.
Oh, Electronic goes hunting, finishing off his job of getting the B entries. That's both the B players now dead. Brushed aside by Electronic. Now he's got to go back. It's not enough for him to be the round opener here. He's got to be the closer as well. James fall blind, but no peek on the back of that flash. Still, it's all Electronic right now, trying to put a bow on this game. Only Flit left in it. He had a lovely sequence in the last round, but it wasn't enough to win it for VP, and it won't be enough here and now. Cloud9 against the grain, mop up Virtus Pro without even breaking a sweat. It's Hobbit and Axel with commanding performances in that first half, and then it's closed with a stylish and comfortable Electronic.
We're between maps here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, specifically in the Cloud9 versus Virtus Pro matchup, which you're seeing right now on your screens. The final game in the play-ins, the winner needs this win in order to advance to the group stages. Virtus Pro losing their map pick Overpass, arguably one of the best teams in the world on Overpass, and it's not looking very good. I know that the two analysts joining me don't like dealing in what-ifs and drama and all of that, but I do want to let you know, for those of you watching at home behind the scenes, I can confirm that the coach of Virtus Pro and 3 of the players walked out during the break, and the IGL sat here having a conversation with one of the other players. There is something going on in this roster. Dastin mentioned it, the team is not getting on. They've been together for a month. I believe we've just seen it as well, and you saw it in the server. So behind the scenes, there seems to be some disagreements, and it's not translating. They can't seem to get it together.
I even think we've seen some of the buy rounds. It's completely disorganized. They don't get the full buys. They lose a lot of rounds on B where it's just not organized to the level that we know Virtus Pro. They're so known for having this structure and organization, and they look like a couple of friends, but now we see today everything falls flat.
The real problem for me is that this is a similar game to the Gamer Legion tragedy. That's what we're looking at, and it's not supposed to happen at the top level. It's one thing to have a map off. It's one thing to go absent in an important series. You go to the room or whatever, you do your debrief, you make sure you have everything organized and crossed for the next day. The problem is we're starting today, and I'm seeing the same effing game. I'm seeing a VP who's not capable of winning a round on the T side outside of the B side, so they have to go B again and again. And I see a defense that's got absolutely no leg to stand on, and it's just being passive and being out cold. What the hell is going on? Why now? Why is now the overpass going away from VP? This is supposed to be a stronghold for them.
On the other side, you have Cloud9, who I honestly did not think were going to make it past the play-ins. I thought, well, this is not working. And they seem to have come in today and gone, okay, we can see that there's problems here. We can see that there's holes. We're gonna go after them, and we're going to push as hard as we possibly can because we want to get to the group stages.
I mean, they make it hard for Virtus Pro all of a sudden. We can't disown what Cloud9 is doing. They do a lot of rounds where they push them to their boundaries, and I think they force them towards the B side in many of the rounds. So it's not really random in that sense, but they should be better and should already have done their preparation for Cloud9's overpass.
Yeah, and that is problematic. A team like VP is supposed to have enough protocols to play the whole map and keep you in the dark. It shouldn't be that they're being funneled the way it happened on the first map, or first half rather.
How was Cloud9 able to take advantage of VP, Babski?
I mean, I think they have a good couple of rounds. I think it even starts in the first one. I think they have an initial game plan going into the game, and I love when teams have this, and it's so clear in the round 3 that they really want to do that play where they get the underground area, but I'm not really sure if we can get it up on the monitors so we can actually dive into the room.
It might happen or it might not happen sometimes. I could mime, but here it is.
Okay, we get it. Okay, here we get it. We get it towards the end, and we see that they're actually able to withstand on B, and it just shows a lot of that the rules and all the setups is really standing well, and I think it shows what Cloud9 is good at.
Babski, Cloud9 having a good time, Virtus Pro not so much, but Maniac, because of that, again, just backing off of what Babski said, Cloud9 constantly being able to find their way around Virtus Pro as this game went on.
Yeah, absolutely. What really struck me is that Cloud9 knew what VP were doing, and they were trusting their instinct, and they were playing not even first-degree Counter-Strike, but more than proactive. It was extremely proactive. I have round 9 that I would like to show you guys at home, because in terms of rotations, Cloud9 were sometimes not even following the rules book. They were just throwing it out the window. They were being very not cautious with the way they were rotating, and that worked out pretty well. It just they were able to completely out-rotate. That's the round that I'm talking about right here. We see the attack coming in from VP on the A side, but what you don't see here, and if you were looking at the radar, you'd see an absolute flood of CTs coming in from the B side, backing up from B to A. Basically 5 defenders. There's literally 5 defenders on that side as VP is happening, and this is the biggest I know what you're doing, mate. It's tight statement you could do.
And it's the preparation from Cloud9 showing in here, because they know Norbert is actually the B anchor on the C side. He's lurker, and he gets found as the entry kill, and that tells them there's nobody towards B. It's going to be an A play because the time is so low in the round.
Right. I think it would be just fair if we gave Axel just a little bit of praise over there, because I was pretty harsh with him.
I was going to say to you, I was like, we have to talk about him.
He didn't have an incredible, exceptional game, but I do think on his anchoring role on the CT side, he did what was needed to do. Like, he had a couple of relatively aggressive positions when he won duels. He sort of shut the door on VP as they were trying to play map control. So this was much better from Axel.
That's the thing. When people talked about Axel, his role hasn't changed. It's the same, but people always said he was the star player with star positions, but it's never been that. He's always been the Rob's type of anchor role, where he doesn't really move a lot, but it's always been his aim that has been his quality. And I'm not really sure if we're going to see it. We see an eco round on, I think, where...
No, we're not going to talk about that.
Okay, he's still doing
fine. We can look at the VOD later on.
No one needs to see that. He knows knows that he screwed up a couple rounds, but I still think it's important for him to take baby steps at this point because he's almost to 0.0, right?
But you know who's doing really good as an anchor right now? It's Hobbit. Like, holy hell, Hobbit is actually giving us the good Counter-Strike. And he's been tested a million times. We talked about it. He's due with Perfecto on the B side as well. VP realizing, oh, holy shit, we cannot play the A side, actually. Let me just do that B side simulator. And Hobbit, always strong, always good for 2, multi-kill, good setups with Perfecto as well, good reactions. He seems to have both the mechanical right now, the confidence, and of course he's got a boatload of experience that he knows how to handle these places.
Yeah, I'm also interested to know the mental part of it. He was kind of written off this roster when Zero was announced, and we thought, okay, this guy is out of the team, who's going to be so many superstars, but all of a sudden he steps into the zone again and finds that Gambit type-ish level support that he was, and if he's that player still, he's very relevant to stay on this roster.
Okay, Jen, so on both sides, we've got Cloud9, we've got Virtus.pro. We were quite critical of Cloud9 coming into this, saying, well, we don't really know what's going on. They seem to have risen to the occasion. They've turned the lights up and they're ready to go. On the other side, Virtus.pro looks like they're really struggling. But now we go to Anubis, and I worry because I feel like Anubis, it is Cloud9's map pick, but the reason they've picked it is because they just know exactly what they need to do here. And I'm worried that this might be a 2-0 series for Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to go? Okay, thank you.
After you, my lord.
Thank you. But I think we looked at Exile. He had a little bit of a confidence gainer, right? And he's going to play on that A side solo. So I think it's going to be depending on him. If he's going to have a good game, I think they're going to be pushed to more towards the B area, like funneling again. And I hope we see that again.
Yeah, I just hope that VP shows up to play. Like, holy hell, this is not what we've got in map 1. And Anubis has been a go-to for Cloud9. In the last 2 times they played best of 3, last 2 times Cloud9 were able to win Anubis. So if you're looking by the logic, this should be a 2-0. But I think for VP, it's just like, hey, like, let's come together and just whatever the hell is going on. I don't know. I'm not behind the scene. I wish we had a little camera following them in this break to see what's happening, what's been discussed. Because this is a far cry from what VP is capable of doing. And they have to be individuals who have to show a little bit more. Like Mir, for example, he's being escaping criticism for some wild reason. He's getting very decent spots. You think of Overpass, he's like the 3rd player of the B side. He's the 2nd line of defense where you're supposed to... It's a apt position to be very strong individually. It's a best position to be in, and he's just going absolutely missing on that side as well.
Yeah, and he's by far the weakest point on Virtus.pro. I think we discussed it a little bit before. Looking into the statistics, he's supposed to be the 2nd star of this team. Fame and Flit share some of the anchor roles, and then we have Nobot, obviously, and then we have Jame on the opt. He is supposed to be the Nico. He has some of the same roles that Nico from G2 has, so he has to find at least a little bit better level than this.
Oh, that's rough to put it like this.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got Nico roles.
I mean, he got the star roles. We see some teams work with it. FaZe, for example. We have Kerrigan, some of the star roles as well, Apex as well, but you need a really solid anchor. Exile once was that. If he's going to be that, we're still going to see it.
I mean, in the defense of Nico, he hasn't exactly played very well either lately. So
wait, what kind of turn are we taking right now? Is that turning into like
a good idea at the time? Sometimes I like to go in the opposite direction of where we're going. Virtus.pro wins the major. Super hype. Then everything falls to pieces. Norbert gets kicked, comes back. What I'm trying to do is paint this picture that I've seen this with VP before. For some absurd reason, when they are, I suppose, all getting along, things look great, but they don't handle, whether it be miscommunication or a bad game. It seems like that's one thing they're not very good at, is getting back on track. You've both played professionally. Well, what is the key here if the team's not getting on? We've heard the coach say they're not. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm sad that you couldn't see it. What do they have to do?
If we just talk Counter-Strike purely for half a second, I think their play style is very good at pushing an advantage, right? Which means if VPs have a good start in the game, and by the way, Overpass, that's a 0-3 start early on and a 1-3 start in the second half. So they're making life really miserable for them on that. But whenever they got an advantage, the way they play their percentages, the way they play the power plays and the timings and all is very good to constrict you and just make sure you're out of oxygen at the end. I do think, on the other hand, it's a play style that doesn't really suit like coming back into game, because sometimes when your opponent's got the mental advantage on you, you got the finances on you, then you have to break the rules just a little bit. You have to dare a little bit. You have to try, be out there. And I don't really see anybody doing it. And I know Jame is not going to do it because Jame has his way of playing Counter-Strike, and I don't think he's about to change. I would like to maybe see Flit do a little bit more because he's so capable. Like, can we send this guy a couple of good flashes? Can we give him a couple of baits just to get him activated? Like, he's definitely capable, and he's not turning around games the way I think he should be doing when VP is struggling.
I think Mir should be the one. He was so good at this.
Ain't happening.
He was so aggressive, and I'm feeling like he's being strangled by James' playstyle and be like, no, you cannot push short.
Okay, Babs, we're gonna have to continue. I gotta keep you quiet now. We can talk about this for the rest of the night, but no one wants to hear us talk. What they want is to see the game, which you will have a chance to do right after this.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster, twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with the saving grace. Fool me once, never twice. Now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too, and I got deja vu when your words are up. You got you nauseous.
Cloud9 arrived here under a lot of scrutiny after that awkward loss day one to the Rebels. We were ready to write them off. Since that point, though, they've been cannibalizing the CIS region one by one, beating down on Team BB just yesterday, and now the far greater challenge of VP was on the horizon, but they've risen to the challenge. A commanding performance on map one of Overpass, and now we get ready for a Cloud9 classic. It's, of course, Anubis.
Yeah, VP are going to go up and smoke unless we see something more than Overpass had in store. A disappointing, underwhelming opening map from one of the supposed hardest teams to put away. VP, well, they were locked out of that one. And now we go to Cloud9's comfort, as you say. Julie's out, and aggression towards that B side already. Hobbit, he won't commit. They were patiently waiting. VP in no hurry for this pistol. Seeing if C9 want to make any moves, and they do mid-stack. Get a bit of information, but they'll walk the walk all the way back to the bomb sites, enforcing B. Making a read. Is it off prep? Is it off gut feeling? Either way, it's the right one.
Yeah, I think one thing's been apparent throughout this, right? The desk even said it. There was some uncharacteristic moments in that last game where Cloud9 weren't necessarily playing by the rule book of how you're meant to rotate, the sort of gambles you're meant to look for. But sometimes that's the best way to play up against these Jame-led teams. And so Cloud9 do that now after not getting contact in mid. They go hunting down through dark, and they flush out Jame, who's now going to try and call his way to success from beyond the grave here.
And then they block B long, so it's not like VP can even pounce on that. It might be to VP's benefit avoiding the four-man stack, but they can't punish anyone when the kill comes in. And much how the pistol started back on Overpass, Jame gets backstabbed, and the rest of his team have to lead the way back into the round. Perfecto, a jiggle from the pillar. Goes back for a little bit more. He has no support right now, and they're coming his way.
Oh, one kill. Very fancily done from Perfecto. And now the rotates come streaming out through the heavens. It's the dual Berettas of Electronic that look to be the nail in the coffin. Norbert, he's got to be lightning fast here, both in getting this bomb planted and then in the 1v2, and it should never even make it that far. Axel just runs him down while he's plugging in those numbers, and so a bomb plant is the bare minimum for VP here.
All in all, they get more than you can expect given how that round starts, and that is a bit of a VP classic, but sure, bye coming up in round 2. Cloud9 still take the comfortable pistol, and as Matthew said on the desk, starting both halves solid as well. 3-0 up CT, first half for Cloud9, and then even though VP won second pistol, Cloud9 responded, went 3-1 up immediately. So when you have those in a BO1 or in a single map rather, it's just going to give you so much breathing room. It wasn't just that though, Cloud9 outgunned VP without a doubt when it came to rifle rounds. Will that be the same here, or can VP respond quickly, running it up to Dark? It's Fame leading the way. The molly goes out. He won't commit through. Doing a bit of damage, forcing some util out, but still very much default RVP. Dangerous mid-aggression. Spam is extremely common, but it's only a Tech 9 here, so Mir's going to try sell this one. There's a bait and switch ready, and there's a re-smoke as well. Mir's hands force, he has to avert.
And now it was left open to accommodate this double mid setup early on, and Cloud9 are aware of that as they peel back in. They know that there could be players in main, and they will look to deal with this faster hit from VP, who run through this main side, get into the site. They're going to get that bomb planted. James to get off of it for a moment, but he's rewarded with a kill, and a 3v3 sets in over the B side, but not for long. Mir and James battle back with the limited weaponry between the two of them. They found an advantageous position here. It's all eyes on Electronic dropping in. He's got 3 bullets to try and do this, and James ends it with the no-scope. So a bit of an upset early on here for Virtus Pro, something they weren't able to rely on that previous map. They come through with the force, and they get the results.
Oh, a scrappy round. The first swing from Fame feels like it's not even communicated. He runs way ahead of Flit, and Cloud9 go 2 for 1 up immediately on trades, but then there's a team dink from behind, and it all just kind of comes crumbling down. Good post plant, bait for Mir in main, and James is able to hit his shots. Cloud9 now in a position that VP experience themselves back on Overpass. The pistol round 3, $1,400. Holding their util as long as they feasibly can. But VP not respecting it through. Damn! Dodge flash. Electronic goes back for some spammage and even gets out with a Galil. Wow, the RNG did him favors there, hitting James down to 6. And a gun grabbed. Is there something here for C9?
Cloud9 were ready to make a lot of aggro moves at the start of this round. They tried walking main. They had 2 players ready to push out through A as well. But now they kind of go back to a bit more standard, playing within these sites just for the moment, waiting to see what the adjustment is out of VP. Hobbit, that kind of needed to be a kill. It's a bit of damage. Instead, Electronic's got to try and make up for it. And he at least tames this play out through Dark. Axel did commit to that A main push in the end. He wants to chase this bomb down, but he's not going to get it. That is a really awkward whiff. The whole round, much akin to how they had one like it on Overpass, was kind of centered around just getting that bomb under their control. And with him missing that 1 bullet required, this one should now get away from Cloud9. It looked so promising, but it disappears in an instant. And on numbers alone, Electronic can't justify going for this one in the 1v3, in spite of the HP on Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you don't know it exactly, not to a T. I think that would very much change the way he played this. He could run everywhere and go hunting, but that hurts for Electronic. Very much let down by his team. Axel, unbeknownst to him, they were in connector. He looked pretty lazy on that clear. I would love an interview or someone to ask VP about these UMP buys as well, because I wonder if they know something we don't, because we never see MP9s. We often see UMPs over them, and sure, there are certainly MAC-10 buys for VP. Ooh. But at the same time, this is a team that all of them buy UMPs more than any other roster. Electronic dies at the end trying to get the gun. But yeah, why so many UMPs? That's my question. Jame immediately buys one up alongside Flit in this round. I guess the run and gun is pretty good, but I can't think of what the UMP has that the MAC-10 doesn't. More range? I need to look at the numbers, but it's been pretty consistent for VP, and I'm going to trust that there's some serious thought behind it. Actually sell one of them, get a MAC-10, so a bit of diversity here as VP look to farm some money. And this should be easy for Flit. Get warm in this game, buddy. You're going to need it. On the edge of elimination here from Katowice. Whoa!
Oh, now they're getting run at. That UMP is gone. Jay wrestles for control of Dark.
Oh, no.
Oh, a little awkward there.
Maybe
the
no.
USPs are leaving a great impression here for Cloud9. They've scavenged a couple of guns on the back of it. That AK just out of reach by the looks of things. And so VP almost in two minds. Part of them probably wants to hang around, try to control getting that gun back, but they can't, right? They need to kind of keep the tempo up while they know where all these Cloud9 players are. So they're going to go and take the space over towards A. And honestly, with Mir over here in mid, set up in the window to deny these rotates on any attempt of a retake, with no kit for Cloud9, this round probably won't get much more exciting than this, but they can at least do big damage here. And so stopping VP getting established in that regard, I mean, hell, you even heard in that interview earlier on with Dastan where he talked about, you know, how things got so out of hand in that Gamer Legion matchup. The economy played the biggest part of it. Having just some very expensive rounds early on, coming back to bite them in the end. And so Cloud9 are looking to deal maximum damage here.
Oh. No more skirmish at the end. Surprised Hobbit runs away instead of into main and hunts that kill. Could have been a bit more damage there at the end, but VP sneak out with 3 guns. They'll take it. Orb comes in for Jame into this buy round. Perfecto actually saving the UMP allows them to play for Orb later, so it's not too bad here for Cloud9. See if they can start strong early on their
James taking a fight here. Molly into main, flash to accompany it, but great counter util to kind of force him away. Get some respect out of the JMAWP. Flit's been so active of trying to take away this space over towards the connector. Molly's very strong, forces you to have to leave that position. Cloud9 instead are going to have to worry about that a little bit later. 3 strong over here towards A. There could be a timer on this, right? There's a world where eventually you kind of don't want to just be sat here for ages with all your resources soaked up at the A site. So they might have looked to come in with some aggression. That smoke kind of teased them up to the idea that VP are waiting here.
I love that combo. It's so safely thrown as well. And lets you click close main, get Fame in this pocket position. They can leave him or just come back to him and go for an execute. Flit can trade this kill or just bait for Fame. He needs to be ready. And Fame with the jiggles hits his head. Where's Flit? There he is. Dead is Boomage. A fantastic setup for VP afforded by the Smoke Molly combo that pushed C9 back. And now there's a split in this site.
Electronic has to do the heavy lifting. He had a fantastic game back on overpass. Backstand, but can't capitalize. And so they flush out the point man of Cloud9. Virtus Pro onto a winner here. 4-1 up with great positions taken all across the map to kind of tee them up for that A split. And they're even going to remove the M4 right at the close.
It's more like it from Mir. Very quiet game. Very quiet tournament. But hitting some heads here. And now when VP are backed up into the wall, they are fighting and clawing for their life. 3-round lead now. And a save of the worst gun in the round, so it's not even ideal for C9. Do we suddenly have a game on our hands? It felt like VP were nowhere to be seen on overpass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting the vibe that James trying to to make everyone feel a lot more comfortable, right? You can imagine in the discussion after that game, they had some very awkward talks with one another to try and, you know, build back into this matchup. And there's been some moments where it feels like James maybe been like looking at the mini-map, trying to focus and chime in on exactly how he wants the macro to look. But I think that's good, because once everyone else gets comfortable, I think that's where you're going to see James, you know, have that step up in performance again, right? He's just kind of making sure everyone's up to speed, everyone's feeling safe and secure in their spots. This round now, he's just denying the peek out of Ivy, which makes this three-man B-stack feel like only two, but they rise to the occasion with the first few kills. Locking out VP. This is getting really awkward really quickly. Mir tries to be the hero. Oh, but he's low on health, and he might just look to leave. They're running onto... Oh my god, they're stuck on each other. And that's going to force them back into the Deagles, back into the pistols. James is spammed out. That is peak awkwardness for VP. It gets a tilter. Really wild in that smoke. And Mir just wanted to leave while he still had the chance, but James tells him, no, he commands him. He holds him in place, for crying out loud. And he forces him to recommit there. And it ends up hurting them. But that round wasn't really lost at that point in the 2v4. It was so much worse prior to that. They get lit up by the Deags as they're coming out through main. Jay misses a lot of the timings on those AWP shots. Never even really gets to fire it off.
Yeah, I think the false confidence as well, as you said, of having that player trapped in Ivy, gave a lot of chances to Cloud9. VP think they have room, but there's two more Deagles firing on a crossfire. Awkwardness in the 2v4. That round certainly was winnable for VP if they were able to pull back. Mir wanted to stop them from grabbing guns, but him and James getting awkwardly lost on each other. Ends the round there for Cloud9. Deagle win. Boomich coming in with an AWP. And I can't say I was enamored by it on Overpass, but let's see what Anubis has in store. It's a great map for a CT AWP. A lot of options for openers.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't like have a spawn for anything super exciting, so he kind of just has to play this one standard.
A spawn against VP doesn't matter anyway most of the time. They're not going to give you that 145 fight. Still yet to get to the bottom of the noise made by the nade, right? Flit, we hear that impact noise. It does 2 damage. Fame, I didn't hear it. It does a little bit more. I wonder the consistency. We need people in the lab, Harry.
Yeah, I think the
unarmored
general consensus is just that it's extremely inconsistent and that there is no real rhyme or reason.
So the only thing I've noticed is when it takes like 1-2 damage off an armored player, it makes noise. When it takes damage off unarmored player, it always makes noise. But then you hit someone for 50 and there's no noise. So it's confusing to me what the intention is, if there is one. Axel burning, blinded, Boomich missing, and they're in the site.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward for Cloud9. They put a lot of resources into trying to take mid early, and so that's left them with some vulnerabilities, and those vulnerabilities, the soft white underbelly of Cloud9 being exposed. And even though Electronic does deal with James, he's super wounded in that fight, and they can't justify attempting this one. VP have done a great job of finding the gaps on the back of Cloud9's aggression. There will come a time where the aggression works out for Cloud9, but this round is not one of them. And so very, very quickly, it's going to start to feel like this half is going to get away from them.
Nice rooting for Norbert. He doesn't hunt that kill, but he's going to go lock off their exit route instead, knowing where they were going. So VPR, they don't have the money to lose players on this hunt, but if they find the kills, it's going to completely stop a rebuy for Cloud9. Even one frag here might have consequences. Electronic wins his, Perfecto wins another, and VP won't send any more men into the fight here. They need their own money as well. Cloud9, as far as a lost round goes, it's best case scenario. But VP are still storming on this T side, 5-2. Some brutal A executes, Norbert and Mir finding multiple entry kills. 2 very quiet players back on Overpass. Looks like VP has some pep in their step, finally.
Timeout used for Cloud9. Gonna try and cook up some answers now. They've not been shy on coming through with this aggro. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think, you know, even when you look at Overpass, it was a lot of their success came from the info they were able to grab, in particular in the mid-round. If anything, I think VP are actually playing at a reasonably up-tempo pace for VP at this point in time. And so maybe you're going to look to bring those timings forward a little bit more. You're going to try and nab that info a little earlier in the round. By the time Electronic kind of caught his bearings on the mid-push, VP were already in A. So I hope this doesn't scare Cloud9 into playing back within the bomb sites. Not that I think you could get away with that. They're going to go double dark.
Flash play out, I mean. Oh, the flash gets missed. Axel still goes for it, but I'm guaranteed Electronic would have called that he missed that flash. And so that's why you see Axel bound back halfway through the fight. Oh dear, a bit disastrous of a beginning because Hobbit fights with them, but it all goes wrong because of misutility. Electronic going back for more, he has to, he's been mollied. It does land this time, back turn, James not covered because they're blind, and it's a 4-on-3 taken by VP. This could not have started worse for C9. Is there any recovering it?
I mean, right now, VP positionally just have so much over Cloud9, right? Even over here in middle, Boomich might just end up getting locked in a fight that proves to be inconsequential in the round, right? They're just kind of keeping him here, and that's keeping numbers for Cloud9 away from B, the true object of this round for Virtus.pro. Suddenly, Perfecto has to anchor like his life depends on it, and it's just the one and done. Fame gets that trade, 2v3. I guess you could say this is one of the better spots Cloud9 have been in, so they might hang around, see if anything's given, but they can't justify going for this retake. When VP don't overstep and don't feed them anything, they just have to write it off and save.
They can also rebuy because they saved last time, so they have a little bit of spare money. You can get 4 rifles next round. That's always the temptation, right? If everyone's on 0, oh god, they need to save these guns though. Axel realizes that. Pot shot and disappears. And that should be enough of a deterrent. It's like, it's moments in the game that now, James should be calling, don't hunt. You should be building your own money anyway. Just a bit of a buffer to fall back on. Buffer VP haven't had in this map, but it doesn't matter when you win every important round. To think Cloud9 not only had the pistol, but then that eco win on B with Deagles. But other than that, it's 6-2. Not been stressful for VP when you could argue it should have been. Here's this rebuy for Cloud9. It's VP with a timeout. Dastan keeping them focused.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's always so exciting about VP is kind of how they manage that pressure on the extremities, right? How they're able to shut down these info plays that feel so important to get when you're playing against VP. And this is the issue, the kind of impossible problem that Cloud9 have got to try and solve. They know that if they're able to win this fight out through Con or through the mid window, that's going to have serious implications on how the round plays out. But every time they've gone for it, it feels like VP are good for those kills. Now, last round, it comes with a bit of a caveat, right? As you kind of highlighted, it was down to that awkward missed flash to kickstart the whole sequence that led to the downfall of that round for Cloud9. And so once again, they're going to go back to double dark early. This time it's Boomich there with the AWP, but the smoke is already in, so he's going to wait. Has to pay its respects to that one. Nades the smoke, but won't go peeking on the back of it. VP, they expect this aggression as well. And so they are waiting for it. Now, if Boomich could win this fight down the line onto Flit, if he were to make a move, that would be a sort of advantage that Cloud9 have not been used to in this game so far.
Will Flit even give him the chance? Ollie comes in and flash. Primed, but not used. Boomich waits. He's going to re-aggro and try and get that control.
You're sort of seeing the protocols here, right? When they don't get that fight in common, they don't get that early pick, they're going to group, they're going to start to lean back over towards A, and that's exactly what they're doing now. That's what they've done in a lot of these rounds gone by. This time the adjustment, Cloud9 have this second player ready and raring to go, and Electronic fighting for this main control. Suddenly there's a bit of onus on Flit trying to open up a backup plan down in the connector.
Ooh, Molly is good. Flit's reposition force, 30 seconds as well. James has to make up his mind. He's pulling out of A. There's still 2 CTs on either bomb site. There is no easy option here for VP. Do they want to give this a go with 15 almost on the clock? Nades getting thrown in, nothing left. It's up to the gunfights.
Yeah, 10 seconds. They're not winning this one. Bomb cut loose over in main, and 3 strong in the B site for Cloud9. That quick adjustment to pull Electronic back over towards A. He proves to be a real hero there in just repelling that all-in A offensive. And past that point, VP had nothing left to fall back on.
Even though we had that one really nice round for VP where they used the smoke molly in A main to get control and get rid of that triple A hold, I'm glad that Cloud9 go back to double A main. They noticed in this map, VP haven't used mid once. They haven't done anything. They've never gone past the doors. Actually, there was one A split rather very early in the half, but otherwise VP haven't used mid. So Cloud9 are blocking it and usually going straight back to double A main. Right there, they're able to win 2 fights on Electronic, burning out a player in the corner. So, lack of mid control for VP. Cloud9 have recognized that fact. Another heavy B stack, the mid player already falling back at 126. And C9 using their util very well in the CT side. VP looking like they want to explode B. They've got low money. It's a perfect round for a Tech9 pop.
And this is almost the conditioning thing, right? The idea that so often whether or not VP go B is based on the success of a fight through the connector. And because Cloud9 haven't given that away early and they've been used to seeing these A plays, you kind of have a pretty heavy A lean out of Cloud9 right now. They're getting a lot of util starting to take shape over here towards B.
I'll go through that.
But it's not enough yet to say that it's the commitment. However, it will be from Virtus.pro. They come through main, they try to take Dark. Locked out is the first man by Hobbit. Perfecto wrestling with the AK. Gives us even more. And so that attempt to split B, 5 players here running into a 2-man hold, is held back by Hobbit and Perfecto. Good counter util out of Hobbit down in Dark to put a stop to that push. And Perfecto looks real clean with it. Having to just carry that spray on for the double. A non-starter of a round for Virtus.pro.
Still trying,
unless
though.
they can find this way in now.
Oh, the bait set up. Oh, Axel getting caught. Still shouldn't be a worry, you want to say. The Orb should be able to stop the cross. Boomich commits. He knows one shot wins it. And even though it's a miss, Electronic saves the day instead. This Orb is not hitting a shot in this series. It's hurting to watch. My goodness, it doesn't matter the Cloud9 are winning rounds. You wonder why the hell they're buying this weapon. It's actually painful. It's a great block at B, though, like you said. It's one thing to send one half of your execute through a smoke, but VP are pushing the dark smoke and the B long smoke at the same time. That was a round made for Cloud9. An ugly start for Perfecto, recovered very, very well. And Electronic has kept up his form from the previous map, currently top of the server again. Boomich goes wide this time for the fight. 3B start, an early, I say execute, there's not a single bit of utility for this B here. They're just going to flood in.
Double Dark can get awkward here up against the pistols, and that dink landing immediately is actually a big problem. Now these Dark players are left fighting at incredibly close ranges, and VP don't even have to give them these fights. They'll instead lob in that smoke from Perfecto's body.
No way it's done.
And they've used that to lock Cloud9 out of the round. The temple push nails Electronic, and so this sudden uppercut, this sudden pace change, the contact nature of it does catch Cloud9 by surprise.
All right, go on. This is going to have to be very last second here. They've got kits available. Smoke goes out onto the site. Hobbit's spamming his, but surely no way you're winning this with under 15 seconds left. They jump through. Someone just has to get on that bomb right here, right now. It's a good plant. It's not ready for VP. They can't find it. Down on CT side, and Norbert wins another with the pistol. It's going to be everyone dead, it feels, but VP get away with a nonchalant round. They come in with pistol armor, not a speck of utility. And it's the instant dink on Perfecto that seals the fate of Cloud9. They get shut out of that B bomb site. Not ideal. You want to, if you're Cloud9, you just tell yourself it's unlucky, right? Like the B holds have been good in the last few rounds. But Perfecto getting insta-bopped by a P250 the second they swing. And then you're locked out of Dark with utility.
See, I just think, like, big picture, that round's been a while in the making, hasn't it, right? With all the attention that's been put on these fights over towards the T-stairs and for this dark control, the last thing you were ready for was for a 5-man contact play out through main. VP know that they've been running double dark. They used that against Cloud9, and this round, they look to retake the ownership of the connector. Fame lines up a blinder, and Norbert, exploding out through the main side, is able to deal with Perfecto. Axal's got no place, no part to play in how this round plays out. He's rotating into a lost site 1v4.
Yeah, they figure it out at the end of the half. I love, we go from all these mollies used in con every single round at Dark, and then James just dry fights with an orb, catches Hobbit on a jiggle. Nice change for the last round of the half. Axal, a hope and a prayer, and an exit that VP will find. It's a dominant T-side. We couldn't get it on overpass, but it will be allowed here on Anubis. Waking up just when they needed to. Jame will close it, and Virtus Pro are here to play, trying to avoid elimination from the play-in of Katowice.
When we first embarked onto this map of Anubis, things were looking dire for Virtus.pro. After a pretty shocking revelation on that first map when Cloud9 were able to close it out, this felt teed up for a Cloud9 victory. Now though, VP, on a map that they've never succeeded versus this Cloud9 squad on before, go ahead and post their best T-side yet versus this team. Clearly, James has been learning. He has been extracting all he can from these past encounters, and he's brought it all to the field today. They sit in the lead 8-4, and it's Cloud9 left on the back foot.
Yeah, right now it's looking like the opposite of the series these two teams played against each other last week in Copenhagen, where VP dominantly took over pass, and Cloud9 responded with a close Anubis. The question is, do Cloud9 have more in the tank to make a strong T-side recovery, or are we destined for Ancient, a map that has been troubling for Cloud9 as of late? VP looking to long out a series as they often do, but it all begins with this pistol. Heavy on A, 4 players looking for a full retake B setup, and Cloud9 may be biting the bullet soon, rotating into the more stacked site of the two. This smoke, especially when you on a pistol round, a smoke is so powerful on CT, because if Cloud9 throw and execute and Fame smokes it, they might still just go through because they've got to use everything on one hit. We'll see what decision they make and what the timing of Fame smoke will be. But this is an A hit, at least intended.
If one thing's been very clear, it's that VP are super prepped, so even in this pistol round, a solid idea for what they want going on, and Flip pulls the blade. Ends up dealing with Boomich, and now it's only Axar left standing. Beautifully put together from Virtus.pro.
Wow.
They even make out like bandits with a knife kill, and I think James got to deserve a lot of credit here. It's clear that he has got a serious game plan for how he wants his boys to approach Anubis. They pick up the pistol in this second half. In that first half, it was Cloud9 to win it, but they immediately ended up falling down versus the VP force.
The value of that A main smoke as well is it allows all of VP to fight the middle split first for Cloud9. So there's 3 out of 4 eyes, or pairs of eyes, looking towards the camera split. And yeah, when you're out of ammo, sure, pull out the shank. A bloodied blade in the bear's hand. Cloud9 full eco, 1 P250. So this is double digits, however you cut it. James is looking to buy a 3rd round AWP. Surprise Flit didn't drop him one in the second. We see that a lot. Whoever gets the most kills in pistol often is James' fund.
There's a chance for some big money to be made here if your name is Mir. And his name is 3 kills from the man over in middle. And so sure, Axar gets out with 1, but there shouldn't be too much more damage to get found here. That push back in the dark from Flip proves to be 1 step too far. And so Electronics now armed. Let's see if he's deadly. Fame gonna try find the swing through the window. Missed shot from Axar. And Fame just keeps sailing past. Looking for this player up through the stairs, but Electronic will never give him this fight. They know there's a man lost over in middle right now, so hell, why not follow through on the A play? VP are aware of this reaction. They're trying to bring Norbert around in time, and he will get here to support James, who only has that USP.
It might actually be a limiting factor in this round. He's got to go for the gun now. 13 seconds. The stick comes in, knives are out, and James will fight back. Well, now he can wait for Fame on the big flank. Axel has to make a play and push forward. James knows it. Great reset back into spawn, and Fame coming from the flank. Axel lost him. He knows James should be in storage right now, but the headshot is clean. Very well played from the captain. Baits just enough to win that round for Virtus.pro, but what an attempt for Cloud9 with only 4 Glocks and a P250. A bomb plant and a triple kill. I'll take that every day of the week. However, this late in the game, it's about whether you can capitalize on it or not. James will have his AWP straight away.
Cloud9 immediately go looking for some control over towards B, but if they go peeking this with the side smoke down, oftentimes this is a nice fight. However, James finds this angle over the top. Gonna play in tandem with Norbert in at the back, and the two of them here is a powerful setup. Cloud9 learn about it the hard way. Often a nice way to go about trying to harass that B site. With the left side smoke down, you remove a lot of options, and the aggression keeps coming through for VP. They get a fight there. But it's not without, you know, some gain. They still have a 4v3 here, and they get the info that Cloud9 had multiple bodies outside of B long. So that only opens up other avenues on the map here for Virtus.pro. Swing in middle. I mean, you just saw 3 players there, so Fame is at least ready to get fought here, but will that make it? Oh, that's awkward for Axel.
Yep.
Just misses the timing, but still gets out with the kill. Jay moves in. I think up until now, he's been very focused on managing everyone else, but here it's all about James and what he's able to do.
You saying it's James time? You might be right. He's made the wrong gamble, and Cloud9 will get that bomb plant on A, so it's going to force a save here for VP against their will. One missed shot, and even despite Axel's failed flash, the fact that he survives without even getting traded or going 1-for-1, well, that forces VP's hand out of the round. And that's after, remember, Norbert goes 5-on-3 up by fighting B main. Cloud9 go for engagements that VP never once attempted, which is just, you know, swinging B main hallway and looking for an entry. They lose 2 players and they mid-round it through middle to A. Nice grouping, but a bit of a wasted opportunity for VP, it feels like, to put this game to rest quick.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, for Virtus.pro, you know, even with that save, these are going to have to be the kind of standout parts of the round. They juggle around the guns. They actually end up giving it to Flit. Norbert is the one to pass that over. So in spite of the fact he sits top of the board, he arms Flit, who does have the spawn, but won't elect to do anything with it. No crazy main peak to come out today. And with the smoke down in dark, he just ends up playing the pillar. They do want to peek this. They want to go back to flashing and fighting for B main. And so that's why they give Flit the rifle. But Cloud9, they are set up very passively over here. In that same vein, VP will just take the info, right? They peek out long. They don't commit to any sort of wild flank. They just immediately adjust on the back of it to full stacking this A side of the map.
Bomb's not committed. You wonder if Cloud9 will ever pull out of this hit. Right now, VP don't even have the full info. There's only Electronic actually in. Flit's knife out, thinking this is a fake, getting inside of the smoke. And this could go very, very wrong for him. Him and Electronic are back-to-back, and neither of them even know. Flit's going to find out.
Oh my God.
He's going to find out.
They're next to each other. They're next to each other right now. Oh, he's seen him. He's seen him. That one's free. Flit has a chance to do something here. It's a lot of damage. And it makes it a little easier for the pistols, but the rest of the gang start falling like flies. And this one breaks into a 3v3. Cloud9, do they want to follow through? Do they want to stick to their guns? It will mean getting past this 3-man stack. A good nade onto Fame. And they don't look committed just yet, but time is of the essence here. They can sneak for a moment. Nice. Noise has got to be made eventually. And they'll just start running it up towards the connector.
Axel needs to get that smoke in temple straight away to stop an instant rotate. Even though VP are heavy flanking, more so, that's a great call for Cloud9 to just run the whole way. They know at least 2 players were there. That's enough info. Bomb gets planted and Cloud9 get comfortable. Man, to think the whole time Electronic is saying, guys, join me, get ready, get grouped. I have great position. And then he dies first. And still Cloud9 come through with the round. That's back-to-back robberies here from the boys in blue. Another saved AWP left to the wayside for James. Ooh, big damage. But knows he's got this fight guaranteed. Can take it when he pleases. looked very confused there where Axel had gotten to. But still, an exit on the way out. And a rebuy can be justified here by VP. I can't believe this.
Funnily enough, you know, if he'd gotten that kill like half a second later, it might have been on an even better timing for those teammates, you know, joining Electronic through main. But Flit's never to know that fact.
Just take that kill while you got it. We've already seen players go for knives and be let down in this match. I'll let you scrape the VOD.
Even though Cloud9 win that round, they follow this up with a timeout. They don't like how close it ended up being in spite of how little Virtus.pro brought with them.
Well, they know they're being read as well. Like both rounds, they've come back from disadvantages and won it in the mid-round, clutched it out in 3-on-3 or 3-on-5 if you go back 2. So the plan isn't working, but the calling is good. Boomich for providing value there, even if it's not in his AWPing. Oh, look how deep Electronic's gone. It does tick that molly, but I think they're far enough away that it wouldn't have come through for VP. We're about to find out, though. A-main getting faked by Axel. He doesn't want to play first with his entire team in middle. Mir just trying to block an A split. As soon as he gets contact, he can drop his smoke, and that might force Cloud9 to go for a temple play, but hey, they say, fine, we don't want camera anyway. And that's going to pull some wool over VP's eyes. They have to make adjustments, and that'll be through Beach. They are really blind in this round. Cloud9 are surrounding the B bomb site. This is very uncomfortable for VP at the moment. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they're trying to remedy this by taking all this space out through dark. But look at how paranoid they are, right? Like, they could be out through middle, they could be in CT. Norbert's having to watch both his back and his front.
Now they hear it.
So now they know it's out through main. Great damage on that initial bit of util from Norbert. Can he offer anything else in this round? He's smoked off and brushed to the wayside. There's a fight down here for Con. It's 1-for-1 out of Fame. Boomich returning from the temple, but it's Flit on the backstab to make contact next. Boomich hears the footsteps up through CT. They're right here. Swinging on out. Can't quite find it. An awkward duel for the man at the helm of Cloud9. And Axel perishes next. Perfecto backs up into the JMA WP. And that round is nabbed by Virtus.pro. Even though they're flying blind for a lot of it, some great moves in the mid-round. Fame kind of taking that space down through dark, just confirming their suspicions. It's not looking like the A play. Then Norbert with a very well-timed nade onto main. Virtus.pro, they have clearly done their homework here.
Yeah. Even though that flank down Canals looks like it's going to be VP's undoing, because it means they don't have anyone really at B. Norbert's smoked off, as you say. It just gives them such a good timing for the B main flank on that retake. And Norbert's looking nasty in this map. He's had some great rounds. You know, some of them lost by his team. Remember that double kill out B main? But right there, hit some blinders. Current top performer in the server. 11-6, and Cloud9 with what may be their final full buy. Gonna go back to what's been working, these A splits.
Oh, that shot fired off.
Oh dear.
Kind of throws Mir's mental timer off. Axel, great opener, but swiftly returned to from Jame, who now finds his flight or fight going off. Going to take a bit of room over towards main, trying to make it so he doesn't have to worry about that back line anymore. But there is a player here, back turn, Perfecto, moving in for the kill. Timing's everything. Jame will start to consider this eventually, and the time is nigh, but Perfecto finds him. Still has an awkward 1v2 to embark upon. Trades out that AWP for a Galil. Nade into the heavens, one more smoke to try and complicate matters. VP trying to tie this one together with a double swing on that plant. Perfecto taps it, but he doesn't get the peek he's hoping for. VP anticipate the fake. And so they don't give him this engagement yet. Swinging out from the heavens.
Nice.
Does hand one to Perfecto. This guy has been a rock in some of these anchor positions. Now it's in the clutch that he's got to come in for Cloud9 to deny match point to Virtus.pro on what is often the home map of this team. And it's King Norbert on the other side to go against, who hits the perfect timing. He is in a flow state right now, and he shuts out Perfecto. This is a great game from Norbert. He's been selfless across the board as well, willing to give away these rifles, play with a pistol in the force buy rounds. And he even adds a little clutch to the tally now.
Yeah, calls his bluff on 2 fakes, walks on the 3rd one, and just beautiful timing for Norbert. No hurry. And that will shut out Cloud9. Not even the bomb plant to give them a bit of bonus cash. This feels like a 3-mapper. Certainly. Just Boomich on a rifle, and he has had a cold and quiet map himself. Oh my goodness, Electronic always finds a way. There's an AWP. Flip may be spotted. Seems like Perfecto has an inkling here. Bomb is back in spawn. Cloud9 have no plan. They are just letting loose, trying to find opening kills. Electronic won't be given another chance. Mir's going to back out of middle. Can re-smoke as well.
Orb gets thrown onto Hobbit. Electronic just goes like, anyone can have it, I just don't want it.
Anyone. Everyone on this team, yet no one.
But still, he's been able to deliver that opener, and I mean, hell, that was his whole aim of the game back on Overpass. The entries from Electronic was stellar, so maybe that can try and bring Cloud9 back into the fold. Hobbit does it with the tech. Perfecto follows up on the Deagle. Mir backed into a corner here, but a missed shot from Hobbit's AWP, and that missed AWP shot might just be the undoing for Cloud9. It crumbles around them, and it's Virtus.pro to pull that one back. 2 players left standing, and a missed AWP once more from Cloud9 seals the deal on Anubis, and the score instead will be settled on Ancient.
Yeah, just when you're ready to write off VP from another series, after another poor first map, they come through with a choke slam onto Cloud9 on their home map of Anubis. And now Ancient, a map Cloud9 have had a lot of trouble on, so can they flip the script as we go to the finale? Will this be the finale for Cloud9 in Katowice as VP attempt to storm forward towards the groups?
Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take
kind of doom and gloom about Virtus Pro after they lost on Overpass. We were talking about how the team looked like they were arguing. Well, I mean, I said it, but there seemed to be a lack of synergy. But then they were able to even it out. Bobski, it seems that whatever conversation happened outside works in their favor.
A healthy relationship also has arguments, right? You always get that out there and it's kind of toxic, and afterwards you feel like, okay, we cleared the air, we got it out of the way, we're playing better now, it's all healthy and we're going to order that food. It's kind of that.
All right. Who do you think has got the unhealthiest relationship in here? Is it VP or is it
I think it's both of them, depending on the map and the day.
Oh, I can think we call that like dysfunctionally functional or functionally dysfunctional.
I feel like there's a whole other conversation for Babski to give us some relationship insights into some of the teams. But maybe for another segment, he can talk about some of the toxic relationships he sees that exist here. For now, let's talk about Cloud9. Why could they not close it out on their map?
Well, I think the CT side has always been a little bit complicated for them overall. The thing is, when they played last time, they had a very great start, so they went up to 6 pretty quickly. Here, it's different. Finally, VP actually pedaled to the metal early on. We're talking pistol round, not getting reset, having that little bit of advantage, and then as we know, when they have the advantage, they know how to play it. I think that the game plan from James was pretty accurate and efficient. You're talking about an A focus early on. Just make sure you punish Axile a couple times. We know, and it's not just it's not a dig in Axile. We know Cloud9 is try to set Axile up for a couple of these flash peaks. Didn't work out. You punish him. And then you play the B side later in the half. It was well put together by James.
Yeah, I mean, I also think when we're looking at Virtus Pro, once they have nobody going on Mia, they just become a different team. I think Fleet, Fame, and James is really consistent oftenly. But when those two also bring something to the table, I just think we get a VP that is deserving of being a top 5 team.
I mean, that's the standard, right? When that whole team comes together, Virtus Pro looks very exciting for the future of CS2 and for the future of 2024. Do you think that if they're able to progress to the group stages, let's say that they take Ancient, that it'll be the wake-up call that maybe this team needs?
Well, you would hope so, considering how complicated it would have been to make it through. I think the story of VP sometimes gets a little bit thrown out of control because they don't get to play so many of these events. You know what I mean? Like, you look at the LAN records and the events they go to and the placings, and you're thinking, all right, this is a contenders, we're talking finals here and there. They have a relatively limited experience of these very moments. Sure, the major has something on his own category, but outside that, they play so many of these other smaller events, and then you come in here, and I don't know if it's pressure, I don't think it is, or if it's just the moment gets the better of them, but the VP that we saw on map 1 is one that I don't appreciate, I don't like, I want more. This map here was much better.
Yeah, and I think the annoying thing for the other teams playing Virtus Pro, they're always the ones you don't want to face, but on paper, they don't necessarily look as scary, but it's because of their playstyle. We talk about it so much. That's slow, methodical, always drawing rounds out. It's going to be so annoying, but I think Cloud9 have gotten used to it at this point. They've played a couple of maps against each other for the last couple of months, and I think it really brings value right now.
You said that Cloud9's got used to it, but they go to Anubis and it looks like they're not. They don't have an answer for Virtus Pro. They should have one by now.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we take in Overpass to consideration, I think it was such a clear game plan what they came with, like what they wanted to do, especially on the CT side, like punishing Virtus Pro in the defaults, forcing him over to the B area, making sure that they don't really able to do those late executes that they're really good at.
No, I agree. I also think that, unfortunately for Cloud9, VP was pretty good at knowing how to do one round after the other, the logical order of it. There is always going to be, I think, a little bit of a weakness on the B side of Anubis specifically because of the lack of AWP and how Boomich is kind of playing with Hobbit over there. It can get complicated, and James knew how to use it towards late round. But what James did really well and VP did really well is to stabilize on the CT side. Like, this is where things can get complicated, but you could see James' usage of the AWP once again, knowing when to come and be that secondary help on the A side. The amount of time he had multi-kills from that pillar position, helping his teammate Fit over there by the smoke, which, by the way, what the hell was that round where he basically just lets Electronic goes behind him. Yeah, Houdini, pure Houdini moment. But still, I think James' read of the game was really strong on the CT side, and they knew how to handle, weather the storm, a couple of clutches being lost, but still, a la VP, just staying calm, closing nicely.
I think the focus also for when coming into Ancient, I think we're going to be looking at 2 players. I think from Virtus Pro side, it's Mir. He's in a mid position. He's very much toward the action of the game. And then also for the CT side of Cloud9, I'm going to be looking at Exile because he was, in my opinion, the best A player at some point in the world. If he's able to get that fear inside Virtus Pro's head that, hey guys, you can't do the execute, you can't do those things, it brings a lot of peace of mind to the rest of the squad.
When was the last time you saw that? When was the last time you got that fear?
Bro, I'm on my last, like I've moved along the train and I'm always at the last step, but then I get on and then I get off. But I think this is my last straw.
Okay.
If Exile fails this, game, I'm leaving the hype train. I don't think he's coming back to the level we've seen.
Do you have FOMO? Like, do you feel like if you sell your stock now, it's gonna go bad?
I remember playing against him in that online period. I was just mind blown. I had too much respect for that guy, so it's gonna take some time to get it off my shoulder.
I respect that.
Even now, though, he can't. I think the thing that I love about Babsky is he will not say, I think we should replace him. He'll always throw in this
But that's
person.
the thing. I know
because he's not ready for it. He knows I know you're gonna say, I know his potential, right?
you got it.
I know. You sound like a mom.
No,
you sound like a proud mom.
Stop with this word potential. Like, do we have a buzzer somewhere I can pick? No, I don't.
No more
the
potential.
only thing that is protecting teams from changes right now is the major around the corner. Like, that's as simple as it is. It would make absolutely zero sense to proceed to a change now when you know Copenhagen close by. It just makes no sense.
Hypothetically, let's say the major's not. Do you think he would get removed if they lose right now?
Okay, but none of that matters because there is a major coming. So the hypothetical would just be for the sake of...
You know what?
I
That's
just
Scandinavian people. They have such a good life. They just ask hypothetical questions. Just like, hey, but guys,
Let me ask you a real question that actually matters, because one of the teams, and whoever wins this next map, is ultimately advancing to the group stage, and one of them is going home. How is it going to play out, gents? Is it a Virtus Pro to the group stages, or is it a Cloud9?
I had VP at the beginning of this series in 3. With winning their map pick and the third map. Now that we've got the reaction on Anubis, we got a much better VP, the one that I love to see, the one I appreciate to see, a full roster as well with everybody, Mir, Norbert. Norbert was great, by the way. How the hell did we spend the whole segment not talking about him? Very good map on Anubis. I will stick to my choice of VP.
One thing I just took notice of is that when you obviously lose a game, you go outside, get some fresh air, and then you go inside. Some players take snacks, some go take a toilet break. Mir came instantly in. He went on the aimbot server and tried to shoot those hits, get in the comfort zone. I think it's going to be the difference.
Oh my God, look at this. He's doing live reporting.
I know, he was doing I liked it. You were watching that all out of the corner of your eye the entire time?
I mean, you talk a lot, so I have other things to keep notice of.
I talk a lot. Babsky, you don't talk enough.
You heard that?
Yeah.
I did hear that. It hurt my feelings a little bit, but I have to hard carry you sometimes when you give 3-word answers, but it's okay.
It's a Danish sarcasm. You'll get used to it.
It's like having a little brother that just wants to poke fun at you all the time. So
it's okay. I had my run with Jacob. I know him. I'm used to that. It's okay. It's kind of the same vibe, you know.
My Danish little brother. I want to kick him in the shins. I'm not a violent person. Okay, so we're both going with Virtus Pro.
I am going to VP. I'm
sticking
to. Well, are you not believing in Cloud9 yourself?
I don't have a say. I'm the host. I'm not allowed an opinion. That's what all of the Redditors say. So there we go. I don't have an opinion. I never do. But the analysts, the ex-pro players, they're saying that Virtus Pro is going to close this up on Ancient. So we'll have to see if they're correct. Of course, if Virtus Pro does that, they are advancing to the group stages here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. What a big moment it will be for either Virtus Pro or Cloud9 to be able to say that they're one of the top 16 teams here in Poland. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will find out which of them it will be.
Welcome, my friends. Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
In a do-or-die play-in game such as this one between teams of this caliber, you're always going to be on that highway to heartbreak, down to the depths of despair and disappointment when all was said and done. For one of these squads, it's the end of the journey and far earlier than they would have liked. Virtus Pro showing that they still have some fight left in them. A stellar game plan put forward from Jame and the boys on that last map really drives it home, and now they long it out all the way to Ancient, where suddenly it feels like their fortunes might have changed. A good track record here on this map in particular. And for Cloud9, some recent struggles, a quiet match from Hobbit, some reoccurring problems rearing their heads once again.
Yeah, one of those being the AWP, always a talking point inside of Cloud9, and that will continue in a matchup up against in-game leader Orpa Sensation. Jame on your screens now. I think it's the scariest part about this game is it is a play-in match, Harry. One team will be leaving far earlier than the name value of these players, and we'll have to find out who. One question we had coming into this game was who is the best rifler in the server, and above and beyond, Electronic has stood tall here for Cloud9. For Flit, it's been underwhelming overall. Fame leading the numbers as the young gun for VP. But right now, it's not about individuals, it's a team game, and which one will be continuing forward to the group stages of Katowice.
Oh, and a rip-roaring start here from Cloud9. They explode out middle, they get this position over in Donut, and they've got their eyes set on the A play. VP adopted a four-man stack over towards this B site, and so they will be on for the retake here.
Bomb alone in A main, a big risk for Boomich, but there was no punish with this heavy B stack from VP out of the gate. Got a full retake smoke kit on Mia, and that will come in handy. 5 on 5. So many players. This will not be easy for Virtus Pro. The smoke goes out for Donut, a lineup ready, jumps over the Glocks. It's Axel spamming away, and him and Electronic will already put this one to bed, to rest, and everything in between. It's lights out for VP. Only Flit remaining, and wow, what a shot for Electronic. If he can keep up the form that he started Overpass with, especially on that T side, then C9 might be in a great place. They've got to break loss streaks and break traditions on Ancient up against VP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great start to that pistol, not just for Electronic, but for Axel as well. He demanded a lot of attention here, right? There's been a lot of eyes on him. There's no denying he's not thrived within the Cloud9 system in the way that you would have hoped for. Very much having fallen off from the peak of this guy's career. But there's something to be said. He's at least looked good all across this series.
Nice, easy execute. It's a good second round call. VP are not going to have the numbers here or the firepower to stop it. It's even a late lurk for Electronic. He'll get smoked. It shouldn't matter. Should have faith these four can make it work. Fame swings with his own flash. Does get a lot of damage off, but would have loved the kill there. Deep Temple Smoke gives him great control in what will be a post-plant soon. You'd hope. Axel tentatively getting that bomb down.
It's really dicey if this were to get delayed, so I'm glad that Axel does prioritize just plugging in the numbers while the smokes is still up. Electronic on the backstab, but this is something VP have felt cautiously aware of throughout the entire second round. They even had Flit watching for it earlier on from lane. There's the opener for Norbert to propel them in. Jame waits for that flank. He was aware of that, and no one had any idea that was coming through. VP moving on in, trying to make this retake happen, but it's really down to the wire. Boomich on the swing, can't get it done.
No kits.
So hopping on the defuse is Mir. Gonna hold and pray. It's gonna come down to the wire for VP, as it often does, but just shy of defusing that bomb. Means Cloud9 might win the round, but at what cost? It's very expensive. Everyone falls. VP at least get away with maximum damage.
Yeah, they're known for it. Very, very uncomfortable, but you'll take that round win if you're Cloud9. Especially with that being a 3-on-5 in the post plant. Both Jame and Electronic saw each other on that flank. So that's why Jame was tucked in. But I think Electronic didn't realize he got spotted. I feel like he should have checked that corner. Ooh, M4 board up, but the Molotov pushes Fame out. Somehow he survives, and VP remain in a meager advantage. They've lost a lot of health, and they've burnt all their util. But at least this time they have a kit if things get a bit hairy. Hobbit's uncomfortable. He's got the bomb up on Heaven, and they leave B, so it's going to be a late A split afforded by Electronics' position. Hobbit needs to watch out on that smoke. He'll just retreat and group back in A main. Oh, but great info play for VP. Couldn't have come at a better time. Now they can start to rotate Mir back over, assist Norbert on this A site. Ooh. Oh.
They're going to have everyone else here in time at least to try and fight for this, but no kill for Norbert. Are Cloud9 ready for even more though? And there's still this backstab on Fame, who might be super cut up from earlier in the round. And I mean, really, with losing Mir, his chance of doing anything here goes out the window. Bit of a shame that that fight comes so cleanly if you're VP here. And so it will just be this save. Cloud9 streaking together these rounds. And try as VP might to get ahead of it, to get the info, to be nimble on this CT side. Oftentimes, having all their pieces in the right place, they're just a few seconds too slow.
This would be quite a win for Cloud9 if they could do it, considering the map pool in this series as well. They were kind of screwed in the veto. It came down to Inferno or Ancient. They pick Ancient, you know, not because it's been good for them. But yeah, Inferno has been great for VP. That being said, 7 win streak on this map for Virtus Pro right now, up against a myriad of teams. A couple of over Spirit in there as well, but not quite the best in the world. And for Cloud9, even though they've got almost nothing but L's as of late on Ancient, their T sides have been what have carried them through. Full smoked out by VP instantly.
Oh, I love this.
Cloud9 don't care, they rush B.
Yeah, real change of pace. VP certainly not ready for it. Good spam damage done, and suddenly Norbert has lit them up with the 5-7 from long. Norbert has delivered a real saving grace to VP here. It was looking dire. Mir on the spam does loads of damage. Electronic is hurting right now. And so VP try to finish what Norbert started. Not every day you're gifted a 3K like that, and they want to do good on it. Just perfecto, and he is run down. A stellar way for VP to take it. That is lights out from Norbert on the long side, helped out by his teammates as they're spamming from the cave. They're spamming the short smoke. Cloud9, they try to go quickly. They try to use speed against Virtus Pro. But it's Norbert who's just a little bit faster than all of them off the mark with his pistol on the long side.
Incredible round for Norbert, but I just love it. A little detail there for Fame. VP are such a system team in that it feels like players never play for themselves. Fame has a great flank timing in the 4-on-1 down ramp, but he tucks in pocket on B lane and just waits. So the last player goes and clears his position, goes back, and then he gets shot in the back. Sure, he dies, but he sets up his team for a trade. He's not thinking about his own timing on a flank. He's thinking about the team and closing on Cloud9, and that they do. Winning an eco like that, VP now start to pick up the pace. Pop out mid for Cloud9, a player in the smoke ready to trade, and they even won the B fight from Cave as well. So 4-on-2 in the blink of an eye, and it's going to get better for VP.
Boomich quaking in his boots here. Didn't work out well for anyone else who tried to get past Virtus Pro, and it's not going to work out for Boomich. James domes him through the wall and denies that bomb plant. Nowhere is safe. Everything is spammable. That's what Cloud9 are learning the hard way as they've tried to get up B twice in a row now, and both times locked out by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you don't want that 3-0 beginning giving you false confidence, right? They go for a B rush, and then they go for a mid pop. Both pacey rounds shut out by nice setups for VP. Flick getting flash for Heaven fights. 2 players in mid, 1 hiding in the smoke. And now Cloud9 have nothing to show for their early lead. Armorless pistols, patrol A main. Another execute where Fame will be locked out. He's got to make his mind up on whether he wants to fight ahead of the smoke. It's actually, oh, the donut smoke isn't there. It's only a CT smoke. And that front sight one do them many favors. Fame can see them cross before they get to it, and he will use that to his advantage. Easy spam. Mir comes through, and VP have the numbers here to put this to bed. A flawless round to be expected, and an equal scoreline taken by VP by force.
Yeah, I know Flit only gets the 1 kill there, but I think it's arguably the most important in the round, right? He just kind of swings out through cave, deals with Electronic down in middle, and the moment he's not getting fought on the lane side, he's the guy to communicate, okay, yeah, there's no one here. He's just all in over towards A. That coupled with the CT smoke and knowing that your opponent's low on money removes any element of guesswork there for Virtus Pro. They knew it was that A play long before Cloud9 were really in the position to go for it.
Yeah, they missed. I was going to say VP were the first team to start throwing these spawn smokes to B doors, and they did them very well, but that is a rare miss, I'm going to call it. Meant to land in the double doors. Not the end of the world, it's only Boomich on B. VP keep mid in their control. This reset's getting heard, though. Cloud9 know they can pop out mid. They've just heard those players retreat to Donut. And look at the stack. VP 4 players on A right now. Cloud9 have full mid control. The Orb's going to get that jump spot. He sees a player close as well. 2 players in Donut. VP have the numbers here just on the edge of fighting middle, but utility will hold them back. This is still a weird situation for VP, but they have a lot of A control.
Ooh. With Exile dead on the back of that main push, answers have to be found elsewhere for Cloud9. They're going to try and take red away from VP. Flit just toys with them on this jiggle, running back and forth, but never giving away the kill. He really wants them to give chase. He really wants them to run into James AWP. And I mean, VP is set up here with 3 players ready to shut down this attempted play through the window. As great as we've seen Electronic look throughout this series, this is asking way too much of just one man.
Oh,
so he's not able to buy any time on this red room flank. Instead, just knocked out right away by the JM AWP, then tees up his teammate with the flashbang over the site. And look at the minimap, man. VP, all across this round, have just been chasing down these focal points that Cloud9 have looked to move through. Plant will still come in, and now they look to battle back for some control, but Long's left open. Perfecto deals with it. It's all on Mir now into the 1v1, and it's Boomich on the other side. Holds for the fight, tries to win it with the AK, and will succeed. Boomich doesn't play safe, doesn't play around that bomb. He brings the fight to Mir.
Crab walking in the middle of the open. No pre-aim on there for Mir. How can you expect it? And that is a fantastic round for Cloud9 to close out in a 3-on-5 pre-plant with 10 seconds. Boomich and Hobbit are just fighting for the site, and they kill all those rotations. That felt like, it almost looked like Cloud9 were going to save before James gets that kill in red as well. They were like pulling back in cave with the bomb. And it's not like VP even made massive errors. They had Norbert playing retake. He lives before his team get cut down on rotation. Some just really nice repeats for Cloud9 behind the cube. And VP just can't take those engagements together.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they waited until the bomb was getting planted, so they essentially had like a 5v2 into the site. They really tried to play that one by the book, but it was some stellar, just like individual moments from the Cloud9 squad to pull it back.
The peaks come to you sometimes, and there's not much you can do about it. Oh, another missed insta. This is not doing VP any favors. Wasted util. Can you even write that one off on your taxes?
James just tried to play CT with the AWP just to spot for early main, and he realized, wait,
I've smoked myself.
I smoked this.
Fake execute.
And this is a little problematic for VP. They try to make up for it, like the missed mid util, by exerting a bit of control over here towards ramp.
Ooh.
But it's just a lick of damage to Electronic. Mid being conceded. Here in hot water on that jump, but luckily enough gets out with his life.
Yeah, fake steps and fame re-swings. Can try and block them, but HE goes in. Some decent damage. Cloud9 have a cohort here in red. 3 Ts And the bomb is in A main. This is still so split for C9. It's so hard to know where VP is stacked right now. They've not really given you much indication. You know there are 2A. There's even a third. Climbing back up for a B hit, leaving Hobbit to late lurk red. Given the success of last round's B hit late, this seems like a nice move for Cloud9. Norbert in a world of hurt right now. A lot of pressure on the solo B player's shoulders.
Oh, Hobbit. He's the guy responsible for cutting down these rotates. Won't get to play into the fight on Jane, but he's meant to deal with the rest. They deal with Boomich, but that's the only kill to come up in favor of VP, and there's Hobbit getting activated in the backline. That's exactly what he's got to do. Mir with a backstab here, caught looking the wrong way, and that's a nice, easy kill delivered to Electronic. James even trying to take a swing in at the end, and that's because neither route is clear for James' save here. They've got him trapped on an island with no choice but to fight. And a man who so often likes saving just feels uncomfortable when he's thrust into these moments. Cloud9 do a really good job of boxing him in on that AWP, and that's all thanks to Hobbit's success over in the red room.
Yeah, surprised to see so much value coming down. We didn't see Fame, who got cut off by Hobbit there, but you've got to be expecting Cloud9 in red, given the amount of players that Fame saw there early in the round. That hurts for Norbert as well. He's got the world on his shoulders. He gets a kill and 80 damage to Perfecto. If that's a double kill, could be a very different retake for VP. But Mir, lazy, doesn't check the corner in cave. Complete oversight there. And that was never meant to be for James, who was trapped by Hobbit, as you said. 5-3, Cloud9, decent T-side, but definitely the better of their two sides on this map from what we've seen. Oh, the double mid-nade as well, so they can run out, but VP aren't here. Cloud9 essentially guarantee that with a double HE. Dink to Hobbit. Might force his reset, might even force him to trade off onto the orb, but Perfecto is on the other side of the map. Gonna bring it back, go for an A execute. Cloud9 keeping it dynamic in this T side, and with VP having no mid info right now, this is a good play. They might be scared of a late donut lurk. There's nothing of the sort. Oh my god, VP block it, and they put 4 players A. Back to the drawing board.
This is awkward for Cloud9. They conceded all their real estate all across the map with the goal of just exploding out through A main, and so now they've got to look for answers elsewhere. But this involves essentially like going back to middle as though it's the start of the round. This creep from VP to look for info could give Cloud9 a way back in, but they're going to have to fight for it every step of the way. There's layers to this mid control, and Norbert's even spammed out Electronic, one of the guys who can really get the fires going for Cloud9. Kick to the wayside. Fame falls over in Donut, but will this set up Flit? Swings out of there, just doesn't want to fall. The spam comes back to haunt Norbert, and James been waiting there since the start of the round. He began his round on that angle in cave, and he dies there with 20 seconds left to give the route to the B play.
Right as he was moving as well, he's just trying to change his angle up a little bit, and Boomich gets a beautiful peek into cave. Boomich looking a lot better with the rifle. Obviously, it's T-sides. We don't typically see the AWP here. Cloud9 did bring it out earlier, but man, we've not seen Boomich rifling much today, and already it's looking like a better sight on the third map. And some great leading as well. Think about how Cloud9's round got completely dug up when they tried to go for an A execute, and VP blocked them and stacked the site. Cloud9 just pop out mid, and despite them losing a player and a half to Norbert spam, they fire back. They get a kill, and then they just send a solo bomb into B, killing the captain.
Yeah, you know, there's something to be said for the fact that Boomich is not only calling a great game, but he's having a lot of impact as well, right? Even in some of these rounds, just kind of picking off players in little lurk spots when he goes and regroups with the team. He's been good at kind of being that second or sometimes first man in, being a nice kind of supportive element to someone like Electronic.
Oh, we're seeing the tilt from VP, not a team that often shows it on the cameras.
You know, there's something we can put a pin in. We can see if it ever comes to matter. But Hobbit and Axel are both still sat down bottom of the board for Cloud9. The two players that you had a lot of questions about, a lot of eyes on coming into this series.
They did have a great first map, though, both of them. But yes, We'll see if that holds true more so in the second half for someone like Axel.
That's where it's really going to come to matter, right? Like right now, while you kind of have this other trio being able to haul you through it, doesn't matter so much.
Oh, get that molly in.
Gonna lob that out now. Good damage done. Tees up Flit to maul them as they try to come up the ramp side.
What can you do here?
Yeah, you really needed that rifle to just kind of go ham, go hog wild. And
Here is still here. That's why they're hanging around.
Yeah, the Hobbit's going to collect this one for free. And when he does that, there's no winning this now for Virtus.pro. And they probably knew that a long time ago. Cloud9 moving forward onto 7, leaving an impression on their T side.
Very impressive game out of Cloud9. Like we said, not just from the individuals, but the plan. The moves they've been making, the mid-rounds. They've been fine calling off executes. They had a couple of cheeky rushes early in the half that VP got, the better of them on. But that hasn't held much water when it comes to the late game. Looking for an 8-round T side. VP uncomfortable buy. It might be within reach. They get 2 rifles and they still sort of save for the last of the half. It's ugly for VP. Both these rounds will be. Kind of have to win this Virtus.pro. If you don't, dire straits. 9-3 on the horizon, but that's a good opening kill. Maybe someone can come grab the gun later. Through the smoke, Mir forced a reposition. Flit eats the nade. Fame's coming in to grab the gun, perhaps. Cloud9 once again take red. Smokes are buying time at least.
Oh, this push through main will net them another kill. Flit just carries on going. Full send on that push. And eventually punished by Boomich, who sits top of the board for Cloud9 right now. Electronics putting a lot of pressure on in the red room, and he's going to use this to try and come in behind VP and tee up Cloud9 for the A-side take. He wins that first fight, an important one indeed. Fame cleared over in main. And this one comes unraveled, comes undone. Electronic very quick on the reposition into Donut. VP just never know where to look.
Some very confident swings coming out of Cloud9 right now. They're just playing like they have nothing to lose, like their tournament life is on the line or something. And great clear. I think when they, lose Axel early in A main, they know that VP, considering they blocked main, are going to go and grab that gun. And so they're very aware that Fame could also be in this position. He's been that very ample rotator, often passing back and forth between red. But VP just can't get a grip on where Cloud9 are ending right now. They seem to be farming up so many kills in middle.
I mean, dude, it's this former Na'Vi core that's really just driving it home right now for Cloud9. Electronic with stellar impact in that round on his lurk up through red. He was kind of brimming with confidence after winning this fight right here. Immediately leaps into Donut, cuts down the rotates. Boomich finding loads of impact across this one, sitting top of the board. And then in alongside them, Perfecto is just that rock, that very solid, very dependable player. And it's felt like that's been the case across the series. Virtus.pro, last-ditch attempt to salvage a 4th round. And it's a heavier lean over towards B, more of an emphasis around fighting early.
James set that play up for Flit, but Boomich was so quick, he was actually in front of the flashes. That's unbelievable.
This is mad as well,
yeah,
ducking out of there. He's aware of what they're trying to do, how they're trying to pincer him, but he never plays into their hands.
Oh,
beautifully done from Boomich. A wonderful read on this situation, and you can just feel, even based on the micro of that one play right there, he feels like he's in their heads. Fame, he's bottom of the board for VP, but he's delivered a clutch double kill down in the donut. Can that be a bit of a turning point here? Perfecto's got him boxed in. Once again, red is the gap. And Perfecto moves up into it, takes it in his stride. Fame tries his hand at the backstab, and he's just seen Perfecto there. He's got this one on a platter. He had 2 kills before this round.
But they know Norbert to be anchor. They can get the bomb down immediately.
Clark comes in. Norbert makes noise over at Donut, and that's a different gun to the one that fought earlier, so now they should know that Fame is trying to make moves through CT. As mentioned, 2 kills coming into this round. 2 kills for Fame, someone who had looked good across the other maps. Can this be his redemption arc? It's not an easy 1v2. He's just going to look to stick this, but no kit on his back. Surely no chance. In behind the box. They haven't found him yet. The Axar will spam him out. The 10-second defuse is denied. And Cloud9 blitz their way forward with 9 rounds under their belt.
Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found.
James Kingdom lays in ruins, besieged by Boomic's Barbarians, who sit up 9-3, sporting a 6-round lead. You've got commanding performances from Boomic, Electronic, and Perfecto to make that happen. A very well-cooled T-side, and the well-oiled machine of Cloud9, one that has had its fair share of struggles. Looking like they found their form here in the third map of this do-or-die game versus VP. James has got to collect the rubble and try to rebuild what he can.
You either go home or you go to the group stages here. It is Last Chance Saloon, and the big boom strikes first. Captains clash down the middle through the smoke, and VP just run amok into the stack.
Yeah, very up-tempo play here from Virtus Pro, but it's right into the hands of C9. They are ready for this. They collapse down upon it, and it is Big Boomich with all the kills to make it happen. Can he cement this with magic number 4? Takes one of the dome immediately. He's still got Perfecto, his trusted aid in these trying times, but not needed. It's all coming up Boomich right now. Not just calling a great game, but playing a great game as well. Double digits secured, and it's on the back of this man right here.
Yeah, to think that, last Katowice in 2023, it was Cloud9, albeit with a rather different roster, getting grouped by the Mongolians, whereas VP made the playoffs with the core of Fame, Flit, and Jame. It is a very different year with devastating results for VP to start off their season, and confident swing for Electronic. He has been playing a fantastic series, not required as much in this third map, but those first two, Electronic was here. Great to see Boomich come through with such a statement performance as well, with well-cooled T-sides on a map that Cloud9 have had a lot of trouble on.
And for someone whose departure from the Pro CS scene was in such a kind of sour manner, he's gone through and he's looked to take the heads of all the IGLs who were kind of lined up to be that next in Stride, right? And this would be one hell of a statement. Beating down on Nafany yesterday, now looking to pull the wool over James' eyes, a task that many a leader have attempted, but very few succeed in. Cloud9, 3 strong over towards B. They are more than ready for this play out of Virtus Pro.
Just felt like they've had all the right numbers in the right places on these CT sides. Easy shutdown for Hobbit. And Fame, not long for this world either. Jame attempts a pick, but they're just going to run at him. Ready to swing. Electronic comes through the smoke, and Jame gets smoked. It's 11-3 and a flawless round for Cloud9. Faith, what little of it ye may have, is surely gone now. VP with nothing to show on a map they have a 7-win streak on.
They're forcing into this again. Because in a way, what choice do they really have? They have been at the beck and call of Boomich throughout this entire third map. And sure, it might have been a well-called second, but everyone only remembers the third. That's the one that really matters. Hobbit opens with a molly kill. Boomich throws himself into the fray. One man gets past, and Boomich will get cut down. It's not come across to Hobbit, and so he will get caught out on an island there. Suddenly there's some legs on this one.
Spam.
Oh, the spam connects. Electronic restores a bit of faith for Cloud9 and now tries to play with some balls. Can't quite deny that bomb in time. Battling back in is Cloud9. It's the 2v1 and it's Jame. It's now or never. Do or die in a 1v2. He is boxed in. Swinging out, can't find Perfecto, and Cloud9 move onto match and series point after snuffing out the VP force.
Group stage point. A place where you'd expect to see Cloud9 already sit from the name value of this team, but they have been underwhelming in results. This is a reassuring one. To fall to Rebels in a BO1 in the opening day here in Katowice, well, this is a far better look for Cloud9. There's still questions on how far they can go, but to break VP and to break their mental in the fashion they have here in this third map, what a statement. We don't see VP tilt much, but they have looked completely out of this third. Axal, the trusted anchor of this A site, molly down. They're going through. He can't even get a shot off in time. Gun not pulled out. They won't even smoke that Molotov. 3 players getting burnt down, but they've got control for now.
That's like the dream opener if you're VP, right? Very little resistance. You get a lot of control on the back of it. This is at least favored for them to close. And with Norbert nailing that shot onto Electronic, it should look to happen here. Hobbit falls back in the temple, and it is only Boomich. He's left to try and save. VP want to try and deny that. Aware of the man in cave, so it looks like he might get away with this M4 for VP. That is the start of a very long journey. One that it's not even worth thinking about just yet. They would need to take 9 in a row to force an OT. And so sure, they get gifted an opener there. Exile with an awkward mistiming on that second to last jiggle, the penultimate one, he just misses that timing. And so by the time he learns about the terrible truth in main, it's already too late.
I think they're always going to trade him 1-for-1 at literally worst case scenario. That even if his timing is good, it's just about how much molly damage he can do. Can he get enough, can you get a dink off and burn the second one? It's a pretty difficult way to play that if VP are committed. And, well, they had nothing to lose in a round like that. 12-4. A comeback we will have not seen of this stature on LAN will have to come through. Fast up through heaven, VP, a ludicrous pace.
And the great tempo there has at least given them some good assurances that Cloud9 aren't super invested in this mid-fight early. That gives VP a little more to work for, but now Cloud9 go to retake that control just a tad later. And they have found a gap here potentially, especially if they can deal with Mir down in the elbow. He gets out with a kill. He does his job in the round.
In the site though, I mean, how do Cloud9 recover this one? Have to flash Hobbit through, and they've got nothing of the sort, relying on a big flank. But James is ready for this. Boomich is not missing a beat. Stutter step in, finds that kill. This round is on.
Yeah, clash of the brains there. Boomich pulls up with the brawn. Fame will trade it still. And for Cloud9, after losing him in the cave, you don't imagine they stand any chance of winning this one now. They kind of lost their diamond in the rough. Boomich on for the backstab, removed. And sure, they deal with Norbert. But what can you expect here? They're going to just tap on that bomb. They're going to stick it the full 10 seconds. It's a full commitment. No one's swinging yet. The spam is missing. They can't win it like this. They can't win it like that. Oh, man. The full 10 second stick out of Cloud9 and the ultimate middle finger to VP. That is how VP's journey ends in Katowice. No one had that on their bingo card for 2024. What a fall from grace for Virtus.pro, who posted some great results to open the start of the year. They get full 10 seconds stuck by Cloud9. And that's how James Kingdon crumbles around him.
Incredible form for Cloud9 today, and to see the depth of talent as well. Map 1, it was Axile, it was Hobbit performing out of their mind with Electronic with a fantastic T-side on Overpass, and to close it, Map 3, it's all big boom, baby. A strong cool T-half, the numbers to back it up, and a humiliating way to be eliminated from the competition. Cloud9, however, the job is not done. It's barely begun. They must stand tall in the group stage and perform well. Perform better than we've ever seen before against some of the world's best.
There we have it. Cloud9 is going to head on over to the group stages while Virtus.pro is getting on a plane to go home. No AWP, no hope, no clue, apparently, is what I need to add to my name, because it worked just fine. Cloud9 was able to beat Virtus.pro, and they are now in the group stages.
Listen, I'm glad for Cloud9. It was a great best of 3, a great series for them, knowing all of the issues that they've had. But let me be clear, this last round is as much as a clownery as this entire series from VP. What the hell are we looking at? What the hell are we looking at to get sent out of Katowice on a full-on 4v2 defuse 10 seconds? I mean, surely, like, the images speak for themselves.
I mean, I can weigh in. I think that Virtus.pro, they're just not talking to each other. Something's going on within the team. They look dejected halfway through that series.
What?
I don't know what it is. I mean, they all look really unhappy. But you know what? Banks is with the winners now. So let's celebrate before we talk about what's happened to Virtus.pro.
That's right, I've got Boomich with me here as Cloud9 get revenge at a very crucial moment. And I'm just going to talk about that last round. You guys look so happy. I guess you surely thought they were going to swing on you.
I don't know. It's 10-second defuse. It's unreal. I don't know. And he was spamming like 30 bullets, and no one. I think maybe it was lucky moment and lucky moment for us.
Sometimes luck can go your way for sure. But I want to touch on this overpass because last time around you guys got dominated by him on it. This time you came in looking like a different beast. Was this a change you made?
I think, second match and second map picks, it's overpass in Anubis, and I think we was preparing like opponent pick better. Both did it. So, and I think the communication was the key today on overpass. Everyone is hyped, and we are really angry about our bad results in Blast, and of course first match, but we goes to a hard way after lose first match, and maybe it's better to join the main stage on tournament and be more focused and prepared.
Definitely, you need to stay focused and prepared for all of this. I do want to touch on the Anubis that we saw come out there. Were you disappointed with not just like your performance, but the team performance there? Because this has been such a key map for you guys.
Yeah, like I said before, the preparation from VP to Anubis was better, and maybe we have a little bit nervous because we really want to win this match and go to the main stage of Katowice. So I just want to say good job for Virtus Pro on Anubis.
Okay, good job for them. But you're touching on this, how the nerves are actually there. I remember trying to speak to you guys after you finished the first map. Everyone was still very quiet. You weren't celebrating just yet. So you knew this was going to be a tough game, right? How badly did you want this win?
Oh, this win, this is the best moment in our team right now because we qualify. Because after a bad start, it was really bad emotions and bad mood in our team. So I think I'm really happy for our team. Like we're back and we have tournament still.
Now you say you're back. Do you think you're back enough to go all the way to the playoffs?
We will see soon.
He's got a smile on his face. We'll have to see if we can get it done. Sam, back to you.
Thank you so much, James. Cloud9's obviously going to be happy. They're in the group stages. They're in the top 16 teams at Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice, which is exciting for them. And then on the other side, we say goodbye to Virtus Pro. You know what the best part about all of this is obviously it also gives us a little look-see before the major, before the RMRs as to what is going on. And if you had to look over to the side of Virtus Pro, what are you thinking, Maniac?
It was definitely a complicated stint here in Katowice. I think Overpass was a downfall for them all the way through. There were obviously more issues than just that, but it used to be a stronghold for them. And then you look back at the two series they lose, Gamer Legion and C9, and both occasions it's a disaster on Overpass. I just wanted to quickly bounce back on the interview. We got some cool words from Boomich as well. You feel the relief. Just a little story out there. We were walking to the set and we had Cloud9's manager behind us with Lucas here, and he just told us behind us, I've never been so happy to make it to the group stage. Because it's the happiest moment right now to make to the group stage. And yeah, you can get that vibe. Like you get that vibe. They're obviously aware of their shortcomings, and they've had a pretty hard road to make it there. I mean, beating BB in a best of 3, then beating VP in a best of 3 to make to the main stage. But he talks about nerves. I thought they looked pretty calm, like in that game. All these mid-round situations, clutch overturning VP, they looked like they knew what they were doing.
I mean, yesterday against BB, I kind of saw them from a different side. They kind of was so emotional. Boomich making so many mistakes. That Overpass was such a hectic experience for the Cloud9 guys. So coming in today and actually showing this level kind of reaffirms me that there's still a lot of good players in this roster. It's just about getting.
You were doubting?
Yeah, for times I am. Like, I ask myself, how good is Hobbit at times? How good is Perfecto? I think he's in my opinion, the best player on this roster right now. But it's about getting those mixed in and making a team that's worth watching. And I think with the little money thing, I think that's a little bit a hint of who was maybe to come.
Interesting, but before we get into the gossip side of things, Babski, what I do want to say is you mentioned that you were wondering who one of the best players was. Hobbit, his name came up. I definitely think in this series he put on a really good show, and because of that, he is our US Air Force Aim High player of the match. We're putting him up on your screen in a bit with some highlights. He had a really good showing.
Yeah, I mean, if Hobbit is indeed our man of the match, that's actually Electronic, so I'm going to take a little dive on that one. Electronic was pretty strong in this series, I got to say. And the role that he is playing is one that isn't that easy either, because he's being left quite sometimes on the side. But when we talk about experience and knowing when to hit your timing, you would wish that Axel was a bit more like Electronic on different positions. Like, he knows still when he's got such a good decision making when he has to be aggressive and he goes for that second kill. It's always a pleasure to see. And the temporary downfall of Electronic in Cloud9 has to be one of the saddest moments in his recent history of Counter-Strike. So I'm glad to see Electronic back at the top.
Yeah, one thing I also going to be looking into is that he was an IGL and it was just a mess. Like, he was running around the 1.0 rating for such a long time. Then one day he just say, no more IGL for me, and he's all back to his own level. I think it's so impressive to like snap out of that mindset and be like, okay, now I'm the star player again, and I'm really going to take responsibility when it comes to the fracking side.
I feel like he toned it down just a little bit, just from a behavioral standpoint. We have this great opportunity here to witness them in the Hall of Heroes all the time, and when Electronic was an IGL, I swear to God, he was scaring me. Like, the level of communication, like the intensity of it, was hella scary. He was very intense, talking a lot, and then he realized himself, he said in a few interviews, like, I don't have the nerves for it. Like, I cannot control my emotions. It's too hard for me. Like, F this, I'm out. And looking at him right now, he seems like he tempered down just a little bit, like a bit more focused on his crosshair maybe, doing what he knows, being a very cerebral player. Like, sometimes it's underrated how clever Electronic is in the game. So good for you. Good for you. Now, talk a little less, be focused on what's happening, have your impact. This is the Electronic we like.
How do we think Cloud9 is going to do now that they move into the group stages very quickly, Babski?
I think they're going to have a better time against the better teams because the pressure is not going to be on their shoulders in the same extent that we saw. Losing to Rebels at this tournament is a major red flag. It shows that they are still vulnerable in many aspects, and I think some of the other teams is going to be looking at that and be like, where is Cloud9 for now? But where is it going to place them? I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to go into the favorites to advance into the playoffs, but they're going to have a good shot regardless of who they're going to play.
We need to say goodbye to Virtus Pro, and Banks is with the team now to have a chat. It's always this is always a rough interview, so we'll see if they have any words for us.
There has to be winners and losers in every game, but I'm sure this one stings, and that's what I want to start with here, Nor. But for you guys, Overpass was always the one where, like, that's VP's map, it's the one you can rely on. You lost it here against Cloud9, and you've also lost it against Gamer Legion. What do you think was the problem this time around? Because it didn't look like the old VP.
Against Gamer Legion, we just throw it. Because we didn't play like we play usually. We didn't talk like we're talking, I mean, in the middle of the rounds, not helping to each other. That's why we lost to Gamer Legion. About this Overpass against Cloud9, they just outplayed us. And we did stupid mistakes, and we can't hit some shots, so that's why.
Boomich just said when I was interviewing him, though, that it felt like both teams prepared so hard for the other opponent's map, and then we see you win Anubis. Was this what it was? It's like, okay, we're going to prepare, we're going to be ready?
I think it's not about the preparation, it's more about we know each other for a long time. I mean, they know Boomich, Electronic, and Perfecto. They know the guys Science Navi. They know about Cloud9 and the Navi trio. So it's more about how they know each other, not about the preparation, I think.
Now, for you guys, though, leaving at this stage in the play-in, not advancing over to the group stage, how much does that hurt? Because we were so excited about what this VP was showing.
Of course, it's sad that we couldn't make it to main stage and especially Spodek. But it's time. I think it's better to lose here and fix some shit that we have and qualify to major and be more focused on the major.
I like that. So the positive is more focus for the major, get a boot camp under your way and try and dominate when it comes to that. We'll see what VP do for along this season.
Thanks, Norbert, for not mincing the words. We hear it loud and clear. They got some stuff to fix. Right, we have one team who has advanced to the group stages here at IEM. I can confirm that it is only one team because I do believe the Mongols, if I look over my shoulder, and Ents are still going on. So we'll know who is joining Cloud9 in a little bit. And we'll also know who between M80 and Rebels will be going over to the group stage. So make sure you stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Holt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
You had such a high emotional game versus Cloud9. Then a turn on fire, they fought back real hard, it was difficult for you. Does it feel like an emotional roller coaster?
Yeah, for us, that was a very hard match, to be honest. Like on the Cloud9, we have nothing to lose, we have something to get, like this. And we was playing our game, and we was feeling confidence. We was pushing like hard on the maps, and I think we wasn't shocked little because we are not staying defense. We are all the time playing aggressive. I think the second match on the Turn on Fire was quite hard because we have much experience, and we saw they are already analyze us. And I think Inferno is not the best map, okay. So it was kind of hard. But yes, we are not experienced as much, so we had a roller coaster of emotion.
Well, this is why you go through these experiences, to get more and learn how to fight through it all. I want to touch on the fact that you are now one game away still from progressing to the group stage of IEM Katowice. Can you believe it?
To be honest, I can't believe it because I started to play professional like half year ago. So for me, it's pretty hard to stay here and just talking to you. It's amazing feeling, and also I'm so glad to have support from the Polish fans, to be honest, because a lot of Polish fans just writing to us and sends a good message. So for us, it's so good, to be honest.
You've become the pride of Poland for sure. Right? The Bents may have a core, but you guys are the full Polish roster in here. Now, you had a day off yesterday. What did you do in order to be the best preparation and be best ready for M80 today?
To be honest, we are analyzing with our coach, and we are trying to prepare their gameplay. So we'll check what we prepare to them. But I think it could be a good match. We try our best.
In terms of trying your best, though, you can't lose to a team with a coach, surely.
We'll see. He was a professional player of Valorant, also he's playing in every Genesis. He's a very good player, so we have to be respectful to them.
I like it.
I'm going to take it right from the beginning. You heard it at the start of that interview. We had nothing to lose and everything to gain. What they have to gain is a spot in the group stages at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. It is probably the biggest moment of this team's career. Rebels up against M80 right now. It is the decider here on the stream. And what a moment it would be. You can hear it when he's talking there, the passion, the excitement. This means so much to the Polish team.
I love what we're getting from that interview, all these emotions being painted. It's so true, so genuine, so authentic. 18 years ago, when I qualified for ESWC for the first time, I was 16 and I have never forgotten this moment. It's engraved in my memory. And now I'm looking at these guys and I'm thinking they could be on the cusp of just that. We are here at IEM, Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, one of the most important, prestigious moments in the history of Counter-Strike. And they could become the heroes of Poland right here, right now. They are best of 3 away from establishing themselves, putting their names out there as a top 16 here. And I think it's apparent that they know they're on the cusp of it. But it comes either with fight or flight, adrenaline or panic.
Very poetic. I say that. Wow.
You sound so emotional, Bubs. Yeah, but you had like a little lump in your throat there.
I can see where they're coming from. I also come back from the old school scene. It wasn't always flowers and all these sunshines that we see now with these type of halls, right? So it's very nice to see a guy experience that early on in his career, and it's also going to be super valuable for him going forward to gain that experience. But they went into this tournament, probably talked about, hey guys, we're going to have to run it from the lower braid. Cloud9 going to be really tough, but then we get maybe some lesser opponents. Now all of a sudden they're standing against a very comfortable team in the likes of M80. Then definitely not underdogs in the state we would expect them to be.
It's a question of who's got the pressure and what is your mental state going into the game. And we got that impression from the interview. He says, we play Cloud9, we have nothing to lose. Suddenly, I don't even realize what's happening. We're beating them. Then they move on to EF. And then suddenly the idea, the prospect that, oh shit, like I'm a series away from making it, from proceeding. And then you start getting into your own head. And that to me is going to be the thread that I'm going to follow through this entire series. Like, how do they handle this reality that they're one series away from it? Do they crumble? Do they step up? Do they play free? Do they crumble and play very defensive, passive? That is going to be sort of the human experiment that I'm going to be keeping an eye on for Rebels.
So this team came here and was able to get here because they played through the Polish tournament that got them here. Yeah. And during that time, they beat 9, which now the majority of 9 is N. Yeah. So they've clearly known when they have to rise up. And today is that day. They have to light it up. They're going to have to light up this stage. And it's like you said, it's fight or flight. I believe if we've seen what they've been posting on social media, if we see that interview we just watched, Rebels knows what's on the line. And I think that they have the goods. They've proven it. They've technically beaten an ENT at some point, if you wanted to say it like that. Maybe they can do it here.
I mean, I don't think people realize these players are actually really talented. I've played against them and faced it while playing with Yabi, Down, all these players, and we're always like, what the fuck, they are so good. But when it comes to LAN experience, it's just a different setting. They don't have the necessary tools yet to play against the top team in a BO3, but they are so, quote-unquote, lucky to get an opponent like M80.
Okay, but what tools do you need to bring it to LAN? Because you've both played on LAN. What is it that differentiates someone who's really good in their mom's house versus performing here in the Hall of Heroes?
Usually it's, I think, dealing with adversity. I think it's something that comes hardly earned throughout games, throughout experience, knowing how to deal with rounds that go away from you, dealing with stupid clutches that you were not supposed to lose, and not getting into your own head, right? We have a couple of shots from M80 right now. They have almost nothing to lose. They came here in a very circumstantial situation with Manx taking a leave of absence for very valid and reasonable reasons, so now they come in with death. They don't really have a whole lot of pressure, and individually speaking, there are some candidates here. There are some players who've touched the top level a little bit. Mabs for sure, Slacks as well with Sprout. They've got quality, and they have this dangerous sort of mixed cocktail of, hey, you know, whatever happens, happens. We don't get to live with that pressure. We're not going to become regional heroes here. We're just going to mess everybody up. We're just going to poop the party, and that's it. So that worries me a little bit. I think M80 is going to play super free.
No, I don't actually think. I think both of them is going to go in with the expectations that we're the favorites, because I think M80 doesn't really respect Rebels to the extent who else they could play at this tournament, and I think on Rebels side they're going to think like, this is my best opportunity in my life to sit in Katowice and play the group stage. So it's just a different story on each side.
It's just as important to M80 though. They did lose their player. Their coaches stepped in. You mentioned about FaZe, how you cope with adversity. They have risen up. I think on the first day we were all like, oh, so bad, too sad. And they have fought to get you. And I think that this is where it's going to become. It's these two teams who just, it means more to them, and it's something that I think both of you understand as a pro player, but maybe the viewers at home don't understand. I come from a region where we don't get a lot of opportunities to compete, and I'm not saying that's the case for an M80. They are in NA, but they are a group of players that haven't been signed to those big organizations. This is for them this huge opportunity, and they need this so badly. There's a hunger in both of these teams, and I think M80, despite their coach stepping in, they really believe that they need to be in those group stages.
And listen, it's rightfully as well. I think they're only up and up. We were just talking about sort of the upset versus Liquid, right? Grabbing that spot for Chengdu. Now they're here one step away from the group stage in Katowice. So I think they're starting to sort of poke through the curtains, kind of dipping their toes into the very top level of Counter-Strike. And of course, they're going to be extremely motivated. It's just a matter of being in your own head and knowing how to turn this reward that you're chasing, the carrot that you're chasing, into something that motivates you and not that blocks you. And this is where I wonder about Rebels. I wonder about their ability to deal with the actual situation they are in. I think there's more experience on M80 as well. We quickly touched on Def. Def used to play Counter-Strike when I was playing. I played against him when he was in Complexity. That's how far we go. That's how far we go back.
When they said that Dave was stepping in, so many people were going, I mean, when I say people, there's like a lot of fans that were going, oh, well, this is a mess. And I was like, I don't think it's a mess. I think it's a good thing for them that their coach had the experience to step in.
And in terms of experience as well, we have a shot here on your right-hand side. It's Sparrow. Yep. For people who are a little bit unfamiliar with the system, he's been in a tier 2 of Polish Counter-Strike for a very long time. We're talking the AGOs, teams like, we're always going through these qualifiers. I'm hoping that he had a talk with the boys and like help them being the right mindset, because he has been in these positions more than once.
I also think you can't diminish the results we've seen from M80. Like, they are potentially the best team in NA in form right now. They played against Team Liquid. No, but like when we consider them, the Chengdu qualifier, they actually destroyed Liquid twice, and I don't think it was even close at one map. So I think it's just a very important thing to highlight that even though they don't have Mangs, the rest of the 4 players should be very durable to do this.
Rest in peace, Complexity and Liquid, according to Babsky. But you know what we need to focus on right now is probably my most exciting matchup for the whole of today here in the play-ins. M80 up against Rebels. This is going to mean so damn much to these players. Harry, Hugo, I'm hyped. Are you?
You already know we're hyped, Sam. A huge opportunity, the biggest opportunity for most of these players playing Korea is to go through to the group stage of IEM Katowice. Rebels have already made history by being the first Polish squad to actually take a series coming from the Polish qualifier in the play-in. Can they go further? Can they run all the way to the group stage in their home country, or will it be wounded but still battling M80, coached up and ready to go? This BO3 will decide it all.
Yeah, a little bit of nuke action to open up. This is where we call M80 day 1. Let's see how they're feeling on it by day 3. Got caught with a slow start from Def, but it was safe to say he warmed up in that series the other day. Rek with the dualies has kick-started this pistol round in an early 5v4 for M80, but a lot of damage done. It's Casey and Olymp to make that happen. Lobby now dealt with, and that confines M80 to having a fight for this bomb site out of heaven and main, and they are quickly cut down. Casey swinging and eventually stopped in his tracks, but for Slacks, time is running out. Gonna have to tap this bomb. He's still getting given peeks before the tap. A clean shot, but not enough to win the round. Olymp moves in, and even though he's another one to the slaughter here, it's still Rebels with the pistol on the board.
I think we've got a 3-mapper ready to go in this series, right? Like, M80's win streak on Vertigo is nothing to be... But I'm excited to see what Rebels have to show for us on Nuke, because they look like a real team when they took on Cloud9. The way they moved as a pack, as a unit, the communication was very clean, the hype was there. We're already getting that coming out from the Polish boys in that pistol round. Let's see if M80 can stop them early, because I feel like if M80 win this first map, the series might just be taken. It's going to be a full eco in round 2 as we wait for Rebels to bring some MAC-10s into that upper site.
Yeah, and they've got the site for free. M80 were playing with everyone over towards the outside. There's a chance spam onto Olymp.
Not the end of the world. They can block and wait, and M80, all they can do is flood and hope for the best. I like this, though. If they go really late, they might force Rebels to die with the bomb. That's a decent strategy. We know how big that nuke blast radius is. So someone just throw yourself in, tap that bomb, bring Rebels back.
There they are.
Yeah.
Flood out through heaven. Halo's on. But yeah,
Rebels don't believe it.
Sticking around too heavily. Kisarek will be a dead man. But the rest of them are going to get out scot-free with the ramp save. A nice idea from M80 just to try and maximize the damage early on. But only 2 kills found. Now things get real exciting. I think Slacks is a very obvious talking point here. Yes. We've seen some real good games out of him on the AWP. He's going to bring that out straight away. And so you really want him to be in good form. Certainly not a bad start to this map already. We're only 3 in. So let's see what he can do now that he's got his weapon of choice in this first gun round for M80.
Yeah, he had a good second half against, or a good CT side right against Gamer Legion. Had some decent rounds outside with the AWP. He drops in A immediately, and he has no armor here, so putting a lot of stock in getting that AWP in ASAP. He's playing CT Vent with AWP. That's pretty crazy. Believing in the upper execute. And you know what, Harry? He might be right. 3 players on the roof. Not traditional. They're lobbing nades to the back of the site. And, well, they said they'd done their homework. Certainly looks like it's paying off. Rek writing lines on the chalkboard now.
Oh, and they're going to go back to outside lane now. Swish has already had this real estate since the start of the round. He's very deep here. Because Rebels haven't been here, they've got to be aware, and might have even seen Swisher crossing out there.
He thinks it's a fake, just because of the smoke, and he doesn't hear steps, but they're coming very late with a full wall. They actually missed one of them. It's a bit of a problem. It landed in garage. Will Mabs make the same error as Swisher and try and play too early? Because if he tucks in, who knows if they clear this.
Crazy slow from the Rebels for the first gun round. They're 5v3, but they're really letting M80 just stew in it. Now, Malbs has been down sequence since the start of the damn round. Will he be able to get away with anything? Just run at by the MAC-10. They put a stop to Malbs MD. That'll be a save for Slacks and Def. So that AWP never even gets a chance to fire for M80 in their first rifle round. I do love that slowdown from Rebels, and I think, you know, it'd be easy for this team to kind of let the whole gravity of the situation go to their heads somewhat, right? The idea that they're so close to going where these Polish qualification teams have only dreamed of getting to. I think it'd be easy to let the excitement of all that overwhelm you, but they're calling a pretty slow, pretty methodical first rifle round there, just trying to keep the nerves in check.
Dude,
that was get ahead of themselves.
That was a really nice, fake out. They of course get the opening kill with the triple nades. They go back outside, they throw a wall, but then they fake execute upper delayed with like 30 seconds left before they run down secret. Like that's so. They're loving it. There's just so many layers to that round. I think if they're going to be calling things that convoluted, it might be hard for M80 to read what they're up against. And we've already seen some brutal utility. So let's see. Rebels grabbing this opportunity with both hands. 3-0 up. Saved guns. And like every round they're, nade stacking, triple nade into main, using every trick in the book to try and get an opening kill. Every little cheeky play. And nuke is one where you can, it's very risky to go for opening kills solo, but those are safe ways of doing it. Upper rush.
Oh yeah, 1 out of Rek on the hold at the top of heart, but they're already in. Oh, nice flick back down to find Olymp, and he's going to retreat to some form of safety here. And with the backstab now, it's Rek having retrieved that gun from Def's body. He's going to try put the hurt on them, and he adds another to his tally in the round. Rek has been their reckoning here. It's only Flay left standing, and he might try to slip out, just dodge these fights altogether. Instead, leaves himself open a main, and that's when Slacks finally gets to fire off this AWP. I agree.
Yeah. Nice shots from Rek, man. 5-7. Gets that flick back to a player who's very deep in the bomb site. 2 kills and then disappears. M80 on the board early. Not getting steamrolled out of this map yet. I mean, bookmaker favorite, sure, but there's always that question of doubt playing with the coach, despite how well Def did play in the BO3 yesterday. Nice opener for Rek, catching Olive going for a cheeky drop. M80 don't need to adjust their defense at all. The rotation player can go towards ramp. They don't need to be worried about A now with that first line stopped. Slack's timing's outside. They can slip down secret. He's holding for an AWP boost here. There is one in play, but it's going on the roof. Smoke seen. And nothing to see for Slacks. He does catch them on the jump. Confirmation, Swisher here to deal with it. Ugly spray off the A1S. A 4-on-4 where Rebels want to fight this AWP outside. It is looking like they're coming through main for an A split though.
SNX the man to try and pull the trigger on that. No, he's actually sneaking past, looking to take all this real estate outside. And if they get him up and over towards heaven, that is a very powerful piece of real estate to hold, and SNX knows it.
Oh, the shadow.
Malbs is down here. Malbs doesn't know. They walk right by each other, and if anything, this only makes the position more valuable for SNX. They have no idea anyone can even be in this position, and he might just get 2 out of it. It's a lot of damage done. The backstab from Malbs comes in, but it might be too little too late here. They know where he is now. That element of surprise is gone. Malbs mollied off. I mean, this guy's been talked about for a long while now. These are the rounds he's meant to provide him, but locked out immediately as Flazor bears down on the angle. Rebels are celebrating. They come in with an immediate reset down upon M80.
It's just so unexpected for them to be here. I feel like there's no way they can get tilted out. There's no way they can, you know, fall apart mentally because they're already further than expected. Even when they got bodied by Eternal Fire, they got destroyed by the Turkish side. They immediately pulled it in for a team huddle at the end. They had smiles on their faces. I think mentally, that's a huge buff for Rebels right now. Whereas for M80, sure, you can always, after a game, go, yeah, we had a coach, whatever, you know, it's an awkward situation. But still, there is sort of expectation on M80 to be carried through by their star players who are proven.
Yeah, I think for Rebels, it's like the longer they can kind of keep this mentality of just, they're happy to be here, they're happy for the opportunity, right? They're happy that they've been able to fight so hard on day one to even get to this spot. And so the longer that's the mindset, you don't focus on what you're potentially losing, you focus on what you could gain. I think they're going to be in a good place. And from what we've seen so far, it's been all smiles, but we'll have to wait and see, you know. They haven't been tested too much yet. They've looked real good out of the gate. They win the pistol. They get the rounds on the back of that. It's if this game closes up. That's the real test of the mental.
Rebels have already shown some nice pops in this T side. They're going to go back to spawn to lay up util. But we have a nice defense from M80 Swisher. He loves to play this position, hidden from lower outside, and he can peek when Slacks calls for it. He's going to see Smokes come over the top. He's fighting Silo. No one will go here. Slacks getting mollied. Has to move forward. He'll take that opportunity. Swisher here for support. Missed shots from the AWP, and Swisher finds 2 before he drops off. It could be worse for M80. 4-on-3, forcing Rebels back to spawn. Or are they? Oh, bomb is now kind of left on its own. Casey might have to go back for that.
It's a little nerve-wracking here.
Someone's got to play it. If it's not Casey, it's Olymp.
Could just be a little oversight right now for the Rebels as they're still trying to work this 2-man control outside, but if you're going to leave it down to the wire, you will be needing that bomb. when it approaches crunch time. They run back for it now, but like this is wasting a lot of time on the clock for the Rebels. 15 seconds as they try to make this play happen. They need flawless openers. They cannot get slowed for even a moment here. As the bomb moves in from main, they will get churned up and locked out by M80.
Yeah, it's too good of a crossfire to break through with so little time. You need the instant headshot on that first CT vent player, and you know, Rek is a very solid rifler. We've already seen it in a couple of these rounds now, but he also had a phenomenal game against Gamer Legion, which was majoritarily a CT comeback that fell apart right at the end on this very map. So Rek is going to be comfortable. I hope to see a lot from him today, because it can't just be the Malb show. It can't just be an AWP winning you a game on Slacks. You need even more firepower when you're missing Manx. Fast in upper, ugly for depth. Does it get recovered? We need it to. Rek gets the Glock out of the round, but the bomb makes its way to B. So that's a win. Rebels get a plant, and SNX may have a little bit more in store. Oh, he missed that opportunity, but he's still flanking. However, they're running, he's walking. They're going to get here in time, and it might just be a combat save.
Yeah, if Olaf's like able to slow them down a bunch, maybe there's a world where this flank gets there in time, but it really does hinge on him. You know, he doesn't even have to offer up resistance in terms of getting a kill. He just has to stop them defusing. Bomb's not planted for ramp either, so there's a lot of red flags on this round. They deal with that wrap, and they flush out Olymp down in decon.
Maybe he could have made the call to like knife and vent, you know, because they knew the upper player was low. He had a Glock. Knife is honestly your best option if you play it on a corner.
You know, you were talking about Rek earlier on. I think one of the things that's very commendable here is he is, you know, frequently the guy kind of paired up with Def, right? And you can imagine having to hold the top side with someone who obviously isn't bringing like their A game, right? Isn't going to do the work of someone that was 100% prepared for this call-up would. He then has to essentially kind of hit as hard as two players would. And I feel like he's done a great job of delivering on that need at least. Really not an easy task. And I think you've seen a lot of teams try and bully Def whenever they can, try and get in his head, try and exploit the fact that you have one player who will get caught out of position a little bit more.
Ooh, disrespectful round. Malb's getting aggressive. He's caught throwing a smoke. They were hoping to get a repeat from back lobby. Slacks was never afforded it. And the smoke's used to cross the bomb into the hut so they can go for this upper hit. Meanwhile, Util flying over. They're throwing rafters mollies that burn through the wall. Rebels have got every trick in the book, it seems. But they are re-smoked and they must cool it off. Knowing Slacks is AWPing ramp should only send them into upper. But they at least want to push them back. Can they do that?
Another one of these good crossfires set up between the CT vent and top of hut, but Rek with a slight overswing, and Def then tries to make up for it, but he can't find his way in. Instead, it's Swisher.
Oh.
Definitely had a chance there to at least give M80 the opportunity to go for the retake, but it ends up falling on deaf ears.
Nice. That's disastrous. We've seen two big whiffs from the Swish so far on this CT side. That is not ideal. What an opportunity he had there to potentially even grab 2 kills out of it, at least deny the bomb and throw the round into disarray. Rebels, nice mid-round reaction. When they trade out Malbs, they realize there's a double setup in play. They smoke off Slacks, they push him back to ramp, and then they can just walk out upper. It does feel like upper is definitely the way, right? Even though there is Rek there, who's having a good game. Of course, you're going to exploit the biggest weakness in the M80 roster in depth. Talking some smack while they do it. You know what's funny as well? Like, we got Sparrow behind Rebels. Well, he was actually part of the Whistler Krakow team playing in 2022 in the Katowice play-in. Fell out to Fnatic there, 0-2, didn't win a map, but now he's standing behind the boys unfazed as they try and make history here. Another smoke wall comes out outside. Kisarek lurks it.
Oh, Slacks might get given a peek here. Just homed in, but 3 players ready to swing him. He's going to want to get one and then get out of dodge with the AWP. Missed shot first time around, goes back for more. Able to get away, firing a second shot off. And Swisher is in no state to fight for this ramp control. In the meantime, SNX has gained all this ground outside. The positioning of Rebels in this round, they've got a lot of real estate. Slacks is going to deal with Kissereg. That was the player who managed to sneak down Secret, but now coming up into heaven is SNX. On the ladder, he's called that it's clear, but Swisher is here. Backstab in, but missed on the spray. Flay with the turnaround. And so now we look at Reg, someone who really has been putting in the legwork here.
SNX just has such a powerful position. They can't clear him from main unless they're out in the open as well. So his whole team could just peek off of SNX's contact. They can wait. He should have a guaranteed opening kill before all is said and done.
And there it is. It's Rek on the receiving end of it. Olymp forced out by that Molotov.
Oh no,
an awkward team flash, but at least it does blind Malbs as well. So in a way, it still works out for the Rebels. They're not able to get punished.
A bomb's going to kill him. He knows there's nowhere to run. He's back and forth, but I think he's a dead man. Oh, 1 point of health for Slacks. Game time.
And they're really getting down with the LAN vibes, aren't they?
Yeah. Gotta respect it. Like, and that's the thing. I think it's harder for M80 to talk smack back because there are still expectations that they are the favorite. But Rebels are throwing all of that away. Some excellent T-side rounds, some very, very well dry. They've definitely done dry runs of a lot of these rounds, like the XX upper.
I mean, yeah, they even said in that interview off the top, they've done their prep. They're going to see if it works out today, and I think that's clear. I like this slow burn style as well. I think it's hard to get carried away in like the emotion and the momentum of the game when you're playing the rounds like this. And one thing's for certain, it makes M80 feel uncomfortable, right? Like you're kind of getting that anxiety building up in the mid round, searching for info and oftentimes getting punished for it. Right now, it's only Rek, really, with anything to show for. And there's those nades into main, something the Rebels have done a hell of a lot. It ends up knocking that AWP out of the round. Def will retrieve it. Go on, Def. My AWPer. But as is often the case, Rebels, you feel like even if that kill didn't come in, there would have been a slowdown here. So now they do it all the same. Waiting to see what the reactions are from M80. Full wall throwing in over the wards outside, and that's going to cut off the flow of info. You hear this if you're M80. You have to be paranoid that players can be crossing with it.
Wouldn't be their first fake out, though. They're just going to walk out upper, and Def, even if he hits his... Oh, he does hit his next shot. I was going to say they should be trading at Hut, but he finds a door kill. He's going to creep in the vent. Oh, he's not even dropping. He's hoping to get a shot.
Like going for the style, man.
Yeah, to respect the grind. Double Hut. Can a pistol draw them in? SNX gets tagged from heaven. Double dink for Malbs. Def with a chance. One more could win this very round. A full eco where the AWPer was blown to smithereens. Malbs gives it up. Def knows they're in, but he can't hit his third. 2 will have to do in a 2-on-3.
Has Def done enough? Swisher dies. That's the AK dropped over at door. Rek retrieves.
Oh my.
And we'll deal with Olymp. Now it's only Flay left in this one. Playing it wide away from the plant, goes seeking these last players, and Malbs lines up the double dink. Always been good for the pistols as Malbs MD, and he makes it happen there. 2 kills off of his USP.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And 2 from Def on the AWP.
That's an unbelievable round to win. They get 4-on-5'd. Their AWPer, the one guy with a gun, is blown up in main, and Def goes on with 2 picks on the AWP. In the mid round as well, that late door peek. And Malbs, this one was unbelievable. He should not be getting away with that. He was just set up to trade his teammate at the end. Wasn't even required. Rebels, don't get ahead of yourself.
I think Malbs has had more impact with the USP in this game than with any other gun thus far.
Smokes down, Slacks holds the cross. Swisher, we need something more out of this guy. We know what he can do, but yet to materialize in this map. Tucked in main, got to watch his close position. Slacks needs to commit. But as he moves back to red, they've already crossed past him. 4 players going down secret. Numbers are not known, not guaranteed at least. Malbs has to get in position quick.
He's going to hear all the footsteps. He's going to know that there are a lot of players coming his way. Will that make his life any easier? Swisher tries to lend a helping hand. Malbs backed into a corner. Good for that first kill, but it's going to have to flick up to Casey, who lurks out onto the rafters. Molly forces that swing, and it's all Malbs MD down at lower. Flay Orp 1v4, that's what the record will have to show here. First kill connects as he looks back into the sight. Is there any more left in the tank for Flay? On that swing, the flick will not connect. And it's Malbs all damn day. Starts feeling it a little bit more with 2 kills on the USP in the last round. Now offers up a hat-trick here and now, trying to level the playing field for M80.
He squeezed himself into Dog just in time, right before they swing the door open, and comes out with 3 as well. Casey knew he had to hunt that kill, otherwise Malbs can just be such a nuisance waiting for his teammates to set up for a retake in the middle of the site. But the drop shot not going to work. Got a broken buy at the end of the half here for Rebels. Damn well good T-side, but M80 have certainly woken up near the end of the half. That eco win propelling them to an even score if all goes to plan. But will it? Swisher, another try over the top. A good angle and up against a pistol. That's his all day. It's a second delayed player. Gotta worry about that. But position given up. And not even a good smoke on the fly. A ramp pick will complicate things. They're about to pop up, but this could still be the end goal. But the molly has meant the Sacks can't even rotate into hell. That's going to give them a path to B.
Yeah, this is a little on-the-fly adaptation from how the round was necessarily meant to look, but they've got the space down secret, they get the kills at ramp, and now they deal with Def on the rotate through the ladder. Suddenly, it's all eyes on Rek again, having to do the heavy lifting. Oh, another dink down range. Rek really is living up to the hype right now, nearly 20 kills deep, but it might not matter. Olymp just barely shy of the double kill, and so this one is still on for M80. Still in with a chance. Casey's going to chase down this kill in at ramp, and that'll tee him up nicely to try play around this bomb. Rek moves in. Oh, it's not planted for the ramp side. It is just for this decon angle. Rek holds it for the moment, and Kisserek gets him on the wide swing. Rebels, they will deliver on at least closing out this first half in their advantage. Rek has tried his damnedest to load M80 onto his shoulders and bear the weight of that CT side, but started to buckle, started to give way, and give way to a Rebels 7-5 lead. It has a more team-orientated picture for the Rebels side. Not too many kills apart from top to bottom. Everyone pulling their weight right now for the Rebels with a slow, methodical T side under their belts. They now move on to this defensive half where they look to do good on this lead.
Yeah, they're breaking all the rules right now, trying to steal away this first map and what feels like a guaranteed vertigo for M80, given their track record on. Rebels need nuke if they're going to long out this series. Dev dead immediately to the bottom performer, and they're going to fight outside dry. Just pistols popping heads. Swisher takes one more. It's a 4-on-4 now. Crossing to hell, this PT50 will give great advantage on a ranged fight. Swisher's desperately looking for it, but just an info game for Flay, who wants to make sure they don't cross secret. He'll see one, and he'll give it up, allowing M80 their path to B. Oh my god, look at this flank. He realized he's not been spotted. They do turn back, though. Something, Spidey senses tingling. Kisarek spamming, and he gets away with a kill, but even he gets shot in the back of the head by Malbs. M80 regroup outside. Olymp anchors B. A 3-on-1. Those are good odds for the North American side.
Yeah, Rebels just play around the idea that this could end up 3 main. They think that they've at least got a semi-stable path to rotate, but the drop-down vent would be lost if this B site falls. Don't hear or see anything yet, but they're about to. Olymp will be tested here. He's sitting up top of the board for the Rebels, so he is the man you'd want in this position.
He has a great position as well.
Just tucked in, playing the long con. And I mean, he doesn't have to fight right away. He can really try and delay this for as long as he wants to. They will have to come clear this. Malb stops just shy of it, and so that's the plant denied. With 10 seconds, the alarm bells are going off for M80. Even though they get the trade, this is in dire straits now. Rebels could just look to harass and put a stop to the round. They'll do more than that. The bomb is sniped out. And even that final kill onto Swisher dealt his way. He dies after time. An immediate destruction of M80 here. That is the worst possible start they could have had.
That's just such a sick play from Casey, man, to run through. He's halfway through taking a fight, and he just knows, if I can sneak past this Glock and kill the planter, I will win the round. It doesn't matter if he dies. He doesn't even do that. Both kills on the B-bomb site. Olin plays it perfectly, and it's a lazy clear from Malbs, all due to the time that puts M80 behind. He's gone immediately. SNX opening up both of these rounds on the CT side. He's got more in store. Barely a weapon to fight back. Pop. And even a team kill. Don't know how that happens, but it goes from bad to worse here for M80. 9-5. It might just be a formality unless they can take this first gun round.
Oh, interestingly enough, so I figured, right, with Swisher dying after time, you kind of got the vibe that Def might drop a gun over, but it's actually Malbs who's done that, and he's elected to play with the Deagle. Now, if you know anything about Malbs, it's that he is a real nightmare on the Deagle.
I've seen a Malbs Deag once or twice.
So he's got confidence in himself here, at least. Also has the chance to pick up any dropped early AKs. So I don't think this is the end of the world.
Ooh, risky for SNX to take that. It's a lot of info, but then he crouches and commits, and that will be an opening kill for M80, one they need desperately at this point in the game. Lobby take coming in, Rebels getting curious. It's not just a take, it's a sneak up onto the roof. That's the last place you're going to check. And Rek gets shot in the back. Coming back down the ladder. Danger as Malbs denies. There's more, not from the ramp side, but in radio, it's Casey equalizing M80. As far as Rebels are concerned, they might be down B right now, but the option to go up the ladder is open. Olymp gets a spot, and that's a big nade.
Yeah, you even hear that make contact, you know you've just done big damage. And Olymp does more than that. My word, he mows them down. He makes it look easy. That's a full buy, and he just decimates them with the SMG.
They're just having so much fun. And M80, it's the complete opposite right now.
And I mean, here's the thing, right? I think you said this earlier on. At the end of games that M80 have lost, it's been easy for us as bystanders to sit there and go, well, you know, they have a coach, but M80 still have a lot of expectations, even on the individuals here, even just for the name. They want to do right for this team that's looked so promising. And so every round that gets away from them, your heart sinks. You feel awful. Rebels on the other side of things, man, they've had so many successes here. They're really riding that high right now. And that's reflected in all the trash talk when the round ends, all the yelling, all the celebrating. They're having the time of their lives
to be honest,
this one.
The trash talk seems more for Rebels than anti-M80. It's like they're hyping themselves up. They're just keeping spirits up there. And yeah, sure, maybe on name value, head-to-head, M80 have more firepower, have better players. Right now, Rebels are looking like a stronger team, a more cohesive unit. And then you throw in rounds like that where Olib mows down the entirety with an MP9. You wonder, is the firepower really there? Swisher reminds us he is in the server. Hits ahead as M80 scuttle down towards lower. 2 players in the bomb left behind. Kisarek on a cross. Does not have to commit here. A lurker lost out ramp on the attempted B split, and Kisarek realizes he's done enough. Lit them up red. Dead is Rek, and no bomb plant afforded in this round. Kisarek comes hunting. Two rounds, Harry. 2 rounds from a dominant defeat by the Rebels.
Rebels are even going to call an attack timeout. I actually love this.
Keep it tight.
They know they could win this whole map on the outcome of this round right now. If they beat M80 here, M80 are broke and suddenly we're looking at Vertigo. Which, don't get me wrong, I think they stand a far better chance on, but there's no denying that Rebels, as you say, have just looked better throughout this one.
They have a lot of prep as well. They're looking through notes. Researched, ready, and raring to go. Rebels Gaming. This is not even competitive. It has not felt competitive at any point in the match. Yet to get a T-side round. M80, this is it. Final shot on map 1.
Well, they use that pause because they know how important this round is. Let's see what they cook up in it.
They're pushing.
They're going to want to come through with a bit of aggression, put these SMGs to work. Holding on to this, it's Rek and Malbs, but they're going to get tested on either side in this push. Rek controls it, and Malbs will hold up his end of the bargain as well. All that aggression is shut down. And so Rebels, they might have taken the pause. They might have been aware that winning this one would have won them the whole damn map. But no such luck. SNX, 1 kill, and that's the end of the line. Malbs puts up 3, and alongside him, his brother-in-arms, Rek, holds down the ramp side. M80 at least stay afloat for now.
I admire the attempt. If nothing else, you're running SMGs. You know you're up against a 4-buy. M80 have a very strong default, and Rek just... if there's one takeaway for me from seeing M80 at this tournament, it's of how good Rek really is. Because, you know, I look at this team and I expect Malbs to be the hard carry. I think Slack's the EU import AWP. He definitely has had some great games. Vertigo yesterday especially. But Rek has been consistently at the top of this team almost every map. Fast on the main drop here for M80.
Swisher barreling in. First kill found for Swisher.
Oh my.
Flay will get the trade through this box, through Unbreakable. Aided to main. Casey. Here's that tag, so he knows someone's nearby, and Flay just keeps putting hurt down range on this AWP. Slacks has been forced to get involved. However, this timing in through heaven, it's the aforementioned man of Rek, the man who's kind of stolen the show in some of these games. He's got a real chance. Kisarek just looks away. Tries to play the discipline, but ends up coming up very short. M80 were left hinging on that flank up through the heavens, and without it, it's only Malbs. Can't do anything here. The bomb away from him outside, and Casey puts a stop to it. Rebels move onto map point, and they get there convincingly.
Yeah, you understand why Rek holds his shot, you know, thinking one's not enough, but when you don't even get the one, when you're looking for them all, that one has to hurt. It slips through M80's fingers, a solid default hold in the previous round, but then a quick execute, and that's exactly what happens to them. Some nice AWPing from Flay. We've got 2 AWPs at 12-6. They are feeling unstoppable to be pulling that out right now. And M80. They'll get Slacks up outside looking for an opener, but Rebels go back to passive play, offering up nothing.
Oh, and you just think for M80, this is a very sour way for this series to start.
Got to keep their heads in it. Remember, this is a BO3 after all. We may already be looking to that second map. Flay finding an opener, and SNX confident enough to activate and flank this secret player. He should have Def dead down in the darkness.
And this is something, if you're Def, you just imagine he's not even considering this as an option. He's just like so unaware in this spot right now. SNX even toying with him slightly, wanting to clear it all out, make sure there's no one else here. And so he mops up that one lower player. Olymp in, back of the orange box. This is going to require a dry fight, and he'll succeed there. Double AWPs, both find a kill here for Rebels. And what's looking very, very quickly like the last round of Nuke. One that they're going to put dominantly in their back pocket. Rek, one kill out on Uopa. But that should not be the turning point here. He's got Malbs coming in behind him, and he will sneak out into the site a lot closer than Kisarek was ready for. The plant's allowed, but up the vent from behind. A turnaround for Rek. He's trying to do this single-handedly, but he's brought down low in the skirmish. Double AWP in the retake. A 2v5 when it began, now in the 2v2. And with 2 AWPs still in play, you could almost argue M80 are even favorites here. Rek is on for the ace. 4 kills in the round out of Rek. He's had to do some heavy lifting, playing alongside Def a hell of a lot. And in that round there, he makes up for the whole damn team. He wants the ace. He wants the chase. But will control himself.
Yeah, you know, you got to play for money, Harry. You know, it's not. You can see that grimace on his face. Where it's like, yeah, okay, I guess I will save. But what a sickening round for Rek. This guy feels under-talked about with the level we're seeing him perform on here in Europe. That's an unbelievable round for Rek. Nailing the shots. That turn to vent. Great mechanics. Look at this. Oh,
it's sickening, isn't it? He's almost like shooting before he's even completed the turn.
Pinpoint. But is it just a flash in the pan? 5 rounds separate. And that AWP saved. Flay giving it.
You know, if Rebels start to feel some stress, I don't think they will just yet, but if they start to, that's where you get nervous. A team without the experience in situations like this one. Malbs out through the door. Looks to secure something. Casey sees him, and that's a nice, easy pickup to open the round for the Rebels. An early 5v4 gained on the back of Malbs' aggression out through the door. It's locked out, and so now the A site goes dark for M80.
Swisher gets spotted. There's 3 upper right now. He's risking it all going through that smoke. He'll pull back. But alternatively, outside is the AWP. So which would you rather? I don't have any smokes down. One is available, but it's inside of the lobby. They're going to have to find and fight this AWP, and Slacks is attempting it. This is still a very favorable angle for Flay right now, and he even has a bit of a shadow. A bit of a warning. Going in on the main split. As I said, 3 upper. Rebels are ready.
Yeah, this could be how it all comes undone. 25 seconds, they are committed in at this point. Def with the opener, but can it keep going? Can they keep finding success? Rex seems to think so. It's a one and done for him. Casey knocks them down as they try to move into his site, and a missed shot from that AWP means Def's got to bail them out. 5, 7, 10 seconds. This one might be made for the Rebels. Plant committed to, no slacks is off of it. Looking for this kill, a missed shot off the AWP. SNX didn't need to take that swing, but goes hunting for all the glory and gets locked out of it.
I can't believe he swings for the kill. He could easily have played behind the silo and just won the round off the clock, but you're confident in going for the fight, and, well, it will be denied by Slags. Crucial entry for Def, man. He finds a double up in the bomb site. That's a very hard shot to hit with all the pressure of the game falling apart for Slags, but he maintains composure as the M80 against map point as well this entire time. This one should come free.
As this creeps closer, this is a real test of the mental for the Rebels, isn't it?
Experience they've not had. You know, they were the ones calling the pause at 11-6. They now have none left. So Sparrow silenced. Or silenced. And M80, 4 rounds, but 3 real rounds away. Although I say it, Mal should get out of there. They're chasing him down.
Where does he go?
Yeah.
Where does he go? He just kind of has to fight and hope he can withstand all these pistols. One and done. Not much space taken elsewhere, considering the sheer numbers for Rebels up on the T-roof. Kissarex let them pass. Kissarex let them in. He's going to get out with one on the USP. This can't be how it comes unraveled. Rek will make it so at least. Holds on in the outside. Keeps them in check out at the yard. And eventually cut down by Casey Shaw. But he's returned some normality to this round. The rest of the gang just have to finish off a 2v1. It's Def in heaven who would have to clutch this if Swisher ends up falling.
That shouldn't even happen. There's no armor, and Def just swings from the heavens.
That's not how he's meant to play that position, but hell, he'll take it. Just swinging it wide from the heavens and lights up that last man. Rebels, they make that round far more competitive than it had any right to be. It takes Rek delivering a head on a swivel 2K out in the yard to even safeguard the round. But they lock it in, and that's what matters. Rebels, it's the fact they keep feeling like they're getting so close here, but never quite getting it over the line. Kisarek even said in that pre-game interview he started playing professionally about 6 months ago. And sure, he's got thousands of hours, 8 to be exact, but the stress in the pugs does not compare when this much is on the line.
Quick smoke dropped on that contact, but M80 will not wait or respect it. Flay's even forced all the way back. Rebels playing more concerned than we've seen from this team. Trying to play smarter, more by the book. But that's not what got them here.
I mean, this is already a good spot for M80. Look at the util left for Rebels. You are just relying on individuals here, and at least they've all been there for Rebels thus far. Not a bad start for Flay. Kisarek adds another to the tally, a 5v3. We've seen them get to advantageous positions before. Now they've got to stick the landing. This is their best spot yet.
That's a nice position for Dev, but Flay's still holding it down, unwavering. Def needs a good swing here, and it's being considered missed shot. Window's already broken. Flay can get out. Lobby take coming in. Kisarek in a great position here to 2-on-5. Rebels might have finally done it, unless Reg and Malbs, the star power duo of this team, can show something unbelievable. They cannot. Rebels close it. A bit of cautiousness there in the middle, but they come through with a map win in their pocket and a single map away from the group stage of IEM Katowice. M80 have to go back to Vertigo with a 19-win streak and hopefully the confidence in their map pool.
a jet set, a high class, high fashion. No time to talk, no distractions. I bet you never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. VIP. It's all in the acronym. A very important person is coming in, and there's nowhere in the world I haven't been. If you don't understand, let me tell you again. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to work. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to work. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I've got those diamonds, I've got that gold. Going once, going twice, going 3 times sold. I've got the class and I got that style. Everyone is looking at me, they be staring for a while. Who said money can't make me happy? I call the bluff, but they thought they had me. And if they think they could ever get past me, I built my wall, this designer Versace. I bet you never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. VIP. It's all in the acronym.
We heard from the Rebels before this game began that it was the most important of their Counter-Strike careers. And now, that very important game, they have one map win. They have been able to take that first win on Nuke, their map pick against M80, in probably one of our most exciting matchups here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. This is for a place in the group stages, and they came in and they looked good. Maybe towards the end, nerves getting to them. They dropped a few rounds there, but Maniac, for the most part, Rebels looks like they are hungry and they are ready to proceed.
Yes, so far they haven't let the nerves get to them. You can feel, you can almost touch the emotions on their face as the game progressed. But because they had such good starts in both halves, they kind of shielded themselves from very tense situation. I think towards the very end of this map, we had a couple of sneak peek at what pressure could look like, what crumbling could look like. But they had this sort of cushion that was protecting them, allowed them to close some of these rounds. Other than that, I have to commend them. They started playing this game as if there weren't so many stakes as we pointed it out, like we described, oh my God, they're gonna make it to the main stage. They started playing this game like a normal game of Counter-Strike. Good map control, space taking, good decision in the mid-round, taking outside control, making M80 uncomfortable. Respect for that.
I also think it showed that we spoke about these players like being individually good, like from FACEIT and so on. Like they're very puckish in their style of play, and I think we see it towards the end where you point out they get kind of nervous,
yes,
but their aim helps them in a lot of situations. It's not that we're looking at them and be like, wow, that was a beautifully played round together, but they get their first kill, hide, they play it smart, they don't feel too nervous considering what's at stakes.
I mean, they don't get too nervous, but there were moments on a knife's edge. We can maybe have a look at the second pistol round, because I do think it played a vastly instrumental role. We see here, that's the second pistol round with a little bit of a stack down there with Olymp waiting for the bomb plant. But keep an eye on how tense the situation is and how it could go literally any single way. Good kill from Olymp here. The trade is going to come back from M80. The time is really low, 9 seconds. And this is a place where Rebels could really overplay their hand. This is typically a moment you can let it get the best out of yourself, but they actually get the kill. And the emotions, the elation following that second pistol round, you can see here, it was absolutely massive from them. Here, ooh, I loved it. And you could feel the tension, because if they lose this pistol round, M80 is coming back, you never know where you're going to end up. But they were able to close some of these very tense moments on a knife's edge.
And you kind of just know what's being said on TeamSpeak. When he runs out of that door, gets that bomb, hide. And then and you can see this, the monitor is screaming while he's shooting with those dualies. It's kind of saying what they're playing for. Like, it means so much to them compared to the side of M80. I think they also want to play it here, no doubt about that. But the local heroes kind of thing plays in a lot.
I also do think that it's harder to be celebrating and being that loud and exciting when you're not getting the rounds on the board, which is something that maybe M80 is probably outside right now talking about. It is important for them. What do they need to do? And what were they lacking there when we were watching Nuke?
I was a little bit surprised by the lack of trading in some situations. I think Olymp, for example, towards the ramp, got caught off guard a couple of moments when he was CT, and he got away with a double or a triple kill. I have an MP9 moment where he's under heaven, and the trade just doesn't come in. And you're thinking, but wait a minute, like how is he supposed to get away with so much from that very position? Because I agree with you, on a pure Counter-Strike perspective, what Rebels were doing is not the highest level of Counter-Strike in how you construct the round, how you build the round, but just individually they were able to stand the test of M80 more often than not, and I wouldn't have thought this was going to be the case. I thought M80 had them on the individual standpoint.
Yeah, I also think we have to discuss the two players of M80, which I think are the best players on the server objectively, and we're going to talk about Slacks and also on Malps. I don't think they perform to the level expected of them. I think this is a match where they kind of have to cement their place. Hey, we are a tier 1 upcoming team. We kind of show that we can deal with these type of situations. I don't think we saw too much of it.
No, we haven't, but also respect to Rebels for shutting them down. You have to imagine that the first half is financially pretty rough for M80. We're talking about losing pistol round, get to 3-1, then you get immediately reset behind it, which means your bonus cycle is pretty low. And then when they finally have money, they do this double setup outside where Slacks is very close to the red box with AWP and he's got Swisher on top of blue. That's a pretty good setup, but they get absolutely like ran over. They get run over by the setup outside and they lose their weapons there.
But it also feels like they're trying to force the plays early because they don't want to end in those late round situations where you're stacking with Deb and Reg inside, when they can end the rounds early on with the likes of Swisher and also Slacks.
But don't you think that, I mean, we say they are forcing it. Isn't that just what they can do right now?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
in the circumstance, in
that's
the
the thing. How much faith do they have in Deb? Obviously, they've played a couple of practices. They feel out his level, right? So I think it's a little bit unfortunate for them because it makes them a little bit more readable, because you know in the start of the round you're really going to have to be careful for that AWP searching, Swisher going for the offensive plays, and it's not really a good look for a team, really.
I do think that they've had a bit more time with Deb than you realize, because they were here in Poland to boot camp when he came in, so they've had a boot camp with him. And I think they're pretty confident with him. I just don't think it looks like that with Rebels. And we saw some of the highlights on your screen earlier with the Rebels celebrating. And I think what's important to understand, and a biased caster, right? We're in Poland.
Of course.
This is where it's happening for them. Getting to the group stages, ENCE has obviously made it through, and I'm going to call ENCE a Polish roster because it's a Polish roster.
You can.
But at the same time, for Rebels, that's a huge thing for them. They got that. They've got national pride on their shoulders. There is a level, I think, that comes with that makes it, you want it a little bit more.
Every professional that steps in the Hall of Heroes know what's at stake here, and I think everybody appreciates and respects the magnitude of the event. But with fresher faces like that, you feel like they are experiencing it to a truer, deeper level. Like, might be a little bit of an anecdote, but when the segment was starting, they were walking in front of our set, which is behind you guys, behind the camera, and they were waving at us, smiling.
Yeah.
And I'm literally thinking, this is their reaction, because they're like, that's the TV. Like, that's the guy from the TV, yo! And we were like waving at them, and it's so genuine and candid, and also beautiful in its own right. You know, it's like fully appreciative of whatever the hell is going on here. But they don't let it get to them. Like, I thought we might see them just be a little shy and timid, and sometimes people play not to lose in this moment. That's not what they did. They just kept on going with whatever plan that they had, and that's why they're 1-0, one map away from the main stage.
I was going to play a little trick on you and say actually it was Kerrigan standing behind you, but he wasn't there, and Maniac's too nice a guy for me to do that to. Maybe if you were Maui or Pip. Right, we have seen the Rebels win their map pick. M80's got to bring it back, otherwise Rebels are going to the group stages, all to play for. So much hype. You can see it in these players' faces. Vertigo is up next.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter. Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Elevated, never long, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Rebels stand in a very exciting position here. A map up in a do-or-die series where it's all on the line. They stand to make history as the first Polish qualifier team to make a run into the group stage. On the other side of things, it's MAE, and there is a glimmer of hope here. There is a final bastion of hope for the NA hopefuls to get behind, and that's the 19 wins in a row they have under their belts on Vertigo. To say this is a home map is almost insulting. It's so much more than that.
Yes, and you don't see 19 win streaks very often. You have to keep in mind that is, of course, all domestic, but it's still impressive nonetheless for M80. Now they got to take on a team that only have one listed map on Vertigo. Safe to say for Revels, plenty of preparation available. Let's see how they use it. Cool boost over on the B side with a triple stack. It's a tasty pistol round here for the Rebels. Smoke goes down, M80 go in, and then they go under as the Julies fight back. 3 kills in a moment, and there's even a flank. He gets put down by Slacks. 1v3. Looking for the ace clutch, but Rebels don't need to give him it.
Does manage to retrieve the bomb. Now, how tricky can he get with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to play with? Time is the only thing on his side. And so he'll go ahead and root back.
So free plant if he has belief.
No one's actually peeking down the ramp. I'm curious if they know he even was able to grab that. He's going to go ahead and plug in the numbers now.
1v5.
So Rebels now know that this bomb's gone down over towards A. How does Slacks want to play this? If he goes too passive, you worry that they can flood the site and look to get on that bomb. But they don't have a kit, so they will have to sniff him out and deal with him, you imagine. Slacks on a big reposition, makes some noise on the ramp, and so now they should be aware as they tap on that bomb, and that's going to force the reaction out. Casey keeps it clean, and it will be yet another pistol round going the way of the Rebels.
Just when you think he's cooking, he gets one-tapped. So a slap back to reality for Slacks and M80, who may have an unbelievable run on this map. But what a way for it to be broken at such an important point. You feel like it's their guarantee to Anubis. But if you're underestimating Rebels at this point, you've not been paying attention. They already took down Cloud9 on day 1. A team that have already progressed into the group stage, so not even Cloud9 in horrendous form. And Rebels have certainly earned their position here.
And quite the spicy way to open it up, right? Winning the pistol. Sure, the bomb plant still comes through, so that's going to give M80 a fighting chance here, but that's a lovely leg up to have on a map that your opponent has such a legacy on as of late.
And if there's one thing that was made clear by Nuke, it's that Rebels have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. They have a lot of nice util. I've enjoyed their CT sides, roaming as a pack on Mirage. There is always hope. Oh wow, that's a cool lineup. One way to bloom. Ramp is theirs. M80 already dragging this round out, and they've done well to get all of the util out. 1 smoke remaining on Casey at B. And M80 crawling back to A. They're going to leave Def with all of the util here, by the way, to fake out the B site while they go for an A hit, and they've just been spotted with an AK here as well. So Rebels, I would assume, not going to full rotate. Oh, they leave Flay at sandbags, and there's no Molotov.
They have to clear in manual mode. They have to clear him on manual. Oh, he gives them the fight. Feel like maybe he could have milked that a little bit more. He just wanted to support his team, right? But ends up paying the price for it, and teamwork does not make the dream work here for Rebels. They'll move in towards A because that's where the picks are, and then they lock it down. M80 with a quick return to form here. They bring out their big guns, and they find success with them.
6 shots for Slacks, but yeah, I agree. If there were ever a position to completely bait your teammate, it would be there. SNX goes 1 for 1. That's fantastic. I don't think Flay would have ever been cleared with 20 seconds left when they've just killed someone re-aggressing ramp. That could have been the entire round there. So a missed opportunity. And And now Rebels on their own force buy back in. It's not started strong, losing Olymp, trying to cross ladder. Casey with a nice position, but he's going to get mollied. Just lives on the edge. Should clear this still. Swisher will go for the check. Kisarek back, but there's nowhere to go with a 5-7. Only just escapes. 5-on-3, M80. They push them back, but they don't need to commit. They're still spread.
Oh, this is kind of crazy from SNX. The ramp walk, but he's just missed the timing. Even though he's here as fast as he physically could be, and in spite of that, Slacks is still holding on to it. So this is looking like the conversion will be found for M80. The force buy not giving the same results back the way of the Rebels. Oh, smoke cleared. Nice. And they set Def up for that little final kill at the end of the round there. Nice to try and bring him into the fold. So now the full eco for the Rebels. One to just chomp down as fast as you can, get it over and done with. Nice to see Slack starting in good form as well. It was him in the pistol who kind of facilitated this whole 2-1 lead in the first place by getting the bomb plant when he was left all alone in that clutch. Classic from your Pugs, a 5-man walk over towards A. Just going to try and fight as they move up the ramp side with these USPs. Might even look to swing it and get involved early.
Yeah, it feels like a hard map to win these full USP ecos when you're up against a team that is not going to blindly rush a bomb site. You know, it's so easy to send lurkers out through middle or have a guy poking his head in B while you're fighting ramp, vice versa. You don't need to overcommit with the bomb on Vertigo.
Go on, Def, get these ecos. Yeah. Oh, Malb's got it. Malbs is on for the ace. Malbs wants the ace, but Def wants the kill. It's a battle of wits. And it might be neither of them. Oh, no, it's Def. There we are. It's a 3-1 up on the board as they brush aside those pistols nice and easy. And now we get to see the guns come back out for the Rebels. Flay even gifted with a nice spawn here on the AWP. So I'm curious to see if he wants to go and fight for this ramp control early. You feel like he will with the gift of the AWP and the spawn.
Yeah, crane pick or gap fight. Let's get smoked immediately, so he's going through and looking to fight ramp. Oh, right before it blooms. Lovely work. Malbs is still right behind him, but there was a spot there. Flay will be ready for more. And Malbs sits inside of the smoke. Meanwhile, MAT still have a mid lurker, still have the bomb coming up ramp. Good position, very hard clear for Rec. In case he even had a teammate to trade, worst case scenario. Malbs moves on the smoke fade. Kisarek gets flashed back in. Oh, Malbs knows he has good timing on this play. He hits the headshot. That's a clean kill. We'll take some damage on the way out. Flay in front of the site, looking for a quick shot, but it's only a tag through the crane. Meanwhile, the nade lands, and M80 flipped this one completely back on its head.
Yeah, 5v3, down to a 2v3 in what felt like seconds. Olymp with the backstab here, and there are low HP players to find. On numbers alone, Rebels might already be thinking about saving, but then you get gifted that. Oops. Now you get given that, and suddenly you're right back on. It's all on Slacks in at the sandbags. Flick up onto the man, a headshot, and now just Olymp on the ramp to beat, but he can't do it. And so the Rebels will regain control of that 5v3 that gets so out of hand with a nice backstab from Olymp.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Mouse was in the perfect position, tucked up top ramp, and he just walks out into the open like that round was already over. If he stays tucked here, he doesn't need to move, and they have perfect position. Swisher forced to swing and try and trade, but it doesn't happen, and Olymp hits a very hard shot through that sandbag crack. That is a disastrous round to lose for MAT. Just acting like it was already done. Oh my.
Gnarly double opener. Flay scoped up in middle, will get challenged, but it's Def here trying to just put the hurt on mid a little, trying to get them paranoid about it. You're hoping that this makes life a little easier for Malbs as he journeys up through the ramp. Slacks in behind him with the bomb on his back. Another early 5v3 for the Rebels. This one, they're hoping to keep a little cleaner. Mid's been silent for a while, and so the Rebels fall into a more standard 2-1-2 here. Nades rain in, SNX extinguishes that molly, so not going to be able to put the hurt on him just yet, but you know that he's there as a result of the util.
Oops. That could be worse. Behind the site, at least, gives room for a plant.
I'd say it was intentional. It's for the bomb plant.
Yeah, obviously. Bomb will go down. No denying that. There was a nade, but thrown a little too late. They were already peeled back. This is winnable for M80. 3-on-5. The smoke's going to be the biggest problem. Throw that out front sight. Casey with the kit can get on the stick. M80. Got to get some kills early on this retake.
Def looks like he's swinging first, playing up ahead of this smoke. He's going to take it wide. Dodges that flash. Back on the angle. It's Def. Mows down one. Does all he can in the round. Malbs trying to play around the smoke at the top of ramp. Also only good for the one. And so Slacks at the sandbags. Where have we seen this before? This time the defuse held and he gets run down. The Slacks is unable to offer up heroics there in the 1v3. Tasked with a hell of a lot. He is just overwhelmed by the Rebels, and you were dead on. Those few smokes that were left in the tank for the Rebels squad are worth their weight in gold when all is said and done.
And that's why I just enjoy watching these guys play together, because, you know, in a 5-on-3 there, it's very easy to, you know, go for a swing out LA, go for a heaven peek, just try and get info. They don't do that. They make sure that no one peeks until the smokes are down, till the flashes are out. They really do play Team CS, the Rebels. And that just ups your odds massively of not losing the easy rounds, the rounds you should be winning. We don't see that happen very often. Good pick for Flay, finding the opposing AWPer with a ramp flash.
Yeah, huge scalp to find with the game that Slacks has been having.
This is, oh no, Swisher. I feel like his aim just hasn't been here today. We saw it, CT nuke outside with some big whiffs. Def, he will martyrdom KC, but it's Malbs not knowing he's getting walked through the smoke, and Olymp will close it. Yeah, it's, you know, consider how hard Rec carried it felt at rounds. Back on Nuke, well, he's 1-4 right now. Swisher's been having a bit of an off day, and Malbs has been middling of the pack.
Yeah, you know, I think Malbs has had some nice, like, high-impact moments here, but kind of struggling to do it all as this one-man army. Slack started strong, but has started to get bested across the last few. Often kind of left in these impossible clutches as well. Can you do this if Rec remains silent? I mean, the guy dropped nearly 30 back on that last map, and it wasn't enough to get the win. And so now with him, as you say, 1-4, what does that do for M80? And the difference, you know, comparing this one to Nuke is as we say, they have a great track record here, the best track record you could have. A streak that they're looking to keep up with their tournament life on the line. 19 in a row, but it might all crumble to dust in a very important game. A missed shot from that AWP, and Malbs is the sacrificial lamb up through ramp.
I've just never seen a team in Rebels position play with such bravado. They are just so confident. It's like none of these details matter to them. Not getting put off by what they're up against or what they're supposed to be up against. They're treating it just like a normal day, a normal game, and they are making the most of this opportunity. A 5v3 afforded by the ramp players. Rec will creep up. Can he once again be that hero like he was on Nuke? They're trying to set up a boost. This timing couldn't be better. Nades out. They line up. There's a trade, but there's more T's in the site. Not for long. Bomb loose, and Slacks, no matter how quick he can be, he needs to get out of there with the AWP.
I mean, where this would get so impressive for me is if Rebels can do it in 2. You know, I kind of took a third map as a given in this series. not even the save.
Oh,
it's so far from guaranteed, yeah. Olymp already in the spawn, one step ahead of him. Locks that AWP out of the save, so from bad to worse for M80, who bring out their first tack timeout now. Flay, that's a lovely shot for him to land. Might not have many kills, but he's certainly been stylish in the ones that he's gained, and they've often been these openers over towards ramp. So he's finding good impact on that AWP.
Nothing short of impressive for the Rebels, but we saw them look vulnerable at the end of Nuke. Can M80 find that little bit of energy to propel them forward on a map that they certainly shouldn't be running out of ideas on? No doubt there. But right now they are getting outgunned. Eco, just Eagles, and a Tech 9. Looking for a late B hit. Oh, the nades. I love that second one, just a little bit delayed. It's not standard, so you feel like you've avoided the first barrage, and then there's more. Trying to get info off of the molly tick as well. They won't land. Don't have much of an execute here. Smoke flash.
Another nade.
That's a third HE with 2 mollies used. How about a third molly?
Oh, yeah. Now you get that molly out, they will be ahead of it. Only going to soften up the back line, but it does kind of divide these players as they move in. Olymp holds the line, and his teammates get here in perfect timing. This is looking so put together for the Rebels. I don't think they're doing anything crazy or convoluted. Like you say, it's just some heads-up, team-based Counter-Strike, keeping it pretty low and slow for the most part, nailing the basics, and they're looking all the better for it. M80 get brushed aside there on their low buy, and so now they bring out the guns again. Slacks once more, gets this AWP. Been a bit split on this fight over towards ramp in terms of his success versus Flay. Reckon middle, gonna get pressured here. Faces
go!
Gets him behind them. Olymp throws out a real Hail Mary, but when you see him do that, will you be ready for Casey, having crept through the same smoke in middle, making the same gamble as Olymp? It seems like they are. They're considering it at least, and the tag comes in. Now they've got him trapped in the ladder room, and they might even look to deliver on this. Def will.
Would have loved a delay there. He had plenty of util to throw back down ladder to stall them out. It's just a powerful position to own late in the round, but got to get caught in the cross. 4 on 3.
I mean, this is the round that M80 should have to win. This is the round that they have to win. It started off so well. They deal with that double push out through middle.
No.
If they can't win this one, what round were they supposed to take? Swisher trying to make it happen, but he dies out on an island, and it's only Slacks. Another clutch attempt here as he's thrown into the 1v2. He's been shut out of every one of these so far. Oh, that could have been something. The collateral was right there. It was on the table, but he didn't know. And so now they've got the boost assembled. He swings out wide, and it's just the leg. A return in that round from a 3v5. It's the Rebels to win it. 7-3 is their lead.
And at that point, Def is playing too early as well. He's walking out mid before they're even up the B stairs. It's the first domino to fall. Those mistakes will count. They will lose you rounds, and I love the way the Rebels play. They know they're against an AWPer. Even though that smoke has faded, they don't need to move off the boost. If Slacks peeks, even if he kills one, the other will land. And even a drop. Dude, Olymp is going psycho mode right now. Throws himself through the mid-smoke, drops down B stairs again.
Olymp's
they do not respect M80.
Throwing the rule book out the window, man. He's like, yeah, I know we prep stuff, but I'm going to do my own thing.
Oh my, there's 3 here on the ramp for the CT side. Flay only just gets out. He needs to hit this, and he will. Rifle overwhelmed. Finally, another advantage for M80, but one they need to use.
Yeah, you didn't get the last one. Sure, maybe you can ride it off. Some mistiming, some awkwardness there. But this has to be the one. And if it ends up going against them again, M80 are cooked. There should be no way back in. Not denied as the wallbang connects. And everyone that's tried to venture up past the ramp has been punished. They have died. They have left you wanting. Now you might never even make it that far. The slowdown means Swisher is fed to the wolves, and it's only Rec left standing. 1-on-3, another man advantage, another good start to the round. Looking to go against M80.
Got no ammo. Oh.
Rex swapping out his core. Olymp, a second man on that flank, gets the better of them. M80 are getting destroyed right now. This is back-to-back man advantages that they haven't been able to capitalize on.
This is, you know, it's not even just coming down to a coach and a lack of firepower and a lack of in-game leading potentially. This is the mentality shift of losing a game you were never supposed to lose. Of being confident and then crumbling. Olymp is still acting psychotic, but when they're winning 3v5s this easily, how can you blame him? Third round in a row, he's rushing out of spawn. Flay, he knows they're close. He's only going to hit a tag, but that nade forces a decision. Back they go. Rek will live to tell the tale. Rebels. Last round of the half, a man down, a chance for M80 to group and play as a unit. And need I say, another necessity just to find a fourth round.
Yeah, it's the third round of man advantages now for M80. Their third chance of winning a 5v4 or better. And so if they fall down here, man, the hope should just be extinguished. If it isn't already. Rebels are playing like the game's already a certainty. They're playing with real freedom, real confidence. And so at least this time, M80 gains some good ground up through the ramp. SNX looking like he wants to try and re-aggress on that flash, nice. But Malbs cuts him down. Finally, it looks like they're going to deliver on the promise of a round. They've just got to get past this AWP. Don't get me wrong, it's easier said than done. Flay's been very, very quick, but a missed shot to open. That might just seal his fate here. The site's already been lost. Plant coming in. Rebels are on for a 2v5 retake. This one should finally get away from them. They've overcome the odds countless times before, but to do it again, that would just be wild. And with so much damage done, it looks like this one might be par for the course.
The only way you win this is if you stick in a smoke, right? And I don't think M80 are going to give that one away. They've got to get a kill soon. Bomb half tick swing together. I like that play. And Casey should get caught from short side. Swisher will make it so. And M80 will survive another round at least. 4 on this T side. I don't know if it's enough. They're going to have to continue this 19 win streak or they will be going home underwhelming.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in,
can change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all.
MAE came into Vertigo prepared for many things, but failure was not one of them. 19 wins in a row on this very map. And the Rebels are offering up one hell of a fight. MAE are capitulating underneath that pressure in a do-or-die matchup. It's the Rebels who stand the closest to crossing this finish line. A win here, and they would look to make history as the first team from that Polish qualifier running into the groups.
Yeah, 18 wins in a row against American teams, 1 win against the Oceanic Rooster, but welcome to Europe, baby. Rebels running amok up ramp in this pistol round, and even though there's a quick flank, there's a flank on a flank. There's Olymp ready for everyone, and he will get that info. Rebels can take some control now, comfortable as Flay finds 2 more on that flank, and Olymp will just reset. The bomb is on gap. It can't commit with Swisher in the sight, but it can be patient and wait for that big wraparound. Mouse checks them as they come back, but even he is scared of Olymp, nowhere to be seen. Kisarek does catch him, and Swisher spotted as well. Kisarek will risk his life, but that bomb is already out, and they don't know that Olymp reset. Not like this.
Absolutely crazy position for him to be in after last being seen down in that B corridor. He gets all the way up into elevator and cuts down Swisher before he even gets a chance to attempt the 1v2. M80 with the pistol round not going their way. This one is not destined to be theirs. Instead, it is the Rebels banding together here on this second map of Vertigo, playing some damn clean Counter-Strike across the board.
Yeah.
Once again, it's a real team effort here for the Rebels. They want to book their spot in the group stage. And if they keep this up, they are well on the track to doing it.
Absolutely. They just look like they're having so much fun. And, you know, on a mentality side of things, M80 must just be wondering, how has this gone so wrong? We were favorites. We were meant to win this. This is our best map. And they're just getting dissected in front of your very eyes. Wings clipped.
I'm really curious right now because back on Nuke, when Rebels were in this position, they took a timeout knowing that winning this first round of the half would be more than enough to put the game to bed. It's a very similar spot here, only this time they're just going to ride the momentum. They're riding the high of how successful this game has been so far. No tack pause, no breather. We're just going to hit the go button.
Why let M80 breathe? Honestly, it's a shame to not see M80 calling a pause. I'm not sure they burnt them all in the first half, but this may be their final hurrah, their final chance with a full buy. Okay, there's a missed molly there. Rebels do still have that top ramp. M80 going to re-aggress. 4 CTs in the right place. The setup is good for the American side. And they are going to re-aggress as a unit, but plenty of rifles awaiting this play. Kisarek gets that spot, and they come crumbling down. Def must retreat. Mouse plays the fade. Does he know? Casey's in the corner. Good flash. And he gets away with 2. That's more you can ask for, but it still leaves it all on the shoulders of the ex-coach, current captain Def, with a pre-rotation that is very well founded. Can he win the round on his own?
Oh, 1 kill found. Olymp not ready for Def to be here so soon. So Def with the reads, but now he's got to deliver in the 1v1, and it's a whole different ball game here. SNX is not going to go rotating freely. You will not get another kill with a knife pulled. Def will have to earn his stripes in this round. 1-on-2 when it began. Grinds it back to this point here and now. Not quiet on the rotate. Nothing left to the imagination. Def wants to win this one in the fight. Goes looking for the bomb, tap on it. What is this position? Wow. Yeah, never ready for that. S&X tucked in behind the pillar. Def learns something new and he learns it the hard way.
I think I learned something new as well. I've never seen anyone use that in a post plant in a 1v1 like that. You're so open to short, but if Def comes swinging, that's the last place he's clearing. What a heads-up play. Rebels. Shock and awe, and nothing but well-earned. They are having the time of their lives, and it's sinking in for M80, the brutal reality.
And I mean, you know, this really is like the biggest game of their lives, and they are just having fun with it. They feel like they can't set a foot wrong. 3v5 after 3v5 in the first half. And now domination in the second, winning the pistol, winning the first rifle. They can feel this is all teed up. To them, it feels like destiny. To them, it feels as good as done. And in Katowice, no less. It's where it's all coming together for the Polish Rebels squad. They keep it low and slow here.
Calm and calculated.
Oh, S&X gonna get caught looking the wrong way. That's a freebie for Slacks. But it won't matter. The victory is very short-lived for M80. Just when they think they've got something going their way on this partial buy round, it quickly turns sour. Def and Malbs left up in this one. Malbs grabs the AK from middle. Gonna need some heroics. Just need a bit of pizzazz, a bit of style on it. Rebels are playing like the victory's as good as theirs, and with good reason, I guess it is. They're just one round away from it. And a mixture of keeping themselves calm, but also getting hyped up. There is a real roller coaster of emotions across the Rebels camp.
The energy has been infectious watching this team, watching them take down Cloud9, watching them not falter or cry or worry about getting dumpstered by Eternal Fire. They looked focused for a third and final matchup, and one that they have absolutely run away with. Again, I will say it, because it cannot be overstated. 19 wins in a row in North America for M80 on Vertigo. They sit with 4 rounds at the end of the map.
It's the fact that you've done it in such style, in such a fashion, right? You haven't had to grind this out. You've absolutely dumpstered them. M80 looked deflated from like the 6th round of the game. They could already feel this one getting away from them, and so they come into it with all these ideas, all these expectations, and Rebels have bested the odds.
And it makes you wonder, in the group stages, you're not going to find a team, a tier 1 team, you know, capitulating out of the server like this, but it's not just been a mental game. Rebels have played some fantastic Counter-Strike in these last 3 days. They've shown a lot of cool tricks. They've shown some great individual aim and great team CS on CT sides especially. Is there a world they can even upset some of these group stage teams? I wonder. I wouldn't say it's an impossibility. Why doubt them now? They've come to play at Katowice, and not just the play-in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the core of this team, even in the play-ins last year, right? Yeah. But a far cry from making it through. As we say, Polish squads from that qualifier hadn't even succeeded in taking a series.
And the year before that, their coach, Sparrow, was playing in the same place in the play-in. Again, just as unsuccessful as the Permitter squad were. Well, this time, Rebels come back with a vengeance. Slacks hits an orb shot. Bomb mollied, delayed on the plant, and they will get it down after the fact. Flay's getting aggressive. CT comes swinging. They want to end this before the plant is even allowed. It's a good move for M80. It's a bit of money made, but it's a 5th round found.
Yeah, I mean, the task they face is just so monumental, isn't it? It's a great round from Swisher, right? He puts up 4, reassuring to see. He certainly had his kind of wobbly moments throughout this series, never quite truly looked in it. But nice to see he can still do it here. Going to take a lot more of that before we get too excited for M80.
If nothing else, it's a learning experience for M80, right? It's much needed learning experience heading into the RMR. Another major circuit with this current roster. You can't help but feel like it was, dare I say, a wasted opportunity. Unless they can recover in this map, pull 7 rounds in a row into overtime and take us to Anubis. I'm not counting my chickens.
Def opens here. And Rebels were looking to group for a B hit, but they lose Olymp over in middle. That boost up is going to get spotted. Swisher on the swing puts a stop to it. So no trickery here. These shots have looked very convincing. I'm going to say that much for M80.
Most convincing in the entire map have been these 2 rounds here. Some good flash plays. But it all does feel too little too late. Rebels can justify saving. Definitely worth using these 2 guns in what will be an eco round otherwise.
You can feel how, you know, Rebels, who were very feisty with how they were approaching this game, you can feel like the different level of anxiety that approaches when you get onto 12. Yeah. These have been far slower. Not quite more respectful. I don't think I would go that far. They've still been looking to challenge. Oh, nice. But even losing these guns at the end. 1 for Def, and now they learn about the AK. M80 are looking to go hunting. They want to make this one painful, and so they will. Chasing down both those players, attempting the save. For Rebels, at least, they had some extra time to try and plan ahead. But there isn't much to do in this next round.
Nah, 2K a player. Casey has a bit more, but M80 getting in some pity rounds. We'll have to see.
Hey, man, I mean, you know, all great comebacks would have to start somewhere.
True.
And we're still a ways away from it, but M80 don't just have...
Ooh, cheeky.
As mentioned, the tournament life on the line. They've got this win streak that they're trying to protect.
Yeah, 20. That's a nice round number. I'm not sure, unless they win here, they'll get back to it anytime soon.
For now, if you're Rebels, it's just don't get too in your heads, right? Sure, you could have ended this way sooner. You could have ended it 13-4. But you had to expect some fight out of M80 before this one drew to a close. The pistols get close up through ramp. And now they slow it down again. Good real estate taken, but it's not like they have smokes or flashes to try and make this interesting and cross up through short, maybe get a bomb plant. Instead, you're just going to have to brute force your way into this site. Malbs holds down short with the double, and the rest of his team are there to pick up the pieces. Olymp has often been left on these very wild lurks. This time it's a little more tame, and it is seen. Swish is going to deal with it.
You're wanting to pull a knife at this point in the game, are you? Stalling the shot. Just keep going.
Give us one more.
One at a time.
That's how you've got to take it. With a comeback like this, you can't think of the big number. It's far easier for the brain to deal with the small ones.
I like that.
One at a time. Still smiles all around for Rebels. Those smiles would get wiped clean if this game gets any closer. It can sometimes be hard when it feels like the team you're playing against has changed. And M80 might be undergoing that transformation right now. Slacks opens, Malbs dies, up at the top of the ramp, Slacks in at the sandbags, is known about, but there isn't, there is this molly. It's all the way on Olymp, who's usually left over here in middle. Nade goes in instead, and Kissarek's gonna get it. A 4v3. This is Rebels' moment. This is the round that they're meant to take it home in.
And it's a fake out. Oh dear,
Kissarek's still selling it so well. He's drawn them back. They still are convinced that it's the A play here. And so that bomb's going to go down in B. For M80, by the time they even realize they've lost the sight and they've lost it convincingly, there's a player still lurking in through the back. Swisher and Rek. This is their worst nightmare. Just as M80 was starting to feel like maybe they still had a chance here, it's going to get taken away thanks to Kissarek's heroics up on the ramp side. Rek moves in, Rek moves out, Swisher falls, and NA lose their hopefuls, but Polish Counter-Strike gains a couple more. For the first time since the qualifier was introduced, a Polish team makes it into the group stage.
Unbelievable win, and the way they do it as well, not just breaking hearts and win streaks on Vertigo, but taking down Cloud9 in their BO1 as well. Rebels are here to play. Don't join many of the rosters that have under-expected from this Polish squad. They have come through to go to the groups.
And what a way for it to close as well. Kisarek, a man who in the interview admitted, I've only been playing at this level for what, like the last 6 months. He gets 3 kills there to tee up his squad to even win that round in the first place. Stellar scenes and a beautiful Cinderella story for Rebels as they move into the groups.
Yeah, it's not even just young players and inexperienced guys. It's Polish legend Sparrow standing behind them as well. A guy who's been in this position, who's played for many of the top orgs in this country, and to do it on home soil as well, to go forward to the groups, that has to feel fantastic for Rebels. For M80, a disappointing end to Katowice, a game that maybe they felt was going to be free, and Rebels gave them nothing of the sort. They'll have to pack it up, head back stateside, and wait for the upcoming RMR. It's a disappointing ending for M80, but you can always give them the caveat of the coach. Let's throw it down to Banks in the Hall of Heroes.
The furthest this team has ever gone, the furthest this man has been able to take a team through, and you've gone to the group stage. This was a tough game for sure in terms of, I guess, the pressure, right, for you guys, but it looked quite easy on the server.
Yeah, that's true. We felt quite pressured, but and that's why we did some mistakes, which like headed to playing not that calm sometimes, but we stayed calm at the end, and we managed to win. So I'm really satisfied and happy.
And it's been quite a while since you played Vertigo. Obviously, on paper, it's their best map, despite the coach side of things. But last time you were playing, it was like one map in there against 9 Pandas. Then after that, the last time I saw it was when you were still Orcs. So were you ready for it?
I mean, yes, we were ready for that, because we don't actually, to be honest, we didn't expect them to play super like Counter-Strike, because not saying shit, but it's still play when you play in NA, you play against like the same team for 4 times, let's say. So it didn't tell us anything. Okay. We play every day against CS players from Russia, from Ukraine. So we know how to play CS, and that wasn't that hard.
Now, coming up from thinking about the group stage, what do you think your chances are there? Because you've already started a run here. You took down Cloud9 in the best of 1.
I mean, the chances are, I'm not gonna lie, it will be tough. But this time we'll play without pressure for sure. Like, we played the first game like against C9, and we did good. We didn't feel like we weren't scared, so that was good. Today it was more difficult when we are talking about mentality, because we knew that we are capable to win. But against better teams, it's gonna be more easier on the head,
Okay. Yeah, the pressure's off, right? You can think about it more. There's more data on these guys as well. There's one thing I want to ask you though, is that when we were talking about the online games you had, like the qualifying game against 9, there's a lot of people saying, oh, they're just onliners, they won't perform well here. You want to say anything to them?
Not really, but because a lot of people just switch their mindset, and they suddenly started to support us. So it's all about results. So I'm really happy that finally, I mean, we actually show that we can play on LAN events against the best teams in the world. So I'm really happy, and nothing to say to the haters, but we say thank you and cheer for us in the next games.
I love it. I love these words. Sam, back to you.
Very well.
The best way to shut up your haters is to win, because now they got nothing to say. And that's exactly what the Rebels have just done here at IEM Katowice. What an incredible story to come in here from that Polish league, to be this Polish team that's been playing online, to come to the Hall of Heroes, see all of these legends on the wall around you, and then make it through the play-ins to the group stage. You get to walk away no matter what happens tomorrow for the rest of the stage. The players in this team get to walk away and say we were one of the top 16 teams at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice in our hometown. Here we are, and that is something spectacular.
Spectacular and thoroughly deserved. I think this is how we have to describe this best of three, and SNX giving very composed answers to James Banks, and I feel like it transpired through the game as well. You can talk about experience, you can talk about, for these players, it's something special and unique being here, and you can make the comparison that M80 have a bit more experience, but the fact of the matter is, on the server, when it got down to some of these dicey situations, the players from Rebels were the one making plays, being creative. That 1v1 where on the A side he hides behind the pillar, that's not a move you're making if you're feeling stressed. It's a move you're making if you're in flow state, if you're feeling good, and if you're capable of activating all these ideas. They were doing that. They were taking the timings. They were punishing M80, who frankly played a poor game of Counter-Strike, coach or no coach, just put it out there. But Rebels, super composed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a moment for their career to remember. I remember some of the first lands that I got into experience with some of the better teams. You don't really care what's happening from now on. It's just that first step, being in the hotel, like going down to the buffet, seeing all of a sudden, whoa, that's Saiwu over there, like them waving to us and you most likely. It means a lot to the players, and it's just such a thing that is so valuable early on in the career. And the guy said he didn't have played on the scene for so long. If he can keep going with this, he's going to look back and be like, I'm so happy that I got to experience this.
And weirdly enough, I feel like they have a relationship to pressure that is healthier than some of the pros in today's age already who's been established, right? Because he was very genuine about it. We were stressed at the very beginning. That's a fact. Like, we had pressure. We felt a little bit of stress considering what's happening here. And then we messed up a couple of rounds, but we stayed in it. Like, we didn't lose our heads over some of these mistakes. And I think when you are in a pressure situation like this, it's one thing to pretend like it's not here. And I think a few pros have tried here and there, and we know that's BS. I'd much rather have someone being thoughtful about it, say, yeah, you know what, we were stressed. And it happened. And we messed up a couple times, but we stayed in it. Very impressed by their composure on that one.
I also think that when you talk about nerves and stress, the way Rebels dealt with it versus M80, because I do think M80 was just struggling, and maybe they let the nerves get to them a little bit. We don't know. What I do want to do, though, is talk a bit more about Rebels and what they were able to do. And specifically, I think we need to reward one of their players for doing such a great job. US Air Force Aim High, Olymp. What a beast on the server today.
Beast on the server. And I just want to ask, did anyone ever see Olymp and Flamey in the same room? Yeah? Because there's something to be done right here. Like,
lost son.
There's got to be a little bit of Flamey on that one. Great map from Olymp. He already impressed me on Nuke. I have to be real with you guys. And then he kept on going. Like, he embodied the boldness that we're talking about on the server. Sometimes a little bit over the line. We saw him cross smokes. We saw him give away advantages. And by the book of Counter-Strike, it is wrong. But it sort of spoke to that mindset that they had. You know what? I'm going to try. I'm going to dare. I'm going to do whatever I got to do to win. There's going to be mistakes. Sure, I'll deal with it. I feel like Olymp, he embodied that idea.
Especially on the T side, I think that's the place where you're kind of scared of people just, oh, I'm going to wait for that guy to make the move. But he was the guy to make the moves. And I think it gave a lot of confidence to the rest of the guys. Because if you have one guy who's going to take the initiative 6 or 7 out of 10 times, then it doesn't put as much pressure as the others. So I felt like he played a game where he was pretty experienced, even though he's not.
Even though he's not. This is the thing about this team, though. They're not very experienced, right? No. This is going to be... The group stages are going to be the biggest event that they've ever been to. However, based on their performance, based on the way they're handling their nerves, I think they're going to be able to hold their own. What do you think, Mania?
I think they've already sent a clear message to anybody that's playing them. You know, if you mess with us, and if you give us the game, we're going to take it. We're going to punish you. We're going to seize it. Hugo at the cast, he had a beautiful line in the first game where he mentioned ever since we've had either regional qualifiers or regional invites, these hero invites, right? No team here in Katowice from Poland have been able to win a series. And now they've just made history by making the group stage. That's the magnitude of what just happened here. And no one can take that away from them. It is done. They have made history already to a degree.
They've made history, and they did it 2-0. Obviously, for all our North American Counter-Strike fans, we say goodbye to M80, and Banks is with them now, just to find out, I suppose, what went wrong, but also what their plans are now moving forward.
M80 will sadly fall at the final hurdle here, but we understand some of the reasons why, right? It's always going to be tough when you're dealing with your situation. I want to start on the positives though, right? Opening map from you, even though it didn't result in a win, you were fighting the whole way through. But it just when it comes to Nuke and how you guys were feeling, what do you feel went wrong? Because you challenged Game Legion a bit on it, and you did challenge them here as well.
Yeah, I think they definitely studied us, and I don't think it contributed exactly to it. I think we were lacking a little bit in terms of whether it be comms or just we didn't come to play entirely. And yeah, that's kind of all it came down to, I think. I don't think they did anything special. We kind of just played worse.
And okay, you talk about playing worse, right? That's one thing if you say it on your side. For the Vertigo, they mentioned the fact that obviously they haven't played it so much recently. So was there a lack of data for you guys to prepare and look at with that?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had like one demo on them, from what I know. Yeah, I think just one demo, so there wasn't as much, but they still did the same thing. So
okay.
Yeah.
So you did know what to expect. So what went wrong in Vertigo?
I think, like I said, I think it just came down to us not playing as we normally do. I think we just came out the gates weaker, and that's kind of all it comes down to. Sometimes you play worse on that day.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be like that, right? But it's all about resetting for future events. And for you guys, you've got to deal with now Def being here, but you've got some more experience. How beneficial has the playing been for you guys in that sense?
I think it's great. I think all this experience is going to help us regardless of the result. I think it's going to suck to lose, but I think we can always gain and just gain, yeah.
We learn the most from our losses. Reg, thank you very much, man. We'll see you on future events.
That trophy will not be in the hands of M80 anytime soon. They are leaving us, and you heard there basically, at least Rek was honest. We just didn't play well enough.
No, and I think it's fair. There's the first step is obviously acknowledging that they were in a bit of a weird situation with Max not attending and having Death come in. We accept, we acknowledge that, we take note of that, and that was a caveat that we had to keep in mind. But I do feel like in this game particularly, they went on the wrong side of being a mixed and being relaxed in the game, which is they didn't really follow some of the principles that even if you play with a bunch of friends on Faceit, but if you're really trying really hard, you're going to be careful about it. You're going to be careful about, hey, 5v4, how much time is left on the clock? How can we play together? Hey, what is it you want to do? When am I waiting for my timing? There were numerous mistakes on that Vertigo specifically. Nuke is a different topic. On Vertigo specifically, there were numerous mistakes that were made that are very baseline level. As in, we have power play. Why is the lurk activating first and then being fought by the CTs? Then the rest of the crew is like, what is going on? That was the wrong side of chaotic.
Yeah, I'm scared if maybe Def feels too uncomfortable to take control and responsibility, so it just ends up being Slags and Swisher and Melbs all of a sudden being in the rounds. Oh, I do this. I feel like it was a kind of mixed match of feelings and also a combination of really bad plays along. You mentioned some of the issues. I'm really disappointed in looking at these trio when we talk Slags, Melbs, and Swisher. I would imagine they had the quality going into a game like this and be like, okay, it's not going to be easy, but at least we're going to put up a fight. They didn't even put up a fight, and I just think it's so disappointing. Regardless of Manx being here or not, I still feel like we could have expected more.
I think we could have expected more. I think they expect more of themselves. So what they'll be doing is going home and trying to figure out the next steps as they move to the RMRs. But now let's take a look at the play-in bracket so you know what's been happening and which teams have advanced to the group stages. Eternal Fire, Heroic. I am very excited about Heroic. Cloud9, ENCE as well. For me, the Astralis dropout yesterday, Babski, that was a big one.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm just not,
why would you even go to Dane for that?
You go for Dane, you go for the most biased
he
one.
He threw me under the bus at the start of the show, so I had to just remind him.
I just expected a lot, right? I think we saw that.
You're not alone.
They won against the best team in the world. I think everybody went into that tournament and be like, yeah, I mean, they might lose to Heroic, but then we say, they draw ENCE, it's going to be looking fine. And it wasn't fine in any sense.
It wasn't fine. The other upset, of course, I would say, Gamer Legion taking down Virtus.pro. I say this every tournament. People always underestimate Gamer Legion. They just seem to know when it's time to perform. They've done just that.
And VP sort of in the same category as Astralis, one of the biggest letdown of this playing stage. Indubitably, teams that we were waiting to see much, much deeper. But what a day for Polish Counter-Strike. Like, what a day for it with ENCE, with Rebels making it to the group stage. Holy...
How long do you think it takes before? I mean, how far does ENCE need to go before Glaive gets keys to the Spodek or Polish citizenship? I'm pretty sure
I just hope he's got the Duolingo app going on, like as fast as you can. Like it's time.
He's everyone's
to learn
hero. He is every Polish person's hero today. I mean, that's it. That's the play-ins. done.
It's not entirely over. There's
For
still a
us
game happening
anyway.
over there.
I was gonna do that. I was building it up, but it's fine. Okay, there we go. You want to go watch the game? I get that. We've still got a game going on the A stream. We'll find out if Big or Apex is gonna be making it through to our group stages as well, which kick off tomorrow. So make sure that you go watch the A stream. You can find out what games are coming up and then come right back here tomorrow, bright and early. I think it is 13:30 CET that you're going to have to be up.
That's correct.
And you need to be there. I don't do time very well. I come from Africa, so I'm very proud of myself that I got that right. Gents, it's been a pleasure. Time for us to go watch that other game, right? Yes. Good night.
Send it.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or flight, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or flight, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Colt's going to jump across. Oh my God!
And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Luna's looking. Breaks Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster, twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
This is competitive now. That lead you were talking about, it seems imminent. Stiko opening up the round onto Crimbo. It was one back from Mantu, but yeah, the round seemingly over after taking that B bomb site. Frustrations for Crimbo. Hasn't been a fantastic map for him. That 4-kill total.
But I want to return to my sentiment when we kicked off this map is them being their own worst enemy. They're in the driver's seat. They did all the hard work on the T side. They come into this. They had advantages on that pistol round. They were slowly peppered down and some maybe fumbles, but yeah, they kind of were just pipped at the post in that one.
I think, yeah, out-called on that
It's
pistol.
going to happen. And it is a pistol round. A lot of people look at those as, you know, quite coin-tossy 50-50. And then you have a force buy. You're also not favored to win that type of scenario. That falls against you. See Crimbo looking somewhat concerned at the end of the last.
Well, this will be fun for Tatsunito. I reckon he's on for at least 2.
He's very wormy, isn't he? Always in the back line. Able to find some very cheeky timings. He does a chunk of damage. Stiko gets an opportunity to grab a pair of kills, but thinks better of it. Wants to retain his rifle.